Okay, just to give context to anyone who's only like loosely following this game, I might start showing these at the start of the stream when they actually do an update. But apparently we have the road trip update and a bunch of words that I'm not going to read. But according to what we got to do here, there's going to be a new mission to set us down the path of discovering whatever this is. And I'm assuming that these are going to be our rewards at the end, is they added an extra large resource canister, which we knew about already. And then rover seat B, which I'm assuming is this one, like on the front of the rover. Because I think there's another one that has the attachment point on the bottom, and if you put it on the front of the rover, it's just facing the ground. And it looks really stupid, and this looks great. If you can get 3 people to play a server together and not have the game crash constantly, but in theory, this would actually be really sick. In reality, I'm going to be sitting on this thing alone if I decide to print one out, so everybody can point and laugh at me when we get to that point, because I'm going to be the only one using it. Joke's on you, I can use both of the seats on the side as like holders for my stuff. I don't need to share my rover with anybody else, it's mine. And then besides that, apparently they nerfed tappers, which is great. They did experimental save file repair. I don't think we care about that. And they fixed a bunch of bugs that nobody cares about. Except I think this bug might be them fixing tapper entanglement. If anybody remembers what that was, if you put a tapper on a plant and then destroy the plant, no matter where the tapper is in the universe, it'll just drop off whatever slot it's attached to, but still be like partially attached to that slot, so the item is in a different spot. I think they fixed that, is my understanding. We didn't really have a way to weaponize that anyways, so I'm not going to be too torn up about it, though I don't know why it's worded like this. But I couldn't find anything else indicating that they made that change, and it is indeed fixed. If this is not the bug fix for it, I don't know why they're hiding the actual fix. But whatever, they've been known to shadow patch things I whine about on my streams before, so I don't really know what the full picture is with that. Alright, now we jump into the video game. Now we begin. Almost 12 megabytes. I've been keeping it down for a while. Yeah, this is just gonna get a little slower every single time. I would love it if they would just go do something about their save file format. Because I'm on an SSD right now with a passable computer. I can't imagine how long this takes if you're on like a Nintendo Switch trying to load your save file and just staring at this screen for like 5 minutes until it runs out of battery before you can actually see your game. Those poor Switch gamers. Alright, so this isn't quite where we left off last time, but essentially, you might remember we were farming a bunch of this stuff. It was previously all the way over there. Way the heck over there on the other side of the base, and what I did after the stream was I needed to get all the Pokemon cards. And these are my Pokemans. Let me show you them. This is what I had to do before I could get, like, all of these things. I don't remember what these used to be called, but they appear to have renamed them. This is now a Data Circuit Model B. And we have a bunch of Model A's on the other side of the base. And as you can see, there's a bit of distribution problems here. One of them is slightly more common than the others. You might not be able to figure out which one it is. I'll give you a hint. It's this one. So it took forever to actually get the last ones, but we have them all now. Kusine, what about our Yet Magic file save thing? What? Okay, you fucked that one up just hard enough that I'm not actually sure what you're talking about. Don't give me Donald Wall. What do you mean? Am I just having trouble interpreting this? Am I having a stroke? Magic file save thing. I don't know what you're talking about. So anyways, what I ended up doing here was I just kind of hijacked the organic factory that I originally had before they added the tappers. Because this organic factory also has scrap as an intermediate product. And I just used that scrap and just took it over here. Then I have actual Tapper organic, and we made whatever this stuff is, Hannah, and just I ended up making 4 of these things to send it into space. A middle com match. What are my thoughts about the new file save fixing? Well, I glossed over that. It's irrelevant for what I'm doing. Apparently, all it does is it just deletes like excess entities that you have all over the ground to varying like calibers. As in, I don't know exactly what all it does. They were kind of vague about it in their description, but as far as I can tell, it doesn't matter. It's completely irrelevant to what I would need it to do if I was having save file performance issues. Like, fundamentally, there's a lot of other problems with the save file system, and they went for a low-hanging fruit. So this would probably fix it if you had just like hundreds of entities that had like fallen through the floor that you were never going to see again, but they were bogging down your switch every single time you tried to load your game. So that's probably what they changed there. But anyways, as for this thing here, I just wanted to show this. This actually still hasn't ended. There's apparently 6 days left on it, so I might launch off a few of these. I'm going to turn off the input to the whole system so that we can like burn off the rest of this stuff. But this, I essentially spent like 2 or 3 hours doing this, just launching these like crappy care packages, and eventually was able to collect all of the trading cards. So how did I just change my screen size? Oh god, chat, hold on. What did I just do? All I did was press enter. Wait, has enter always done this? There's no way enter has always done this. Devs, what did you do? Why does pressing enter on my keyboard switch me to borderless window? Or switch me to bordered window? What? Is this new? Because I usually press enter to like launch things. Oh god. Yeah, we're on windowed full screen. That turns it into... There isn't even a bordered window option. Oh god, devs, why? Does numpad do it too? Oh god, numpad does it too. This... Can I resize this? Does this work? Windows, can you stop being awful for just a second? Oh god. Oh no. Alright, cool. That's a feature I'm gonna hate. So anyone who doesn't know about this, if you press enter on one of these, you can activate it. Like, you just activate the button. But now I can't do that anymore because that is going to set my window to be windowed every single time I do it. That's awesome. Cool. Alright, I need to make a note about that. I might actually report that one because I do not want that. Enter changes to ordered. If dev in chat shows up later, I'm going to vocally complain about that, as I often do about these things. Okay, it still works though if you do this and then... Why is it not... Oh no. It's not doing... Chat, it's not doing it anymore. I can't get the window back. Maybe I had... Hold on, well, hold on. This might have been a skill issue. Was I... What is the... Is it all enter? Okay, you know what? No, this... Okay. You know what I think happened here? I might have had alt. Like, or rather, I think the game might have thought I was holding alt while doing this. I don't know why, because I don't remember pressing alt, but I guess the game must have locked in an alt input at some point while it was loading. Like, maybe I alt-tabbed while it was loading out. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna write this one off as a skill issue because all enter is usually the hotkey to do that. I thought it was just always doing that with enter. All right, so false alarm. Streamer is dumb. Don't worry, nobody panic. Streamer is just a dumb idiot. So this here is what I was doing off stream for an eternity. And then I'll send this one too. And then I would essentially just wait oh cool. Except for that one, apparently I don't get to send that one away. That would just happen randomly while I was doing this. But every 5 of these that I sent up, I got a care package back with a random chance of getting a trading card. I do not approve of the design for this system. I do not know what these trading cards do, but I want to have them because there are 5 of them. And since I'm an idiot playing a video game, I need to collect all of the collectibles. That said, I would like it if there was a more, like, reasonable way to actually get these things consistently, instead of just RNG checks over and over again. So hopefully I don't get, like, super trolled by RNG by any of this, because I get the feeling they're going to keep doing this in these updates. So we shall see. How many more of these do I need to burn off? We're actually pretty close. Where is the care package? There it is. That's the care package. You know, we can do the rest of these later. I think I got the point across. We watched me do that for an entire stream, so let's just go over here instead. And let's see what else was there. I showed the trading cards. Let's see, I had a list of things I wanted to talk about. Not very interesting things, but I have them. Oh yeah, we lost 2 tappers during the last stream. They were quasi-connected to my rocket, so I found both of those. They weren't actually gone. They just like dropped off of it as I unloaded whatever entities the game thought they were attached to, which apparently has the same effect as destroying those entities. So those are taken care of. I found more exo lids underground. I pulled those up. I sent them away into space. So I basically cleaned up the horrendous mess that I made over here, and we've more or less undone the damage of these 2 like updates that just spawned millions of items. And then we just have some mementos of our trials over here sitting on the ground, and I'll eventually move the second set of trading cards up here with the first one. But for now I'm leaving it down there in case I get any extra ones. And the other thing that I did was I went and I checked the tapper timings, because you might remember I mentioned that I was going to do that. And there is indeed a faster tier of tapper timings. So this is another situation where you don't believe the wiki, because the wiki is, I don't know if I'd say it's wrong, it's more just incomplete than anything else. Because it turns out that, like, this one here, by the way, we didn't have this plant before. I had forgotten to collect this. But it turns out that these 2 in particular, these mutant variants, are not the same as their, like, wild variants. So the higher tier is actually these 2 plants, but the wild hostile variants that are on Aatrox instead. So this one on the right is in caves, and this one is on the surface. These are 3 times faster than these honeypots over here, and basically what I would consider to be like the A tier tapper items. These previously took 10 seconds to produce an organic. It's 20 now because they nerfed it, and I believe they just cut them all in half, or rather they doubled the amount of time it took for an organic to get produced. So these are now 20 seconds per organic. These are 6 2/3 if they're wild. Otherwise they're 20 seconds if they're mutant, like non-hostile variants. So that was the change that they made for that. And that's where the wiki is wrong, because I love pointing out things that are wrong. So if we go look at that real quick here. I thought I had the wiki open, hold on. I thought I was prepared for this. There we go. So this is what they've got on the wiki for these. First of all, they haven't even updated these for the new timings. So whoever was doing that is sleeping on it. And then they don't even mention the distinction between the mutant plants and the wild ones. Like, they just have spew flower listed here, but they're actually different, like, plants. And they have different timings. Most of the hostile plants are like one tier higher than their respective mutant variant. A few of them are in the same tier. The rest of these, as far as I could tell, are correct, but whoever made this table didn't actually test any of the hostile variants for the mutant plants. But there is in fact a faster tier that should be on this list and isn't. And you might be wondering if I'm going to update this myself, and the answer is probably not, because there's already so much misinformation on these wikis that it just feels like I'm just trying to, like, put something nice in just a pile of feces and hope that people find the thing I made that's actually correct, instead of just rubbing more feces over it by changing it back because they think I'm wrong or something. So I don't know if I'm going to contribute to this or not, but just take things with a grain of salt when you're reading stats like this, because people aren't necessarily thorough. And they also didn't put in the pumpkins or the fractal roses, which I think are both in the middle tier. So the same tier as like the cacti or the stretch petal, which is 40 seconds, not 20, because they just updated it. So there you go. There's some wisdom for you. Back to Astroneer. Alright, so let's see, what else did I do off stream? Trading cards, yeah, we got that. I showed that info. Okay, and then the last thing I did is I didn't actually show the rewards, and apparently it makes you look like Captain Planet, which I completely glossed over. But I believe the reward that I got was I got this wretched looking hairstyle, which is being covered up by the text indicating it. There we go. So I got some wretched looking hair, which this just looks like a ball of like tar stuck onto my head. It's too shiny. But we got that. We got, what was the other one that we got? My god, I'm so unprepared for this. Am I really that stupid? I didn't even write these down. Yeah, I don't even know what the other one was that I got. I think it was a palette. Yeah, it was this one. It was Astroneer. So there's the Captain Planet color scheme. And I think, I don't know if it was a visor. It might have been a suit. No, it wasn't a suit. I don't know what the last one was. If anybody remembers, you can just tell me about it. But anyways, it wasn't terribly consequential. A lot of cosmetics here, but I'm just kind of like attached to the one that I usually use, which is my standard dummy thick arid suit. So we're just going to use that one. Oh, the other thing, for anyone who does actually play this game, if you want these, I don't think they mentioned this anywhere, but where's the... I need the shop. Visors. I guess it's on the main menu. You can get all of these Pride visors for free on the main menu. Like, there's a bundle of them. So if you want any of these Pride visors, these are literally free. They cost 0 qubits, which is kind of cute. So if you want one of these, you just go to the main menu and you can get them. I don't know if they're only here for June or not, so get it while it lasts, I guess. You have some cute Pride visors. So just wanted to call that out because I didn't know that those were there either until I happened to check the shop. Okay, now I think we're all caught up on everything. So, let's go make some content. Road trip update. So I believe they said there is a mission. Yeah, we got this one. I need to do this at some point here. I need to just quote unquote beat the game, but this is the new one. New structures detected. Locate the installed platform at Glacia's North Pole. Alright, I don't remember if that's where I put my base or not. Optional, feed Usagi. I mean, it is optional. And I'll probably use Usagi for that, but something tells me we're not going to have any trouble finding it. At least unless it's buried somewhere. New provisional exo design is now available to discover for Astroneers enrolled in the Astroneer training program. Wow, that's me. Navigation assistance is now available via Snail to Solo. Some crap. How long should you wait to sub-bomb? I don't know, not that many people are here yet. It's up to you. I mean, you could do it now. I'm not sure who it's going to go to. I think most of the previous subs expired, so there's a decent chance that it'll actually go to them. And obligatory, you don't have to sub-bomb. But thank you for asking if you were going to do it. Like, I don't know how many lurkers we've got right now that are stream regulars. I mean, you might... Honestly, it wouldn't hurt that much if you just give it to just lurkers who aren't stream regulars. Like, it's not the end of the world. I don't mind that much. It's just awkward if they go to people who literally don't even know what Astroneer is the only thing I'm trying to avoid with sub-bombs. So, you know, you can decide the correct time to deliver that payload. I'll be grateful, but also I will act disappointed no matter when you do it, because that's just like the bit we have going. Where's your informative Spelunky gameplay? That might be next stream. I don't know yet. I'm probably going to do Spelunky next because I usually alternate between the games. And if you don't know what Astroneer is, then, well, I don't want to call it space Minecraft because that really isn't what it is. It's kind of like a space, like, not space, it's like an alien planet exploration game with, like, base building in it. It's fun, I like it. It's a little bit shallow, but I went out of the way to make this game as, like, unnecessarily convoluted as possible because I just kind of really like the way the game plays, despite how much I whine about it. So, yeah, that's Astroneer, so hello, welcome. So I know that you're one of those wacky Spelunky folks here. Let's see. So anyways, installed platform instance error found on Glacio, unidentified data in area detected. Alright, so this is how we're going to start this mission. And for some reason we get mutant Hisbine seeds as a reward. I don't know why. So let's go prep our stuff. Do I do a full stream on a game or do I swap games? I very rarely ever swap games. I have done it. I usually stream one game for 6 to 8 hours and then end stream. So I wouldn't say, like, variety streamer doesn't necessarily mean that, because like you could have variety streamers that change games every day, but like don't like change within the middle of the stream. I'm neither of those things. I stream one game for the whole day, and I stream a very small like subset of games just in general. That's always been my style. I like to specialize. And there occasionally a game will come and go. I keep talking about streaming Oxygen not included, so that is coming someday. Just not yet. So, we're loading up the winch rover, and the reason we're doing that is because this is the road trip update. So I can't see any better way to start off the road trip update than by getting in a rover instead of using a rocket like a normal person. So this is how we're going to be getting to Glacio. Most of you know the drill here, but as usual, I might have lurkers who aren't familiar with this. So don't worry, I'll explain this in a moment. Before we take off, let me think if I'm missing anything here. So we've got some hydrazine, a few beacons. We'll feed the... Let's see, we can feed Usagi now, honestly. Let me grab that one. That's a winch. I'm gonna need that right now. Alright, so Usagi is a snail that shows on your compass, like, where treasures are. Like, I don't think we see any here because I found all this stuff. But Usagi will add a little indicator to the compass when there's a treasure nearby. And essentially, I don't use this snail much because the range is really gross and shitty, but the mission specifically instructed me to do this. And if anybody, like, if Beck or whoever shows up in my chat and gets mad at me for not feeding Usagi, I'm gonna be embarrassed. So you know what, we're just gonna go ahead and do that now. You waitlisted the new Frosty Planet DLC. Now, do they have a Steam page for that now? Is that what they're calling it? I thought we had a Frosty Planet already. I didn't know that they, like, put anything up on Steam. I thought they were still just kind of, like, internally working on it and hadn't revealed anything about the DLC yet. Like, I'll definitely, like, wishlist or waitlist it or whatever when it comes out. Because, like, unless they completely, like, bomb the whole thing, I will probably buy that DLC for Astroneer, I assume is what you're talking about. Yeah, the Troll Seance rover. That's a good one. I haven't heard it called that yet. Alright, so let's go flip over our Troll rover. We'll do a little bit of science. I think that's what you meant to say, but Seance almost makes it funnier because it's, like, haunted. Oh, Clayfest. You're not talking about Astroneer. Okay, you're talking about Oxygen Not Included. That makes more sense, but both of these games have planets on them. So I assumed that you were talking about Astroneer. Yeah, as for Oxygen, I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet. If it's a standalone DLC that isn't, like, the same as Space Age, I probably won't play it initially. Let's see, what's the angle? I think I usually put this here. I'll explain what I'm doing in a moment here. Actually, I'll explain what I'm doing right now. So what we have here is a troll science machine, where essentially this winch is going to pull the rover forward, which is then going to push the winch forward, which is going to pull the rover forward and do the janky physics engine in this game. That results in a feedback loop. So we have the equivalent of sitting in a red wagon with like a magnet in front of it, pulling the wagon forward, except we're doing it with a rover. And rovers are really floaty and weird in this game, and that is just enough forward thrust to actually fly. And the next thing we're doing is we're going to Glacio, but it's a road trip because this is the road trip update, so we're not using the rocket. How are we going to get to Glacio, you ask? Isn't Glacio somewhere out in the cold, unforgiving abyss of space? And the answer is, it is, but we know how to get there. So if we go look at, not that, hold on. Just pause, there we go, this one. Alright, so here's our classic planet diagram. This is where they actually are in the game engine. They're not orbiting the sun. There isn't even a sun. The sun room is just like isolated off by itself somewhere, and there's a second sun that renders under the satellite. So everything you know and love about this game is fake. We are on Calidor right now. Specifically, we're right here on Calidor, and we need to go to Glacio. And we're going to just fly in a straight line between these two planets, because I know where they are, even if they're not rendering. So we're going to fly up over the northern horizon of Calidor. straight up to Glacio. So just like this. Yep, you love your solar system. Who knew this is what the solar system was actually like? This is the stuff that NASA doesn't want us to know. Like, the sun is not real. Like, this is what our real solar system looks like. And this whole time, NASA has been playing us for fools. And this is how they've been putting stuff in orbit around other planets. Like, it's absolutely wild, the secrets that the government keeps from us. And I'm definitely not just making up bullshit. But in this game, that is absolutely how this works. So, we are currently facing south. We're going to go to the north. And we're going to play music that's a little bit more fast-paced than Starbound. So, let me just get one of these. Alright, and I don't know how much flying around we're going to do, because I don't know how many planets this mission is going to take us to. But off we go. And we're going to turn around. We're going to face north. As I always say, this is incredibly hard to control. I have just been learning how to do this for an unreasonable amount of time. And Glacio is dead forward where we're aiming. Just fly past the space elevator, don't worry about that. Glacio is right over there where I'm circling my cursor. And you just have to trust the system here. It will pop into render distance when I get close enough to it. And all of this wobbling that I'm doing right now is me desperately trying to keep this thing going in a straight line. And I found that sometimes spinning it like this is actually helpful. If it's already facing in the right direction, it'll tend to just keep going in that direction. So we'll do a quick flyby of Silva, and hey look, Glacio. This is actually one of the cleanest flights I think I've ever had, because the rover was cooperating. And it's that easy. That's all you gotta do to go between planets. Like, what even is the point of shuttles in this game, honestly? Do some litho braking, and we're here. Welcome to Glacio, everyone. Let's go look for the new content after I get my rover stuck in, or out of the snow, rather. Oh, cool, it actually got out on its own. Alright, where are we? We gotta go north, because that is where the mission told us to go. Oh, we got a starship horn over there. I mean, you know I'm picking that up, even though I'm never gonna use it. I just gotta get over this slight ridge in the terrain without having to get out and dig. And the game really doesn't want me to do that. It's amazing how I could literally fly between two planets with this rover, but a slight bump in the ground is just, it's just too much to overcome with this rover. There we go. Alright, I want this. So these things, you can't craft these. You can only find them out in the terrain, and it's, I'm an idiot. I'm a dumb video game player. I have to have it. I already have like 5 of those, but whatever, now we have 6. So let's keep going north. Don't worry about that plant. For some reason it only blows up when you're not in a vehicle. Can I get a sick ramp off of one of these things? Actually, I could just go this way. That should work. There we go. Alright. There should be a gateway on the North Pole. Don't hit that. Awesome. Okay, we're actually pretty far. I must have landed closer to the South Pole. I wasn't sure how far down south I was. You're playing a Spelunky 2 remix mod. Depending on which one it is, that's cool, or I'm sorry to hear that. Or possibly both of those things at the same time. Because the Spelunky remix mods are definitely, you know, they're definitely hit or miss. Need to find another ramp. I really just don't want to get out of the rover. I'm gonna have to get out of the rover, aren't I? I'm stuck in this pit. Oh, come on. Yeah, okay, we're getting out. We're gonna get out and pull. Just stick the winch under the player. Winches are just an abomination, and you can really just get away with doing whatever you want with these things. So let's just take the rover over here. This will be a little more efficient. Fingerspit's remix mod. I don't remember if I played that one or not. I played a couple of like remix mods, and I didn't like some of the changes that a lot of them made. I don't remember if that's one of the ones that just changes all the textures to be different colors for no reason. Usagi's showing something. Is this the new content? Don't worry about the rover, it'll be completely fine. Okay, Sagi's showing that. We don't care about that thing. That's not the new content. Oh. Oh yeah, Sagi shows these as well. Okay, I need the rover to chill out for a second here. That over. Yeah, whatever, got stuck on terrain. Hello, Adrian. Thank you for your hydrate and your donations to the money hole. I appreciate that you use at least some of that on hydrate before you throw the rest of it into the money hole. I'm collecting these things every time I find them. I don't think they do anything. We did the mission for those curious objects ages ago. Now all that they do is you use them and then they flashbang you, and then your sky gets... Actually, that one didn't even do anything. Come on, do something. There we go, sky's looking a little bit crispy. Guess we got an Aurora Borealis, except it's in the entirety of space instead. Does change it, but at least it's harder. Yeah, I don't know why they always like change the textures, like to give it a different feel, and it usually just makes the game harder to look at. Yeah, this is Usagi Gaming. We're actually using Usagi because the mission instructed me to use Usagi. Otherwise, I would almost certainly not be doing that. I think I already looted this one because there's usually a gravity globe here. But this is not what we're here for anyways. We were instructed to go to the North Pole. And... what is that? No, that's the gateway. Okay, so we're pretty close to the North Pole then. I am constantly getting stuck on these stupid little plates of, like, ice. Please. This rover could fly between planets and it cannot navigate the surface of Glacia. Hold on, I see a nipple. Yo, there's a nipple. Alright, I got that thing. I don't think I care about any of this other stuff. Whatever, I'll just grab these. I'll shred those later. I don't know why I pick up these research samples either, but I feel like every time I see one of these backpacks, I'm just compelled to loot it, no matter what's on it. This is video gamer brain. Like I got a severe case of video game brain rot, and if I see something that looks rare, it doesn't matter if it's actually useful or not, I want to have it. Alright, so we're gonna go up a little bit now that we're at the North Pole, and we're gonna see if there's anything cool. Probably gonna miss the Usagi indicators, but I'm hoping we could just spot this thing from flight. Or we can hit a cliff again. Yeah, let's just land up here. What am I stuck on? Oh, that thing. Cat, do you see the new content? Because I do not see the new content. There's always the vague possibility that it didn't actually generate in my save, which would be really lame if that was the case, but it should have. I didn't check for any of this stuff off stream. I'm just kind of hoping that it works because all the previous updates have done so. And Usagi is not popping anything up over here. I think we're going to turn off the winch because this is getting really hard to control this thing. Alright, so we're gonna deactivate flight mode. You guys don't hit the hydrazine. Okay, I don't think it hit the hydrazine, but now I have to go get it. Yeah, it didn't hit the hydrazine. Come on, flip over. There you go. Camera, please. I don't have access to the winch. I'm trying to deactivate the winch, but I got to be able to click on the front. There we go. Okay, we have a normal functioning rover now. So let's see. Except now I still got to get over these damn hills. I'm keeping an eye on the compass here to try to find this. I might just fly around on the hoverboard if I can't find it in a moment here, because I really don't know where this thing is. I think I'm too far south. Yeah, let's get on the hoverboard. We're just gonna do a quick flight around the area to see if we can find it instead. So I'm gonna take the rover to the gateway. Shouldn't detach. I'm pretty sure I'm not going fast enough for that. And then I'm just going to kind of like fly in circles around this area to see if we can find it. As for what it is, I'm not entirely sure. I'm just hoping that it's something obvious and not like a tiny little object that is indistinguishable from all the other crap that Usagi is going to find. Doesn't look like it's right next to the gateway or anything. Alright, so we'll park our rover down here. Do that. Flip that over. I will also go ahead and grab another hydrazine in case I need it. And of course we've got basically infinite oxygen with our loadout, so we should be good to go on this. Let's have a look around. Okay, so Usagi found something here. I think it's just another backpack though. I have way too much stuff on it. Yeah, whatever, I'll just grab this thing. Maybe we'll come back for that later, I don't know. I gotta stave off the streamer brain rot. I don't need to collect everything. It is not important. Where's the new content? Actually, you know what? You know the other thing that I've had happen before is the new content won't load in until I like save and load a couple times. So just in case it's in that state right now, I'm gonna go ahead and do that. So we're gonna reload our save and see if maybe that causes it to pop in. You posted a pic into my Spelunky channel. Mod is horrendous. Okay, well, you know what? I'm gonna look at that myself while I wait for this to happen. So let me just get this save loaded back up. There we go, we hit 12 megabytes, I've seen it. What the flip is this mod? Did I play? I don't even, yeah, I think I played this one. It's certainly something. I may do a Spelunky stream at some point where I do like remix mods again. We'll see. I don't have a lot of plans for that. Like, I've just mostly been doing science stuff in Spelunky. Also, good luck with whatever you're gonna do to Quillback with that shield. It most likely isn't going to go well. As for whether the mod is horrendous, that I couldn't say. I'm so glad I built the space elevator when I did, because we had to save and load every single time I made that damn space elevator. Also, I'm sorry, my gamer brain rot kicked in. I gotta... It's right there. I gotta go get this. I have to go get this backpack. I'm gonna compass. Thought it was right here. There it is. I had to collect these. It's just the temptation is too powerful for me. I need my squeaker horn. There we go. Okay, I feel better now. Oh, whatever. I don't know why you could stick those out of the side of objects, but you can for some reason. Grabbed like 30 skulls that lived the rolling and killed him. Yeah, that's an average Quillback fight, isn't it? Alright, so we've reloaded our save. Hopefully we can find this thing now. So I'm following every Usagi indicator. I'm gonna kind of take a counterclockwise like cycle through this. This is just a wreck, so there's nothing unique here. I should probably just use the flight buff I have instead. We'll do one cycle, and if I don't find anything, I'll come back and I'll get the infinite flight, and we'll give this another go. Rabbit, I am playing Astroneer. I'm gonna have to ask you to not give me a play-by-play commentary of what you're doing. Like, if you find something really interesting, that's alright, but like, please don't just like iterate a play-by-play in my chat. I am, like, just for the sake of the lurkers, it's probably distracting, especially if they don't know what Spelunky is. Thank you. Like, you're free to talk about Spelunky, just don't like, not like every 5 seconds. Hello, Ted Cuddy. Usagi sees something over here, but I don't think it's going to be unique. Like, despite how many people post on Reddit about this is not special. There's nothing here except like a gravity globe, and I think we actually already checked this one out anyways. So I'm not crazy, right? The mission said that I'm supposed to go to the North Pole of Glacio. Locate the installed platform at Glacio's North Pole. I'm getting concerned that it didn't generate in my save, or that it's somewhere, like, completely wrong. Because they're saying at the North Pole, and I do not see this thing unless I'm completely blind or it's really small. How are the runs going? So far, we are not having a good time finding something new here. Okay, let's go get some infinite flight. So one of our previous missions, we unlocked this adorable looking thing. Grab some seeds. And this essentially gives you creative mode flight for a limited amount of time. I'll take that off. Put that here. And these seeds are a pain in the ass to get, so I don't use this very often. But the reward is that you can just do this. Try digging a little deeper. What, is it underground? Or are you saying it might be buried in the terrain somewhere? Because, I mean, I'm not going to start blindly burying here. Or I'm not going to start blindly digging around in the terrain here. If I don't see it here, I'll dig down into the cave layer. If that's what you're insinuating. What did they refer to it as? It's an installed platform at Glacier's North Pole. And I guess it could be underground. They don't really specify that it's on the surface. Yeah, it's not looking like there's anything here. Okay, I think we'll go ahead and dig underground then. We already got our creative mode flight. I didn't mean to press that button. I didn't know you could dance while you're doing that. I did not mean to press that button. But yeah, apparently you could just dance while you're doing this. Alright, let's go make that save file bigger.
Hello, Mr. Streamer.
Hello, Severin. Welcome. We're looking for the new content. This is the quest for the new content. So just build a passably navigable tunnel down here. Probably shallower than it needs to be, but I just gotta get into the cave layer. Come on. Hopefully we're not in one of those. Okay, there we go. I was worried we were gonna go through one of these straight down to the second layer. Alright, odds are we're never gonna find this ramp again. I'm gonna have to dig another one to get out. I probably should have brought my rover, but well, yeah, I don't have the rocket. I can't really bring the rover down here. Alright, so Usagi is pointing to some content. Hey, Usagi, that's great. But that's not what we're looking for. There's another Usagi find over here, but it's on the surface. Like, can this thing be in the caves, or am I completely misunderstanding what you mean by dig a little deeper? Because I'm not seeing anything down here either. And I'm getting worried that it didn't generate my save. Like, how close to the North Pole is this thing supposed to be? Usually they don't make it very hard to find this stuff, so that's what I'm concerned about. There's another Usagi find over there. It's at this cave layer. At least we going fast. It's hidden under terrain. Check for a different colored Usagi icon. Okay. Alright, well, I don't see a different one now. Let's go back up. The other possibility is that because I flew a rover to this planet, it's not working. Hello, Tristus. I'm already having problems because I don't know if the new content actually generated, or if I'm just a big dummy and can't find it. Let me see if I can find that ramp. I don't want to dig another hole. I'm holding something in my hands. Or I don't know if I broke the game because I went here with a rover instead of a rocket like a normal person. And I don't know what the rules are for the game retroactively generating content. So it is quite possible that I played myself by doing this. But it ain't looking good. Wait, no, I see an icon now. Okay, maybe we're good. Maybe we found it. Or maybe it popped in when I reloaded my save. Oh no. Oh, you know what it was? Yep, it's underground. Awesome. That probably shouldn't be allowed. All right, let's center ourselves on it. I don't know if anyone's ever going to find this without Usagi if this happens in their save file. My goodness. Okay, well, I found the installed platform, apparently. That was it. That's all we had to do. We found it. Apparently, I'm close enough to it that this counted. Oh, God. At least it didn't spawn in your base. Yeah, that can happen, can't it? Look, I'm gonna put in my dev in chat complaint for the stream, and I'm gonna say we really need the ability to move these mission items after we're done with the mission. Like, same thing with like the snail research facility and like the train stations. Oh, hey, look, there it is. There's the giant canister. We really need the ability to move these things. Like, I'm assuming that I can't pick this up, like this sick looking platform here. So if this is in your base, you're just kind of stuck with it forever. Probably not the best way to have that. All right, so let's see here. What do we got? 2,000 nuggets. We can pick this thing up though, which is nice. You thought about not letting it be underground, decided you're okay with this one. You do mention the snail. That is fair. I was actually looking for the wrong snail color, so either this wasn't here the first time I came here until I reloaded my save, or I completely glossed over it. I kind of want to look at the VOD at some point and see if I just completely missed it or if it actually hadn't loaded in yet. Because I know I've seen that happen for the holiday updates. So I don't know if there's anything else down here, but I will probably need to excavate this whole area. It was always there, but it's the same color as the terrain. Well, I don't know when you popped in. I went down the ramp after I reloaded my save, in case I needed to do that to get the game to generate the new content, because of the cursed way that I got to this part of the level, or this part of the universe. So I'm not sure if I messed it up in some way, because I had the same thing happen in one of the holiday updates where I had to reload my save before any of the stuff would generate. Either way, we found it. And I mean, I guess it is kind of like buried treasure. I was just not expecting it to be buried treasure, so I wasn't even like thinking that it would just be buried under this hill somewhere. Seeing 6 skeletons legit stand up side by side made you lose your hope. There's a lot of bones in that mod, aren't there? For anyone who's wondering, that is, we're not talking about Astroneer. I don't think there are any skeletons in Astroneer. At least I genuinely hope not. I mean, not yet. There could be. All right, so what do we got here? We got a printer. We got a broken furnace. Some Conquer's Bad Fur Day music. You know, we're just gonna let that play for a bit here. I might switch back to the regular soundtrack in a moment. I don't know if there's any more stuff buried around this on the ground. It doesn't look like it, so I think we found it. I would love it if I could take this like sick looking platform home. I'm gonna assume that I can't. Zarek, do you know if I could, can I pick this up? Is there any reason to unbury this platform, or is this thing just stuck here forever? Because it looks like I can't even lock it. So I'm guessing it's stuck here forever, and I cannot do anything with it. Or anyone who knows, really. Either way, we have the big treasure here. You tried winching it. It doesn't move, right? It just sits there. And we got a trading card. What is this nonsense? This is a repeat of the previous season. You can't just do this. I already have this one. I thought these booster packs are supposed to have new trading cards in this. I can't believe it. I already got a repeat. I'm disappointed now. I don't need that one. I think we have all of Model A and all of Model B. So I don't know if they like are repeating them or something, or maybe they're giving us another way to get these because they will do something at some point in the future. But I spent so long dealing with care packages from that awful like breakdown reward pool just to get all the trading cards, and you're telling me that they weren't even special, and that the fear of missing out has just ruined me once again. So what are we supposed to do now? I'm gonna stop whining. Missions. Now, which one did we just do? So we have a reward. It's 3 mutant Hisbine seeds. I don't know why that's our reward. I don't care. What do we have next? Okay, so we have to collect these now, apparently. The thing is, I already have all of these, but I feel like we should probably just go to the spot where they're insinuating that we should go anyways. I don't think we're going to fly the winch rover to all these planets because that's going to get very dull very quickly. But I always want to do this like at least once per stream for anyone who's never seen it, just to like open up some new like avenues of inspiration for anyone who doesn't realize that you don't have to use a shuttle to go between planets. So let's see, a new schematic is now available. Data retrieval, something. Relevant data circuits found alongside installed platform structures. Are we gonna have 5 of these things, or is it gonna be a different structure each time, I wonder? Navigation assistance is available via Snail de Solo. Alright, well Usagi's gonna actually get some work this time, and our reward is the recipe for this thing, it looks like. Alright, well, let's go for it then. So I'm gonna fly back to Calidor, and then we're gonna go to those planets like normal people. And now I know what I'm looking for, and now I know that it can also generate in the ground, so I think we'll be a little bit more prepared for this. So for anyone who's just stopping in, I'm just going to show this again as we go back home. You take a winch on the front of your rover in a research chamber, you stick it right about here. So you have this set up, and I'm going to turn the compass off. Turn the compass off. There we go. I'm going to leave this here until we're done because I'm not sure if they're going to have us like do anything with this one in particular, and I don't know how many of these there are going to be, and I don't have a slot for it on the rover. So we'll potentially be coming back for this thing. Go ahead and flip that over. And let's see, I'm on the North Pole. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to fly up into space, and I'm just going to try to like kind of wing it and find my way back to Calidor, because we know that we're on the North Pole of Glacio. So I should be able to find my way back. Hold on. I need to start, the rover's moving in the background. Hold on a second, chat. I need to stop it before I can show what I'm doing here. Stop! Stop moving! Okay, we're good. Alright, so we are currently right here on the top of Glacio, and we need to just kind of fly up into space and look around and try to see if we could spot like what direction Calidor is in, because I don't know what direction I'm currently facing, but that's what we're aiming for right now. Hopefully I'll be able to find it. If not, you can point and laugh and I have to land and actually check which gateway nodes are in what direction, but usually I'm able to figure this out because I can see all the spaghetti. And by spaghetti, I mean all the rail posts on Calidor. You want to make them winchable, but you were convinced otherwise due to reasons. Well, if you have somebody in the team that's saying that you shouldn't be able to move any of that stuff, you should ask them to strongly reconsider, because I am probably one of many people who is frustrated by the fact that you can't move any of these, like, quest items. Like, I would love to be able to move that platform or those, like, weird landing pads. Like, once you're done with the mission, I think it should be unlocked so that you can just do whatever you want with it once the mission is finished. Oh, there we go. There it is. That, you could probably see this if you're watching at 1080p. That clump of rail posts and, like, speckles over there. That is Calidor. So we're heading back home now. Goodbye, Glacio. And we have, I think, 4 more planets to go to get all of these trading cards. And apparently that'll unlock the recipe for that big canister. There we go. Do a little retrograde thrusting. No. Come on. I think my base is on the other side. Let me see if I could boost a little bit higher. And by boost, I mean this winch is literally always turned on, and if I need to go in the other direction, I just have to turn around and do this to lose speed. And that's our home base. I think we're gonna overshoot it. Yeah, we're overshooting it. I came in too fast. Goodbye, base. I'll be back in a moment. Let me just see if I can get the thing to fall on the ground somewhere so I can take another boost. Do a little more litho braking. There we go. It was actually a really smooth landing. Yeah, I can already use my collected trading cards. No, I'm adventuring. For anyone who like just wants to see me do that. I mean, I don't know why people would be watching the stream otherwise. So I am going to collect all the new ones, even though I could use the ones I have already. Because why not? And it means I get another set of Pokemon cards to trade with my friends later. I mean, hypothetically. Oh, come on. Oh, look at that. That's beautiful. Stuck the landing. I don't think I've ever gotten stuck in that spot trying to come back into the base. I'm surprised it wedged there. Let's just go ahead and... I wonder if I could drive it out. Is it stuck in something? A little bit. Come on, tip over. You're not gonna tip over, are you? If I do the upright thing right now, it's gonna wedge itself into this wall, so we're just gonna tow it. I don't think there's any loose objects on the ground for it to knock around. Alright, buddy, you have served your purpose well, Rover. We had our space road trip of the stream, but now we're gonna use the rocket like plebs. Alright, so let me go get my funny canister silo thing here. I think Eva ran out of fuel. Yeah, this one here is Eva. Say hello to Eva, everyone. Kinda heckin' adorable. And this is the one that gives you creative mode flight. And if you don't have this and you're wondering how to get this, I don't remember what the prerequisites are, but there's like a mission. I don't remember what it starts off with. Somebody might know the name for that, but there's a mission that you do, like a quest line. You go to like a sunroom, you do some other stuff I'm not going to spoil. This is your reward for it. It's kind of a cool mission in general, but you also get this as your reward. Would highly recommend, if you are willing to spend an unreasonable amount of time getting these hybrid rose seeds to actually use the flight. It's not an unreasonable amount of time, but I'm just whining because I don't like the activity you have to do to get the rose seeds for this. But it's definitely really good. The mission chain begins with help. There you go. So if you have a help mission, which you probably get mid-game after going to like a couple planets, if I had to guess, I don't know what the prerequisite is, would highly recommend checking that out if you want that flight. It is insanely useful for building, for exploring. It is an excellent reward. So what do we got here? Okay, all our snails are getting a little bit hungry. Let me put this away. I'll unload this this canister silo whatever thing later. I'll just put it on the ground or over here and hopefully it won't fall through the floor. This is a true flat base, so stuff usually doesn't fall through the floor here. And if anybody was upset that I didn't toot the horn, here you go. There you go. There's some horns just for you. After crafting nanocarbon alloy and finishing the snail missions and the rails. Okay, so you actually have to do a lot then. You got to do all the other like side missions. Because those are all side missions. You don't have to do any of that stuff to like really beat the game. But I would recommend it. Very good reward. It is. I wish I had that for some of the things that I was doing, like the bottom part of the space elevator. Like even though you can't fly above a certain height, you also don't fall while you're in that creative mode flight. And technically you can slide up the space elevator at like a quarter of a unit like per second if you just press yourself into it due to the way it's sloped. But basically I just wish I had it. There are a lot of nice things that have been added to this game since I made that damn space elevator. I just wish you could fly higher with it because you get kind of stopped at the cloud deck when you're using it, same as creative mode. But I mean, you find a way, and I found a way to make it work, even without flight at all. So what planets were we told to go to? I guess first I'll show what we're talking about with the trading cards here. So there was a breakdown update, and it added all of these to the game. All these fun cards here. And I believe these are all the things that we technically need already. And I suspect, let me just pick one of these up. Yeah, if I pick it up, it'll automatically count it as me collecting it, but I'm gonna go actually get the one in that location anyways. And I'm desperately hoping that I didn't just deactivate the Usagi marker for it by picking that up. But we're gonna do this like the organic way, assuming that I wasn't here for the breakdown event and didn't get a bunch of freebies by doing that. Because it'll give us an excuse to go explore planets that we never visit. Let's not forget Usagi. And I'm gonna probably not use the flight here because now I know what I'm looking for, so I shouldn't need this. So we'll put her back on, I think, Where's the slot? I think right here usually. And let's see, we have an empty large slot here, so I can potentially package up one of those large canisters and bring it home. I'm gonna take a couple of these off because I think we're not gonna need to really bring any resources. So I have a few open slots now for whatever other fun garbage I find along the way. We top off the hydrazine. Wow, I'm actually almost out of hydrazine on the rocket. And this one right here. Devs, please give us a hydrazine slot on the landing pad that I can fill up with hydrazine to autofill my rocket. I'll love you forever. There's another request from yours truly, Cosine256. Give us a slot to store hydrazine on the landing pad that will auto slot into the thruster on a rocket. And yeah, I could use an auto arm underneath this at a very specific height, which would somehow find a way to put hydrazine in my backpack anyways. I would much rather it was just a feature of the landing pad to be able to do that. It'd be super convenient for this kind of like end game stuff to just not have to worry about that. All right, so we're gonna go back to using that. We have our hoverboard. All right, so what planets are we going to for this? I guess I can collect the reward from this. I don't know why this is the reward. You know what? No, I know why this is the reward. This is Usagi's favorite food. And I'm literally going to leave them here and let them despawn because we have an infinite supply of those over there. So I'm just going to leave those there to rot on my reward like platform because I do not want this. So we got to go to Desolo, Calidor, Visania, and Atrox. Even though we already cheated and got the Atrox one. Desolo, we're on Calidor, so we could actually do that one right now. And then 4 out of 5 in Visania Mountains. Let's just do the Calidor one. I get to go look at the space elevator, even if we're not going to ride it, because I don't think there's one on Silva. So let's see, I'll bring an extra package here in case I find something I want, so I don't ruin the symmetry of the ones that I have on this already. So the space elevator is on the North Pole, so we might as well just go there using this. I don't think we're going to need anything on the rocket, because we have Usagi with us, even though for some reason backpack items don't render. Which is weird because the shoulder slot items actually do render while you're riding one of these. I didn't know I turned on one of the pride flags. I didn't even realize that. I must have double clicked on it. Oh well, we'll just leave that on. We'll leave that for the rest of the stream. Anyways, I don't know why backpack items don't render on this. Hello, Medial. Except for the shoulder slots. I don't know, maybe, you know what? Maybe this is so they don't clip into like rover seats and the devs just use the same code for like this thing. That would be my guess. It's so they don't protrude through rover seats. And whatever the case is, let's see if we spot the Usagi thing. So, okay, I don't see anything yet. I'm sorry, Rabbit, I missed your comment. Isn't there multiplayer? There is multiplayer. Is it even a good system? I don't like just sitting here shitting on this game constantly despite how much I do it, but I'm gonna say no, it's not a good multiplayer system. But it's not because it doesn't play well initially, it's because it plays really poorly after you play for about like 3 or 4 hours. And you have people on other planets and it gets really crashy and frustrating, has been my experience with the multiplayer in this game, because it just isn't stable for some reason is the problem. Like when it's actually working, it's great, but things start desynchronizing. The game becomes crashy, especially for clients, and it just becomes a very frustrating experience to play like a long-term save file in multiplayer in this game. So I wish they would do something about that. I wish they'd put a little bit more dev time into just fixing like all of the instability issues with the multiplayer. And shit, like if you crash while you're in a rocket traveling between 2 planets, the rocket is just gone forever. Like there's no way to get it back. It doesn't teleport back to the landing pad, so you can lose like hours of progress. If as a client your game crashes while you're traveling between 2 planets, it's just gone forever. If your host isn't able to like revert to the previous version of the save file, you're just kind of screwed. So for that reason, I would say no, the multiplayer in this game is not a good system. Did it say North Pole? Hold on, let me verify I'm not being a big dumb. Glacier, North Pole, DeSolo Hills, Calidor Fissures. Okay, it's not North Pole, actually. I just kind of assumed that's where it was. Calidor Fissures. So never mind, we're actually not going to go to the space elevator. Because this is not where the fissure biome is. I know what they're talking about. I need to go find that biome. I think we could probably swap the soundtrack. Let me switch back to the calmer. There we go. Let's switch back to the calmer Astroneer soundtrack. I was just using that for the rover flight, but this is too intense for what we're doing right now. You were playing a bit with one friend. You never crashed. You played always on the same planet. And the day-night cycle is always desync. That's the thing, like, you get desync early, it's not the end of the world. There are a lot of vehicle desync problems. If you're on the same planet, it's usually fine. In my experience, the few times I've done this, the crashing starts when you have 2 or more players on different planets. That's when it becomes hella unstable, and there's a chance that you'll just get taken by the space crack, and your game will crash, and you'll never see your rocket again. And given how much value you could put in a rocket in this game, that is like basically that's unacceptable is what I would say. Like, to have that be just the complete and utter loss of every single thing you have on a shuttle because your game crashed in space because they haven't stabilized the multiplayer properly. Like, that is why I'm never going to recommend the multiplayer of this game to someone until the devs specifically like fix the crashes or make the game like less like unforgiving if you do crash for whatever reason. Like, that would be my opinion on that matter. I'm debating if I want to use more creative mode snail flight. Yeah, I think we're gonna use some more flight because it'll just save us a lot of trouble, and I could do this off stream. Since I need to find the fissure biome anyways. I know what the biome is, I don't know where it is, so we gotta do a little bit of looking around. I could always like orbit the planet and try to spot it from space, but it tends to be very difficult to do that. Why is the music not playing? There we go. I don't know why that was muted. Alright, let's see if we can find this. There ain't no way I'm using the VTOL to do this. But this game has like a hovering vehicle. Like, it's basically just a hovercraft. But let's be real, the VTOL sucks. It's way too slow and it has almost no storage on it. So literally just picking up a rocket and doing this, especially if you're in the end game, is just going to be like 90 times more efficient. And this is typically how you'll see me flying around looking for stuff. So what I'm looking for is kind of like a red, like crevasse looking biome with like holes all over it, because apparently that's where the new content is. And I don't remember where it generated, so I'm just kind of doing like outward spirals from my base until I spot it. Realistically, I should probably get in the rocket and just do a couple orbits. Alright, let's stop being a big dummy then. Let's get in the rocket and do a couple orbits. Just drop that in midair and take off, no problem. This is the future. The rockets can just do that. Alright, so we're looking for a big splotch of red. There's a little one there. I'm not sure if that's it. It's probably that right there. There may be a few of them is the thing, in which case this could be kind of a pain in the ass to find, but that looked pretty big. I'm waiting for it to orbit back around so I can take another go at it. Just gonna be listening. Alright, that's all good. Yeah, let's go ahead and land on this one. Well, we can't land on it, but we can land near it. And then head over in that direction. Actually, there's more of it here. Now, if we get lucky, this will just be visible from the surface. So we're looking for like a differently colored Usagi indicator. There's going to be a bunch of these on the ground. They're highlighting, I think, mostly useless stuff. I don't even know what this one's highlighting. Like, there's 2 here. One of them's for this. I guess the second one is just for the debris near it. Usagi's probably not going to find anything useful on the surface at this point, though. But I believe this should tell me what the biome is. Dunes? I thought this was a crevice biome, but apparently this is just dunes. So am I mistaken? Fissures, that's what it's called. Yeah, we are in the right biome. Or at least this is what we're looking for, but again, there's multiple of these on the planet, so this could be kind of a pain. don't see anything on this one, so this is going to be potentially slower than I thought it would. Yeah, that appears to be it. Unless there was more of it on this side. Hello, space elevator. This seems like a situation where Usagi's like range ought to be a lot longer if you have to just kind of like search blind like this across the entire surface of a planet. Like hypothetically, if somebody didn't do the like breakdown update and they didn't get all the trading cards from that, having to search every single one of these to find it is going to be a little bit time consuming. They did the added content update. Right. If you mean did they add content, yeah, there's a new update. There's some new like road trip related content apparently, and featuring me flying around with a rocket in my hands and not doing a road trip at all. What is Usagi indicating there? I don't think this is it because the other one was differently colored. This is the fissures biome, right? I don't know, it keeps saying dunes for some reason. Like above it, and then when you go into it, it says fissures. Sometimes. Except when it doesn't. This one won't even say fissures. There it goes. Now it's the fissures biome. I don't know how the like detection for this actually works. But Usagi's not turning up anything in this one either. I'm getting worried that I'm doing something dumb here. Yeah, Encalidor fissures. That's what we're looking for right now. So that's a second one, and we still haven't found anything. There's at least like 2 more of these on the planet. So I'm just kind of blindly flying off in a straight line looking for them, which now that I think about it is a really stupid idea. So instead, let's be more methodical about this before we just get lost. So that's the one that we were just at. There's one over there. Let's try this one. This one looks pretty big. And then there's one like down in that direction. So there's one over there, and then there's one further to the west. So we'll be checking both of those. Come on, Usagi. Just find the content. Wherever it may lie. Yeah, I'm not seeing any indicators. Like, I'm not really looking at the ground. I'm just kind of like hoping that the indicator pops up. Yeah, it's not looking good. Okay, let's try the one to the west. And Chad, if you see it and I don't notice it, please tell me. I mean, unless you want to watch me do this for the next 2 hours, you can do us all a favor and be a hero if you tell the blind streamer, like, if something got missed. Okay, here's the second one. Oh, not looking good. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything here. Now, if this one could be underground, then I'm not going to be too stoked about that. But I don't think that biome generally protrudes very far down, so it shouldn't be underground. So there's a little one right there. Like yeah, there we go. Loads in more when I actually like click on it. It's actually not that little at all. Let's see if this one has anything. Come on. Alright, Usagi is currently pointing to this thing right here, which we don't care about because this was already here. I think I don't even care what's in this. I mean, there's a research item, whatever, I'll just grab that. There was some game, and the patch notes were just added content. Okay, you were memeing about something. I didn't get the meme. I don't know what game that was that would have done that. But they did indeed add content in this update. However, I am struggling to find the content. I need to see like at least what one of these looks like to decide if I should just cheat and use the trading cards that I have already, or if I should actually like try to seek it out. I don't know if there's going to be anything different or interesting on any of them. Alright, so we were... It doesn't even render anymore. Can I lag my game to get these to show up better? That setting doesn't seem to... It doesn't seem to be doing much for the planet. It's changing the horizon a little bit, but nothing else. What about distance detail? That's not doing anything either. I'm not sure how to get higher quality terrain from the planet view. Okay, this is helping a little bit. I'll go ahead and leave this on for now until I start losing frames. We'll see if that makes it a little easier to spot these. It's hard to tell. The way the game loads these in is a little bit all over the place. There was a tiny fissures biome right here underneath my base, I'm pretty sure. Knowing my luck, that's going to be the one that it actually was at, but we've got a few more to check here. We have 3 in this area, but there's no... No, hold on, there's that. I just saw some new content right there. That was content. We found new content over there. Yeah, okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna kind of zigzag. We're gonna try to hit several things, and then we definitely saw something that looked new over in that direction. So what is that direction? That direction is east. Taking a break from the movie you're watching, ask how the snails are. I specifically made sure to feed the snails just for you at the start of this. You'll be thrilled to know you can go back to the VOD, and that actually happened. Because I knew you'd eventually show up here to get mad at me if I hadn't been doing that. So we have Usagi in particular who is being fed right now. And Usagi's actually being like passively useful right now as well. Alright, so let's see. I want to zigzag down. There should be another one over here. There it is. Not seeing it. Again, I'm just looking at the compass to see if an indicator pops up. Alright, then there was a third one, I think, to the north. Which I think I explored already because we're back near the space elevator. And then there was a gateway over there. Maybe it wasn't to the north. Maybe I'm already disoriented. Alright, well, let's go look at that weird looking, like, roof structure brick thing over there. I don't know what that thing is yet. I have not spoiled myself on this content, so I don't know what I'm, like, signed up for here. So I think the gateway is over in this direction. And it was right next to that gateway, which is kind of scary because whatever that thing is, that could have generated on my base. And I probably would have just been screwed if that had happened because I don't think I can get rid of it. So I really, 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 really wish that there was a way to get rid of these new structures or move them or something when you're done with them. Because whatever that is, I probably don't want it in my base. I don't see anything in these fissures either. I also don't know why it only rendered, like, very briefly. I think it was over there. They have checks to not spawn stuff in bases. Didn't you mention earlier, though, about something spawning in a base? Or are those checks just not very good? Because, yeah, I don't want this in my base. If this had spawned, like, in the middle of my base, I would have been upset. So this is the Usagi indicator. Alright, devs, in what universe is this the fissures biome? Or is this not like what I was supposed to be finding here? Because last time I checked, this don't look like fissures. Why do I have 2 indicators on my compass? There's one right there, and then there's one like below it a little bit. I guess that's pointing to the trading card. You're just memeing. Yeah, I don't know. I think they supposedly have checks for that, but I don't know how well those checks work. I guess it's just one of them is for this structure here, and then one of them is for the trading card. Yeah, this... Last time I checked, this is not the fissure biome. Now, I could be crazy, but I'm pretty sure that is not what this is. What this looks like is their solution to rovers falling through the ground instead of actually fixing the terrain engine. Am I going to be able to make one of these? Because this wasn't even in the patch notes. Like, this needs to be something that you could print or put in your base somehow. Even though it's absolutely enormous and I have no idea how that would work, this is absolutely something that you need to be able to bring back to your base to like park your rovers on, because that would get people to stop whining about rovers falling through the ground, because that very clearly looks like what this is meant to do. And it looks kind of sick. I would actually like put this in my parking area because I can make room for this in my base. But without digging it up, I'm going to make the presumption that it is not possible to move this thing at all. Because it usually isn't. I'm just going to kind of go off of that assumption because I don't want to make a mess here. If anyone knows otherwise, feel free to tell me. Either way, though, I think we just found the one for Calidor. It was not in the fissures. No, we did not find it. Wait, what did I just find then? Wait, this is B. Okay, this is not the... You know what? This is not the fissures. Oh my goodness. Okay, hold on. Let me finish complaining. This is not the fissures biome, because this is not the content for this particular step of the mission. I think I accidentally found something from later on in the quest. Or thank you for the 10 gift subs. Everybody enjoy your subs. Enjoy your silly emotes. Thank you for doing this. I could only apologize that I still do not stream consistently because of reasons. We're just going to say because of reasons, but thank you so much for this. I do appreciate it. You never have to do this if you don't want to, but it is a kind gesture. I appear to have run out of hybrid rose seed. Alright, so unfortunately we have still not found what we were looking for. We have this. I should be able to find this again from space, so I'm not going to mark it down or anything. I think I could find this again because it did render and I know it's near a gateway. So I don't know why it rendered. It's so big and yet it like pops in and out for no apparent reason. So we checked this one already. There's a fissures biome over there. I don't see a closer landing site, so we're gonna go up in this direction here. Should be like east, southeast or something. I think, or is that north? Yeah, that's east, southeast. Alright, so we're gonna head off in this direction. Come on, Usagi, I'm counting on you. Oh, did you get one of the subs? Yeah, I didn't actually read off who got these. I think I recognize most of these names. There's a couple people I don't recognize. They might be lurkers, but either way, enjoy your sub. You don't have to watch pre-roll ads. You don't have to worry about mid-roll ads, because I never run mid-rolls anyways, but at the very least, you don't get pre-rolls for the 2 streams I'm likely to do before those subs run out. Assuming you don't have, like, Twitch Turbo or whatever anyways. Which even I'm considering getting at this point, because my god, the ads on Twitch just get worse every day. Alright, so I don't see anything here. I don't know if this was the one I was looking for. This one's pretty small. I think there's a bigger one in this direction. And I'm not sure of a better way to look for this, honestly. Like, this is not terribly productive. Like, I really feel like Usagi ought to show this from a way bigger distance for these quest items, because I seem to have to get really close for it to even show up to begin with. So that would only be useful if it was, like, buried and I was already in the right spot. When's my next stream? That's the thing. Nobody knows. Even I don't know when my next stream is, because I am super inconsistent. What the heck is this? Oh my god, I remember making this. This is an artifact of like one of my first streams of this game. This is when our base was at this gateway here, like initially, our first trip to Calidor before I picked out the actual site for the base. That's what this is. And like I made a small like rail system. I went down to like the first cave layer. I got some like, probably, I don't know what I got actually, tungsten's on the surface. I probably had a reason to come here. And then I just left it here as like an artifact of the past. Yeah, this is the South Pole base that I made initially, and then eventually we went and we made the base proper. Off in that direction, I think, is where it is. Near that supernova in the sky. I should probably set that to be something, like, viewable. Is Usagi still fed? Yes, okay, so the snails are still fed, and I am still no closer to finding this trading card. So that I could, like, progress the quest here. You're learning a lot even though you haven't played Astroneer. What you're learning is what the end game looks like for Astroneer, because I have things that you do not get to do until you basically have already finished everything there is to do in the game that they recommend for you. Okay, we got some Usagi indicators, but I don't think these are going to be useful. Yeah, it's just pointing us to more of these. No, we haven't actually been to this one now. I guess I'll just grab the gravity globe for whatever reason. How many hours do I have? Probably like 1,000. I don't remember. I checked it at some point. It's a lot. It's a big number. It is many hours. In this particular playthrough, like on the stream, it's probably like 200 or 300 at this point. I don't know how many exactly. I don't know how long I've streamed this game in this particular save. And then a lot of off-stream hours as well. I think I have more than 100 stream hours of this game. Now let's go to this one. I don't know if I hit this one yet. I was near that, but I didn't realize it was there. But we've been here for a while. I'm not sure if I just went right back to the same landing pad I took off from, because unfortunately these all start to like blend together. Come on. I'm not sure if I'm doing something wrong here, if this just isn't going to be a viable strategy. Or if it didn't spawn, but I mean, we've seen all the other stuff spawned in, so I feel like this should have shown up somewhere. Another Usagi indicator. I thought I saw another fissure biome kind of in this area. So the other one's over there. Yes, that's where we were just at. We landed there. God, I don't even know anymore. I wonder if we go to one of the other planets, and then if I just cannot find this at all, I will just like cheat and use one of the cards that I have already so we can progress the quest. I just want to see if there's anything unique on each planet specifically, or if it's just going to be like the same like copy-pasted structure with a giant canister on it. But this is not looking very promising here. Let's go ahead and check this one out. And then I'm going to go back to the base, I think, if this one doesn't have it. Yeah, this one's pretty small. We were already at this one. I recognize that structure I just saw there. Okay, let's go back to the base. We'll check the one that is like right next to the base that was like tiny and buried, because I mean, it's possible that the game generated it there anyways. And then if it's not there, I think we'll go to one of the other planets instead. Just save everybody some grief. Alright, so if it's going to be here, it's going to be in this area, because there was a fissures biome. Like, I don't know if it's going to pop up or not. This spot over here was a fissures biome. So Usagi is indicating these, I think, right now. Like, yeah, Usagi, I know. I know that these are here. I'm aware of what these are. But we're ideally looking for the one that they generated for us. Okay, a little bit more if it goes over in this direction. Yeah, I don't think we're getting anything out of this. Okay, let's go to a different planet. We're not accomplishing anything with this. Let's try like the solo or something small. It should be a little easier to search. And worst comes to worst, we just don't find all these structures. I might be able to find them myself, like off stream later. Ideally, I find them on stream. I'm going to leave the terrain at high quality. The frame rate's going to be a little bit lower than usual because my computer's struggling to render all the crap I have in this game. But I think it'll be better to have the high quality terrain just in case that like is the difference between us finding something or completely missing it. Regretting some of your choices. Great, you the one that set me out on this mission. I mean, I assume you had like at least some internal play testing. Did people just like get lucky and find it early? Like, am I getting trolled, I guess, is the question here. Am I just getting unlucky? Because, I mean, that's just how things usually go when I play video games. I gotta fight with the RNG to get things to go my way when I play these kind of games. But I feel like just having Usagi have a much longer range to find these mission items would probably solve this issue. Like, if you could be, like, 45 degrees along the surface of the planet, and Usagi would then detect these mission items, that would probably be good. Yeah, Tristis is Devin, chat. And has been helpful for various things when I clearly don't know what I'm doing, and is responsible for partially fixing the reason why this packager is floating in the air as well. Which I still appreciate that change. I just wish I could delete those particle emitters entirely. But it is definitely better than nothing. Are there any other mods with Minecraft? I would say we're talking about Minecraft right now. They're all broken. Like, all the fabric mods that I use are broken in 1.21. Like, I just have like some quality of life mods for Minecraft. I could like turn off like particle effects and stuff like on a toggle key. I have one that lets you like look straight down while you're flying with the Elytra. Some like HUD tweaks and stuff. But yeah, I don't have anything else really to say except the mini-map specifically. So where are we going right now? Wait, did I accidentally start the second... I accidentally started this quest, I think? Huh. I don't even know when I started this. Did I start this by just finding the additional schematic thing on Calidor? I guess I did, because I don't remember this being here. I'd have to check the VOD for that. Alright, well, we have two things to do now, actually, so let's go see what planets these are on. So the first one is on Disolo, Calidor, Visania, and Atrox. And then the second mission, I'm trying to click on that. I don't know why it's being so finicky. The second one is on Novus. There was something on Silva. Visania and Atrox again. Let's go to Atrox. Why is that closing when I click on it? I guess it always does that. I just use the arrow keys. Oh, I see what's going on. If you're hovering over this, the arrow keys scroll the box. That's why it was unresponsive. Okay, so Atrox Equator is the guideline that we had for that one. And then the second Atrox one is also on the equator, so let's go to Atrox and just circle the equator. I wonder if we'll be able to spot this from the rocket. There's definitely internal testing. There's a bit of this shouldn't be too easy or it would disrespect people who grinded out the LTEs. I mean, that's fair. That's a fair assessment. In my case, though, I'm an idiot and I'm trying to milk the game for content, so I'm going to try to do this anyways is the thing. And now I'm upset that it is so damn hard to find these things on Calidor because the only guideline I had was the fissures biome. And, well, there's a lot of those, and I don't know which one to go to. And I'm not completely positive that I'm not so far away that Usagi is just not picking up on it. So, like, my feedback on that would be, it's, I think, too hard to find it, like the way it's set up right now. Like, trying to figure out where it is shouldn't be, like, the biggest struggle, because I think the reality is that just circling a planet looking for something with minimal guidance is not particularly fun. Like, it's more interesting to, like, see the new content, or figure out, like, what items you need to bring and make, like, a second trip, than it is to just circle a planet for an hour trying to find something that you were just told it's in this one specific biome. That's how I feel about that. But anyways, we were told that it's on the equator of Atrox. So I'm actually following the grid lines of this planet here, which you can kind of see what's going on here if you look at like where these like creases in the terrain are. Internally, this game is using some kind of like sort of marching cubes algorithm to store these planets. It's basically Minecraft, but with some extra steps to make it look like sloped terrain under some limited like constraints. I think if they did it the way I think they did, there's only like 256 permutations of terrain shapes and then like a few sliders for how deformed each of those like terrain shapes is. But what I'm basically getting at is you can actually see the voxel grid underlying their like terrain engine. if you know what you're looking for. And if I follow this grid, that means I'm going to be dead centered on the equator. And similarly, I can look up, and that band of stars is also going to always be along the equator. So as long as I can keep myself lined up with this properly, we should be able to find the new content by circling the planet once, if Usagi is willing to show me where it is. And I mean, Devin Chat is free to correct me if I'm wrong about that, but if you don't want to dig into the technical details of your terrain engine, you don't have to. I don't know if you're allowed to or not, but like that's just my speculation for how it works based on what I know about this kind of terrain engine. Internally, they're using voxels with like a couple bytes of extra data to store like specifically which like triangles are drawn within the voxel to create the terrain. And I'm not seeing anything on the compass so far. Okay, you don't work on the terrain engine. Yeah, okay, that's understandable. I guess you might have someone who's specialized on that. I assume that's the same person who would be responsible for fixing rovers falling through the ground. Assuming they even still work at the company. I mean, again, you don't have to divulge internal conflicts or problems or whatever about like what's going on in the company. Like if whoever worked on your terrain engine left the company, I would imagine it would not be trivial to get somebody else up to speed on it at this point to fix the rovers falling through the ground. So it'd be interesting to know why that's been such a long-standing issue, but it might just be not practical to fix it. And as a software developer, I completely understand that. Because I, too, understand the agony of picking up code that somebody else wrote when they're not around anymore to ask them, like, what something does, and you're too afraid to touch it because it might just break. I don't know why I'm picking this up. I don't need any of these things, but I see collectible, I pick up collectible, because that is streamer, gamer brain rot. Alright, so I see something. Okay, let's assess the range of it, chat. So you see this Usagi icon on the edge of my compass? Let's see if we can figure out exactly how far away that is. Alright, so it kind of fades out as I go up. It's at about the same distance as the gateway, it looks like. So we were able to see from here all the way over to here. So they did actually buff the range, so thank you for that. It's not as crappy as the default Usagi range. Here it is. Okay, so this one was on the surface. We did not get another large, like, storage canister thing. I would have probably spotted this one anyways because it generated with a giant tumor underneath it. Oh, God. Dude, I hope this cannot generate inside somebody's base because, my goodness, I would be pissed if this just appeared in my base with this, like, terrain that you can't dig until you have a higher tier drill. Why is there just a random... It's just a random-ass wheel sitting on top of it. They're supposed to all have tumors. Well, the one on Glacio didn't spawn with a tumor, did it? That looks like there was just snow under it, unless I didn't go deep enough. You know what? I actually probably didn't dig deep enough for the Glacio one to see the tumor. They could definitely generate in bases. I don't like the certainty with which you make that statement. Like, I hope that wasn't intentional, and that's just a byproduct of, like, how you retroactively generate these. Like, you can't get rid of this thing, right? Like, I would not want this to be. The ones I've seen so far fail to have tumors. Alright. I'm not going to complain too much about that, because I would rather it didn't have a tumor under it, especially if I need to get rid of it. Like, I'm assuming that what happens with the game... There we go, we got it. I'm assuming that what happens with the game engine is that it just, like, has a seeded location for this structure, and it just puts it in here retroactively if you load the save and you haven't gotten the flag for this generating yet. And the problem with that would be if you had built your base in this spot and the seed thought that it was supposed to be in that particular spot, if it doesn't have any like check for whether you've modified that terrain with some fallback mechanic, it's just going to drop it in the middle of your base. And I'm assuming that that's what it does for these, and maybe I've just gotten lucky and none of these have generated in my base so far. But I would be kind of concerned if that was like the way that it worked every time. So I don't know if you could do anything about that. Like, I would think that you could have like a fallback mechanic where you have like a sequence of seeds. Yeah, Deformation 3 can dig it out, but can Terrain Mod 3 dig out the platform itself is the problem. Like, if you had this generate on top of your base, you couldn't get rid of this platform, I'm pretty sure. And that would be the thing I'd be concerned about. Like, you could definitely get rid of this, like, purple, not purple, what am I talking about? This gray, like, terrain down here, but I don't think you can get rid of the platform. Yeah, fixed forever. Well, you already heard my feedback on that. I would rather that that wasn't fixed forever. Like, I think once you finish the mission, you should be able to move that. Let's see, I think we knocked out both of those missions at the same time. Atrox Equator. Okay, so both of those trading cards were on the same platform together by the look of things. Oh, now clicking on it works. Why is... So when I click on this while I'm in the rocket, it closes the UI, I think. But then here it doesn't. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure why it was doing that, where it was closing that. Alright, let's go to the Solo. There are a few variables that led to them being like this. I mean, I guess I don't really know, like, internally how you have it set up. Just my feedback is I think all of the quest objects, you should be able to either destroy them or pick them up and move them after you finish the quest, so that if the player somehow loses it, it doesn't, like, matter anymore. Maybe even have, like, a way to recover, like, say the snail thing. If you ever do something with that content in the future, you have, like, a recovery mission for it that'll summon back, like, the little spawner for the snail mission, so you can get it back. In case you are an idiot like me and you attach a winch to it and you fly it into space and lose it. I'm just gonna land here. I didn't actually check where I needed to go on to Solo. But I feel like that would be like kind of like the one-size-fits-all solution to the problem. Is anything that is essential for a mission, add a quest to spawn it back in if you lose it for some reason, so you don't just like brick your save. And then from there, I feel like you should be able to just like unflag them as like immovable object once the mission is finished. And I think that probably won't screw anybody over to implement it like that. And then if it is in the middle of your base, you could just get rid of it if you don't want it there. Alright, so what are we supposed to be doing now? So, DeSolo Hills. And I don't think we had a secondary one. Alright, so we're just looking for something in DeSolo Hills. We know that Usagi's range is pretty good. So will we get lucky? As for what biome DeSolo Hills is, it's most likely just everywhere, pretty much. I think DeSolo only has craters and hills. This is craters, apparently. Maybe hills is something different then, actually. Oh, you know what? Hills might be this biome, so maybe we do have something a little more narrow. Hills. Okay, so hills looks like it's this, like, dark gray spike biome. Flats are these yellow areas, and then I think craters are, like, the gray, like, upper area. Cost to make things like these platforms recallable is an interesting discussion. I mean, I wouldn't mind if it costed something. If you want to make a bite sink, I mean, that would be fine. This game needs more bite sinks. Alright, Usagi found something. I mean, I would think it should be free, but like, if it costs something, I mean, that's not an inhibiting factor. I'm just not sure what the point of a cost would be, because it doesn't... I don't feel like the player could abuse the mechanic, is the reason why I'm not sure if a cost makes any sense. Like, you're not going to intentionally lose your platform in space and then have to recall it, but I mean, if you want to attach a cost to it, it doesn't hurt. Give us something to do with our bites. Alright, so this one wasn't too bad. We found it pretty quickly here. Oh, development cost. Okay, I thought you were talking about in-game mechanics. Yeah, everything has a development cost. That's why I'm not trying to be, like, super demanding about, like, how dare you not fix rovers falling through the ground. But I guess there is that side of it, like, how much development cost does it take? And I could pretend to know what I'm talking about and act like I know how much it would cost to make this change, but I don't know how your game works. I'm not the one to speak on that. Let's go to Visania. It seems to me like it would be straightforward, because I would think you just have to scan the world for that particular entity and just flag it as movable. But if that's like, I don't know if you have like object movability like baked into like the class or something and you don't have an easy way to change it, and that would be the reason why maybe it'd be harder to do that. But I can only speculate here and try to act like I know what I'm talking about. I am not a developer on this game, chat. I do not know for sure what I'm actually talking about. Yeah, I try not to be demanding. Again, don't don't take it personally that I whine a lot while I do these streams. It's because I want to see things changed, but I'm not upset at like anybody in particular because the thing that I want to be in the game isn't in the game. Because these things all do have development costs, and for a game like this, which is also multi-platform, like you have to test it on every platform. You have to integrate those changes into whatever like other updates you're currently working on. You got to make sure things work reasonably well for like a production release. So it's not necessarily trivial to do like whatever dumb shit that the streamer is asking for on Twitch. But I still want these changes, and I'm going to make it very clear what changes I want to be in this game in the hopes that maybe that'll like influence something to happen. Alright, so that was Model B. I think this was the only one in Visania. We're getting a lot luckier with these ones. I don't know how I was getting trolled so hard on Calidor. This one is literally right next to my landing pad, well, by some chance. I don't know why I'm grabbing this battery. I just want this thing to look clean. So we have at least a couple of these like parking garage plaza arcade looking things. I don't know what these are called. I don't know what the name is for them. But we have a couple of these at least. I would love it if I had a way to move these around, honestly, or print these. Because like these are really cool looking. Like this would be so good if I could set up a couple of these to park my rovers on. Like it looks really nice compared to like my flat untextured base. So if you want something else to consider for development costs, like if you give players a way to actually make these things, I'm assuming that you can't make these in this update simply because I don't see any mechanical way to implement a printer that could make these. But I would love the ability to make one of these things and put it in my base, because I have a spot that I would put it. I think I had another thought going and I completely lost what it was. So Model A is in the mountains. And I think we found the additional one. Alright, so we're not done yet. We do have a second one to get in Visania. And I think this hideous, wretched biome over here is the mountain biome. You're just going through Spelunky mods. There's probably good ones out there. There's a lot of Spelunky mods that I just haven't like even considered looking into. Someday I'll probably do a Spelunky stream with some remix ones. Tricks Yogurt Hills. Okay. I guess that's one way to call it. This does have kind of like a yogurt colored vibe. It's got like yogurt scoops in it too. Yeah, these kind of look like frozen yogurt or like ice cream scoop trees or something. With tricks hanging off them. This is a weird looking biome. I never really thought about it like that. I said it was a wretched biome specifically because if you've ever tried to drive a rover through this biome, or really any of Visania, it was probably agony. I do not like Visania. Visania is a terrible place because it is so hard to drive around on this planet. I don't think I want any of that stuff. Yeah, so I think we're just kind of like, we're just gonna do this blind. We're just kind of winging it and hoping that I stumble across what I'm looking for here. We know that the Usagi indicator for this is pretty good, and we don't know if the tumors are guaranteed to generate because they apparently don't work correctly, so I can't like fly up into space and count on spotting that. So I'm just gonna sort of blindly fly around. Well, not blindly, as in like unguided. I'm just kind of aimlessly wandering, hoping that I stumble across it. I'm sort of spiraling up towards the north. DeSolo Bestolo. I mean, DeSolo is not exactly thrilling to ride around with in a rover either. Honestly, Calidor is probably one of the best planets to rover around other than Silva. The problem with Silva is if you get cut off by a forest, you just don't get to go that way anymore. If you've ever tried to drive a rover through a forest on Silva, it's also terrible. Okay, Usagi is finding that. Don't care about that. We're getting pretty close to the North Pole. I don't know if I explored this one or not. And then what we'll do is we'll fly down to the South Pole and then we'll spiral up from there. And if I still haven't found it, I'll probably just move on to another planet. This one's pretty big though. There's a decent chance it's here. I see something. Is that it? And we have another failed tumor generation. But this looks like what we were looking for here. I should probably be putting beacons on this in case I need to find these again later, just in case the devs actually make it so that you can move these. Let's see, what color do I want to use for these? What have I not done yet? Orange for rovers, gateways. Yellow. Yeah, let's use yellow. We'll just use yellow for that. And there's a leak on it for some reason. I don't know if the leaks are coming back, but we have that now. Look how happy it is. Alright, I don't see anything else I want here. Your tumors. Look, I don't know why they're not generating. You're gonna have to go in and figure that one out yourself. I mean, this is a very old save, so I have no idea if that affects it in some way. I don't know what version of the game I generated this save in, but whenever my first stream came out, that was when I generated this save. So it could have something to do with that. I don't know how much like legacy crust is stored in the save files for this game, like based on how old it is, or there's just something else wrong with it. I, for one, am glad that the tumors aren't generating, so I am sincerely glad that this feature is broken, because it just means that I don't have to deal with that if one of these does generate somewhere that I don't want it. So I'm sorry to say that I'm happy that your tumors aren't working correctly. Alright, where are we going now? Well, we'll go back to Calidor, I guess, to pick up another beacon. But besides that, where are we going? So we gotta go to Novus, Silva, and then for the other one, yeah, there's a bug for you. Clicking on the mission journal thing while you're in a rocket just closes it. Instead of clicking on these items, it just closes the mission log when you click like that. So you have to specifically like use arrow keys to navigate around it, but only when you're in a rocket or maybe a vehicle. I haven't checked that yet, so I gotta use arrow keys. Calidor. Yeah, it's just gonna be Calidor after that, so we need to go to Novus. Yeah, Novus Flats, whatever that is. Okay, let's go back home though to get another beacon. I want to be able to mark these out. True Crown is honestly easy to control. That's not the problem, it's stressful. That's why I don't like the True Crown. It's Spelunky 2 again. Back to Calidor. Like, I'm not scared of the True Crown. I hate the True Crown because it just... I have to be ready for the damn teleport every 22 seconds. It's just stressful. And that is the last thing I need in a game that's already incredibly stressful to play. Is a teleport every 22 seconds. That can just instantly kill you if you're looking in the wrong direction when it kicks in. It's just not a fun item. Alright, let me unload some of this garbage here. How much room do we have on that silo? Probably enough. I'll just grab a second one just in case I need it. And my frame rate's a little bit crusty here in the base because I still have the render distance like set to high quality. We'll be fixing that in a bit. I want to keep it high though while I'm looking for these structures to give myself like every chance of finding the biome I'm looking for. So we'll do that, put these on the ground. They definitely will not fall through the floor. That has never happened to anyone ever. Okay, I think we're good to go on that. How many beacons do I have? I think I've been storing these on this silo, right? Let's get a couple more. I know I didn't put beacons like on the other ones, but if I stumble across them during my endeavors later on, I can always just go back and beacon them, and then you never know. If the devs actually make it so that we can move those sick-looking platforms, I could go back and pick them up and bring them to my base here, which would be kind of awesome. Let me just go ahead and research these. There we go. Alright, so we'll do Calidor again last. Let's go to Novus now. How much fuel do we have? Can't really see it very well. Oh, I can just look at the launches. Yeah, we have 15 launches. We'll be fine. Alright, so we've only had like, I think 1 out of like 5 or 6 tumors generate correctly. Let's see if you get lucky with this last one. So back to, or over to Novus. I don't know if there's supposed to be tumors underneath those parking like plazas or shelters or whatever. The covered parking structures. I don't know if those are supposed to have them or not. I think it said flats. I don't know what biome that is. It's probably the biome like, yeah, I think it's that lowland biome under the gateway. Let me try to land where my base is. Oh, never mind. It's right there. My God, look how big these things are. These things are enormous. Look at the absolute size of these things compared to the planet they're on. Now the moons are half the radius of the normal planets, but I mean those are still just enormous structures. And for anyone who's not aware, I think if I recall correctly, the size of the moons is, I think, 800 meters in diameter. Or like, I would consider a meter to be 1 voxel because that makes the Astroneer about 2 meters tall, which I think checks out reasonably well. So these planets are basically 800 meters across in diameter for the moons, and then the regular ones are 1600. They're twice as big. So these planets are simultaneously pretty big while you're on them, but realistically they're very, very, very small. It's kind of interesting because it's not too hard to have a structure like this or to build a base that you can just literally see taking up a substantial portion of the planet's surface. Like, it's probably the right scale, I think, for the planets in this game, for them to have done it this way. That was the only one on this planet, right? Like, I like the size of these. I don't think they need to really be any bigger or smaller. It's kind of like spot on. It feels just right. It's not overwhelmingly big. So you can get around reasonably quickly. But then it's not so small that you just run out of things to find if you're looking for them. So we have Silva. That was the one I was missing. We gotta go to Silva and then Calidor. And then this one here is also on Calidor. Alright, so we gotta go to Silva real quick. Oh, hold on, I was gonna mark this out. That's why I brought these beacons. That was the whole point of this. And we were gonna use yellow for that. Here we got a nice like piss mustard yellow looking beacon there. So I can find that later if I ever need it. Alright, to Silva. How big that thing is, my god. Yep, and suddenly low resolution. Just suddenly nothing. Because the version of Novus that we were seeing there is the version that you get over here when it's rendering from this far away. Like, there's no level of detail on the planets when they're fake like this and you're flying to another planet. So you get like a really, really crusty looking planet depending on how far away it was. I mean, to be clear, I think there is a level of detail, but I don't believe it changes based on your position. I think it's based on how far away the planet you're on is from the thing you're looking at in space. So it just ends up with really crusty looking moons when you do that. Why would a red beacon be blood ketchup color? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not quite actually. It's a slightly brighter red color, I think. So I don't know if I would say it's blood necessarily, but yeah, we just call it that. Why not? It's definitely ketchup. I would definitely say that the red beacon is ketchup colored, and then the yellow one is mustard. Because for some reason, if I see those two colors, I immediately think of condiments. I have a problem. This is a me problem. All right, but let's see. Do I need any of this crap? Not really, no. I don't think I even used Usagi to find that other one because I just saw it from space. Alright, did it say where this was on Silva? I mean, that's a rhetorical question, it did. Silva Plains. Well, shit. Like, 90% of the planet is plains. Alright, well, let's go. Is this thing gonna run out soon? No, I'm looking at the bar on top of that like pentagon. Yeah, we have a bit. We have a few minutes. So hopefully we get lucky and we can find this. So what I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna beeline for the South Pole and then I'm gonna sort of spiral my way to the north, trying to find this. I'll stay over plains biomes whenever possible. I suppose I could do an orbit of the planet first to actually see if I could spot the structure. The thing is, I don't know which one it's going to be. I don't know if it's going to be the parkade or if it's going to be the, whatever, the big funny platform looking thing. I don't know which one it is, and I feel like I can only spot the big parking structure from like the surface of, or from orbit rather. Now that might be because my object detail is too low, but I'm already having frame rate problems as it is. Alright, Usagi, what'd you find? I do not care what's in that. There's nothing that could be in that I care about, and we're not even going to bother looking. Alright, I believe this is the South Pole, so we can start spiraling from here. Yeah, okay, that's the South Pole with the space elevator. That connects to Calidor. Calidor is right there. That goes off the North Pole of Calidor, straight up into the South Pole of Silva. I love that space elevator. It's so cool. I'm so glad that there were enough bugs that allowed me to actually do that. Enough like game engine jank that I could exploit to make it happen. Like bugs don't have to be a bad thing as long as they're fun. Alright, so this is the starting base. This is where the whole thing began. We made this beautiful little arrangement here, just putting random crap. We have the monument. The monument doesn't look like anything in particular, it's just a monument. Don't ask any questions. Fur emotes. Give me fur emote. I don't know what you're talking about. By the way, I apologize about the bitrate crust. This is just what happens. Oh, you're talking about Severin's thing. Yeah, Seb's got all the soft emotes or whatever. I don't remember the full name of that streamer. Which they're kind of adorable. Like I don't even mind it. Those are cute emotes. I wish I had good emotes, but I'm too lazy to get Jess to draw good ones for me, so I just haven't like asked her to do it. I want to ask. I mean, I would pay for it. And why is did the streamer rename them? Why is soft the name for the emotes? I mean, I guess technically, like, partners can change that. I don't know why that's the name for the emotes, though, then, if that's not the streamer's name. Yeah, at some point here, after I have a job and more income, I'll probably talk to Jess again to see if I can get some new emotes drawn. Get my own noted emote, because that would probably go really well with, like, the crow sign character. I mean, it's fucking based on Dexter from Dexter's Lab. Like, it would work perfectly to just have, like, a clipboard. I could absolutely get a noted emote for the character, and it would fit right in. That's probably one of the first ones I would commission. But I'm not going to ask her to draw them for free, because the artists already have enough trouble as it is, so I'm just going to get more money and then commission emotes if it comes to that. Which didn't want to give him 3-letter prefix, or it was taken. I would guess it was taken, more likely. Though I don't know if there's a limit on how short the prefixes can be. I think for affiliates, or by default, you get like 6 or 7. I think 6 is the shortest I've seen for an affiliate, but I could be wrong. I'm not sure how they generate it, or if they have somebody who has to actually... You know what, you can trade for these. I'm not even going to pick this one up. I don't need a gravity globe. But yeah, I don't know what exactly the rules are for how they name like affiliate emotes and stuff, and whether it's different for partners. What I do know is that partners could actually choose their prefix, and affiliates don't get the option to do that. So what it'll do is I think it tries to pick like a few characters of your name. I say it might actually be a person who has to choose like what your prefix is, but the system that they have in place tries to pick like 6 or 7 characters like of your name, and they add some numbers to it if it doesn't fit. And in my case, they got cosine 2. So they just cut off the 5, 6, and presumably that was good enough, and like it wasn't taken. So I didn't have like a weird like number suffix on any of my emotes. They get 6 first from name and then number if it's taken. Do you think it's just a coincidence then that I got 2 as my 7th character? Or do you think like it has something in place to deliberately do that if you happen to have a number in that spot? I wonder then if I got lucky and there's only one other cosine that's an affiliate. You got 9. Oh my god, I got lucky then. Okay, so it wasn't even based on that. Oh, let's go. That works out. And that allowed us to have cosine 2 times 2 for the 4 emote. So, I mean, everything kind of like worked out. What do we got here? I mean, chat, you know I have to collect all the garbage on this thing. I need to collect as many of these curious items as possible so that I can post on Reddit asking what they do and just have like 70 of them on a silo somewhere. Because that's what you do on Reddit when you play this game. You don't like try to innovate. You don't try to think about like what anything does. You don't try to have any interesting problem solving. You see something unfamiliar in Astroneer, you immediately ask what it is on Reddit. That's the proper way to play Astroneer, from what I understand. Never figure out anything for yourself. I am still not... Oh, no. No, stop. Stop! Stop! Let's see here. Don't worry, we can save this chat. We're fine. Everything is fine. They still haven't fixed that bug. We just gotta plant a few of these and not close our backpack to make the hissing stuff. Oh no, no, you actually redeemed one of those. Look at that 4, man, look at that resolution. I'm glad at least there's actually a use for the high resolution version of these emotes now, because I don't know like where it was possible to see that before they added this feature. Unfortunately, I don't like on-screen celebration, and it's stupid, but at the very least, I get some bits for it. Like, that's why it's 64 bits. I actually marked that one up because it's kind of annoying. But thank you for the bits in any case. I hope you enjoyed your 4s. Your cosine 2 times 2s. I'm waiting for these to grow, by the way. Yeah, so for anyone who doesn't know what I'm whining about here, like if you're not an affiliate, I don't even know if they mentioned this anywhere on Twitch, but they added what are called, I think, what are these called actually? Power-ups, that's what they call these. They added chat power-ups. And this is basically a feature that partners and affiliates get that you cannot turn off under any circumstances that allow you to like mess around with like chat messages and emotes. I cannot turn these off. I can only change the prices on them. The lowest price I could go for is 10 channel points. The highest I think is like $10 or something, but I'm not going to do that. Or was it 100? Oh my god, it's 10,000 bits? Oh good lord. Yeah, I said channel points. I meant bits. They cost bits, not channel points. They cost real money. The sentiment is nice. Like, it's actually, I'm not like upset about the feature, like fundamentally at its roots. I need to get one of these pretty soggy as well. I'm not like fundamentally upset that the feature exists. I'm upset that like I can't turn any of them off at all. It is impossible. So I'm just kind of stuck with them forever is what it boils down to, even if I don't like them. And I don't mind the ones that show up like just in the chat box, but on stream celebration actually like floods the screen with emotes, which is really annoying. And I don't like streams that were already doing that because it's just irritating to look at. Thankfully, I don't think it shows up in the VOD. So that's like only like on your chat client that renders, but it's still annoying. And I wish I could just turn that one off because I don't like having visual distractions on my stream. But it's stuck there. I set it to 64 bits, so if you want to give me 64 bits, you can do it. If I didn't want you to do it, I would make the price higher. But I've like lowered like the odds of somebody wanting to use it by doing that, I think. I think I just ran out of creative mode flight. Oh boy, this is a mess. Do I have any more of those? I have 2 of the cheap ones. These are the cheap rose seeds. I think I ran out of the good ones because I didn't restock. Yeah, these only last for like 5 minutes, I think. So we got 10 minutes on the surface of this planet before I have to go back and get more of these. I'm just waiting for these to finish growing in. Okay, we gotta be soggy now. I could top off the rest of that later. So let me put these back, wait for this to finish. Don't mind me. I'm just figuring things out as I go here. I wasn't expecting to run out of these, but I completely forgot to restock my snails. Hopefully they don't get out of sync is what I'm really worried about. It doesn't show up in clips. Okay, yeah. I figured it wouldn't for the simple reason that it would actually, like, here's the deal. I think if I charge 10 bits for the one that like shows up on your screen, like the emote celebration or whatever, I think that would actually cost Twitch money every time somebody redeemed it if it cost 10 bits, because what they would have to do is they would have to render that, like they would basically have to take my stream, like my encoded stream, they would have to run processing on it to encode the on-screen celebration into the stream and then re-encode it for viewers. And what that would boil down to is setting up like the servers to do that, especially for like bigger streamers that always have transcoding turned on and get a lot of those redeems. I think that would actually cost Twitch more money to do that, to constantly have to manipulate live streams and encode like visual information into them, to the point that I think they wouldn't have done that even if they like had like considered doing it, which I don't know if they did. So we got lucky in that sense, that those are not actually going to show up on stream at all, and I don't think they are ever going to, because it just costs them more money to do it. They bake it into the servers. Thankfully, they did not attempt to do anything of the sort. Why are you dono-walling me? What do you mean? I'm not talking to a wall. I'm having an engaging conversation with chat. Can't believe this. It's so rude. Also, why have I not found this yet? What is this? Is this the same curse that I haven't had on Calidor? No, no, Kaya's just toxic is all. Why do I redeem? Oh, yeah, you told me to hydrate. Okay, alright, bad streamer. Bad streamer, I get it, alright. Point and laugh. I need to make a sound alert for hydrate specifically. There we go, I did, I hydrated. Thank you for that. I am a bad streamer, I understand. But sometimes you dono wall me for no reason. And I don't know what it was for. So I never know for sure. Alright. You want to make a poll? Then knock yourself out. I'm not going to actually do it. Like, that's not how polls work. But you are free to make the poll. However, that poll has no legal value. Like, I will not actually be banning anybody for a poll. As amusing as that might be. But we could get a community consensus on whether or not Kai is stinky. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna have to vote yes, I think. I'm voting yes. I'm sorry. I'm toxic. But we will not be banning for this poll. This is just a public opinion poll. And like public opinion polls in the real world, this doesn't actually matter and will not affect anything. There we go. I still don't know why I keep picking those up. So this is not looking good. I have almost spiraled all the way to the North Pole, I think. Maybe not actually. I don't see the gate. Oh, there it is. Yeah, we're okay. We're pretty close, and we still have not found this, so I'm getting a little bit concerned. I need to stop collecting these things, chat. But they're collectibles. They're unique. I need it. Yeah, we got another nipple at least. I want to find some marbles. I want to find some LRDs or whatever they're called. I call them marbles because that's what I called them before the devs gave them a name. I don't know where this is. Need a hint? I mean, okay, let me get to the North Pole first. I don't care what this is. Let me get to the North Pole first, and then I'll take my hint. Like, I've just been spiraling my way up, so something tells me that we're not going to find this anyways. Demon orbs, yeah, you call them that, or demon cores or something. Yeah, it's not looking like I'm going to find this, and the fact that you're willing to give me a hint tells me that my technique is probably lacking. The heck is this? Oh, another one of these. There are so many of these on Silva. Are these more common on Silva than other planets? Because I swear, I find way fewer of them anywhere except Silva. And they're just absolutely everywhere here. Alright, well, we're closing in on the last bit. Alright, well, that didn't accomplish anything. Silva Plains. Is this not the Plains biome? Plains. Alright, give me the hint. Lay it on me. Why am I bad at this game? Why can't I find this? Critique my technique. Oh god. Oh god, my legs. Alright, we have 5 more minutes to find this. I'm gonna wait till I get the hint. Silva's platform should be big enough to see from orbit. Okay, so it's one of the parking structures, maybe. Well, the question is, how the hell did I miss it? Am I really that bad at this, or is it just in the wrong spot? Oh god, there's clouds though. Got cloud cover. Alright, I'm gonna do a quick orbit, and then if I can't find it, we'll do a slow one. I just want to see if it like pops in. The plume firs are the trees with feathered looking. Well, yeah, I know that. Are we? What is that related in some way? We're on the plains. It says it's in the plains biome, so there shouldn't be any trees there. Yeah, I'm not spotting this, so I'm gonna go ahead and slow down. We're gonna have to like carefully look under the cloud cover to see if we spot it. I think I'm gonna look up at this angle. I'm looking at like the top, like through the clouds to see if I can find it, or maybe the tumor that generates under it, if that actually worked. There it is. Okay. How the hell did I miss this? What's wrong with me, chat? I don't understand. Maybe, like, did I just, like, happen to skim past this and just not see it at all? Was it on stream and I'm just actually that bad at this? Alright, well, we found it. It was indeed in the plains biome, so regrettably, I think we categorize this one as a skill issue. I'm assuming these ones don't generate tumors under them, so I think it's just the other type that's bugged. Oh, interesting. I could actually put the rocket on this structure. Just give me a second, chat. I'm thinking if I could weaponize that. Because this is uncommon. There's like one other platform, like tall platforms, I think, that allow you to do this. Up, the votes are in. Kai is in fact stinky. The people have spoken. However, I will not be delivering a ban for that, because I too am probably stinky, because it is very hot and gross here. So I mean, can I really criticize somebody for being stinky in my chat? Alright, I'm trying to get that beacon out of here. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if there's anything useful I could do with this. Can I put other platforms on this? There's one of these on Calidor, so I could always screw around with that. I just wonder what other stuff I could attach to it. Because this is the same mechanic, I think. The ability to like interact with an object with the terrain tool means you can put rockets on it. You can probably attach platforms to things like this as well. So this is not really a platform in that sense. This thing has like a different like physics like property to it. And we were able to use the sides of tall platforms to build the space elevator, which you can't see right now, it's not visible, but I just wonder if there's any other way I could weaponize this, because boy do I love weaponizing things. So let's set this to mustard. There we go, we got mustard. And I think we have found all of these now. Alright, except Calidor. Yeah, we got the Aatrox one, because they were both there. Yeah, it's just Calidor, and I found one of them, but there's two structures on Calidor that we're looking for here. Alright, let's go back home and then actually feed the snails properly. And in the case of Calidor, we know that we found the giant parking structure, so I unfortunately have to look for the smaller platform. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to spot that. What I'm going to do actually is go to Novus, because we know that I think Novus had the smaller structure, if I recall correctly. I want to see if that's visible from space before I, like, go looking for this again. No, Novus had the big one. Let's see, which planet generated the tumor? That was Aatrox that generated one with the actual, like, flooring underneath it. Yeah, okay, let's go to Aatrox, and I want to just see if those are visible from space before I continue to do this. Because I am having a lot of trouble finding it. I will like set all of my graphics to the max to see if I could spot it from space, if it comes to that. So Aatrox was on the equator. We have high quality terrain enabled. Unfortunately, Aatrox is also covered in gross clouds, so it might be really hard to see this. Like even if I kind of roughly know where it is. I don't want to land and look for it again because I don't have enough flight to do that. So maybe we just go back to Calidor and take a second crack at it and see if we get lucky. Because I'm probably not going to be able to see this through the clouds, even though we know it was on the equator. Like, it could be under all that and I would never know. Yeah. It's not looking good. I don't know why sometimes the quality on the surface gets really high for like just a second and then drops back down. It's always been a little bit crusty and inconsistent. Okay, let's just go back to Calidor and see if we could find it on a second pass. See if it was truly a skill issue or if it was in a weird spot where there was no way I was going to see it. Don't you guys have cringed me. I'm not the one that got voted as a stinky chat member, alright? You know, you redeem a poll to decide if I'm stinky or not and see what the people think, if you want to fight fire with fire here. Because I'm just saying, the people have spoken. Brezulina, is that how you pronounce that? Hello. I don't remember. I think I've seen you before, but I don't remember how to pronounce your name. That's a cute emote. Now that's good. I like that specific one. Gigantify an emote, I don't mind that at all. I think that one's good. Like, I have no gripes about that one because that's not really disruptive to the stream. It doesn't take up a ton of space in the overlay. I like that one. That's a good feature, and I'm glad that Twitch added that. It's the one that like spams my screen with the emotes that I don't particularly care for. Man, we're going through so many of these rose seeds. And of course, thank you for the bits. I don't think I'm going to thank people for the bits every time they use that specific redeem, because that essentially is like you kind of reward yourself like by using it. So I'm probably not going to like specifically call out thank you for the bits when people do that. I have it reasonably cheap. I'm not going to mark it up a bunch. So you decide if that's worth 16 cents plus whatever inflation Twitch puts on it. I don't remember. It's like 40% more or something to buy them, I think. I think this is where I was putting those seeds. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, and then let me go top off all of these. That one's gonna run out soon. I think I'll grab a second one and hold on to it. I don't know how long it's gonna take me to find this. Hopefully not long enough for Usagi to get hungry again. You're hungry. I regret to inform you that I can't solve that problem for you. You have to figure that one out yourself. Like, I can't give you these delicious seeds that I'm feeding to the snails. Whatever this thing is. How does this thing look like? This thing looks nasty, honestly. I would not eat that. Like, that looks disgusting. That thing would be so bitter and wretched to consume. I would not eat that. We can all speculate on like which of the snail foods is the tastiest. Like maybe these ones taste like hard candy, but the rest of these, I don't know if I would eat any of this stuff. I probably would not. You ordered food, excellent. That's probably the right way to handle that problem instead of letting me ramble about which seeds are the tastiest. Let's make a tier list, chat, of like what the most delicious Astroneer items are. We'll just make a tier list of that, and it'll have every item on it, and you judge it based on how good you think it would taste. That's the kind of content I think that people come to my streams for. Chinese asparagus. Pour some oyster sauce on it, and you'll eat it. Okay, well, there's somebody that wants to eat that then. I mean, technically the plant it makes isn't toxic anymore, at least not externally, but I don't know if that'd be safe or not. I wouldn't recommend doing that, but it's your funeral. Alright, so we got one more go at this. So I think Usagi is indicating these over here. Yeah, the like pale icon is what we're looking for, but that is pointing to these. Because yes, we have all these already, but then again, I want to find like the actual like generator location for the seeds that they added in this update. If nothing else, because I want to know where like the parking platform is. Yeah, boomaloons aren't too bad. That's this one right here. It's got like some yogurt or something squirting out of it. This one actually might not be that bad. This is like a fruit gusher or something. Like this one might not be awful. I would not eat this thing on the right though. I would not eat a hispine seed. Would highly not recommend. Alright, so I think we gotta go back into orbit. Are gushers still around? They probably are. I feel like every now and then, like one of those like 90s foods, like Capri Suns or whatever, will just like come back, and it's just like, oh yeah, that still exists actually, just nobody cares about them anymore. Maybe people care about them anymore. I don't know. I'm not a kid anymore, so I don't. Believe it or not, as a grown-ass man, I don't just like get excited about eating candy all the time. So I actually have no idea. Am I forgetting something? I think we're good. I don't get excited about like eating candy and stuff all the time anymore, so I have no idea if fruit gushers still exist. You had one today. All right, well there we go. Confirmed. Fruit gushers still exist. Mutant pistachio seems decent. Okay, we're actually having this conversation, aren't we? So that there was the parking platform. which isn't what we're looking for. So let's crank up the graphics. Let's get them graphics. So what we want here is, we probably want all of these things actually. So it was 1, 2, and off. So we're maxing those out in the hopes that if there's like some like level of detail cut off on this, it'll show up now. And this has dropped my frame rate down to like 30, so we're not going to be doing this for the whole stream because my potato is struggling to run this game. But I'm just trying to see if I could spot it. That looks like a wreckage. That's a wreck. And if it's near the poles, then unfortunately this is going to be very difficult to do. You get excited for video game releases? Well, yeah, I do too. I'm waiting for that damn like Factorio update to come out, and Shapes too. Though that is the kind of content that I'm interested in now. I don't get excited about Halloween and getting a bunch of cheap candy at Walmart. I get excited about like, oh man, a sick video game release is coming out soon. That's the kind of thing that gets me going. Half-Life 3, yeah. I don't know if I want to break it to you. I don't know if that's happening. 7 TV plugin messing with better. Oh, you mean like the vibrating thing? That has never worked properly on the overlay. I can't do anything about that. Go complain to Streamlabs. That doesn't look like it. Yeah, the pipes, I know, I've been reading those updates. The pipes are just they're just going to work now instead of being finicky. Like, it's one of those changes that, like, it's kind of sad to see the complexity of the mechanic go away, but it's probably for the best that the pipes in Factorio are not going to suck as much anymore. Alright, so that, again, that's the one that we found already over there. This is our second orbit now, chat, and I still haven't spotted this thing. So this is not looking good. It's either near the poles or it just doesn't render from this distance, and we're gonna have to go back down and find it. Dude, like, I can't even see that biome, like, when it's unloaded like that. I don't know why the level of detail when you're orbiting a planet is so finicky. Yeah, we're gonna do one more orbit, and if I don't spot it, we're just gonna have to go down and look for it again. And if I can't find it after another pass, we're just gonna give up on that. We're gonna grab the one that we have already. Like, what the heck is that? Right there. What is that? Why am I able to see whatever this is from orbit, but I can't see this platform? I wonder if the terrain is, like, rendering over the top of it, like, due to the way that the resolution works on it, like the level of detail. And yet I can see whatever that thing is. What is that? I don't know what that is. I'm landing. I'm gonna go check that out. What is that? Alright, alright, chat, enjoy your 30 FPS stream while we fly around the planet here looking for this level of detail. Oh my goodness. Like, why was I able to see whatever this was? It's one of those, like... What the heck is this? I'm gonna dig this out. What is this? Oh, okay, it's one of these, like, little landy things. I don't know why these rendered from so far away. I don't even want any of that stuff. But for some reason, I was able to see that, and I still can't find this damn, like, platform structure-looking thing. Alright, Usagi, help me out here, buddy. We know that you can see these from pretty damn far away, so where is it? Where it at? We got all the polygons. Usagi's not even pinpointing this one. I wonder if that goes away if you loot it. I mean, I looted the research item. Why is Usagi not, like, highlighting this? I guess I don't know what the threshold is. Like, what... Not threshold, but, like, what the requirement is for that thing to be interesting to Usagi. Who is on my back and is definitely fed right now, so it should be working. I just got to assume that there's nothing over there and that it's not broken for some reason. Sometimes it's hard to tell. Did Usagi break? Okay, well that's ominous. Alright. Let's do this. I was wondering if that just wasn't... I thought Usagi points to the entity of the wreck itself, right? Like, that's why I was a little bit caught off guard by that. Like, we know Usagi was working earlier, so I don't know if something went wrong. Let's reload the save. And 12.7 megabytes. I think that'll go back down. I don't know why the size of your save file depends on like what you have loaded at the time. Maybe it like caches some like local information too, so it loads in faster, but that'll go back down, I think, if I go back to my base and stop exploring a bunch. I don't understand the save file format for this game. At some point it'd be interesting to learn how it actually works. Because if I could figure out how to decipher it, I could go look for like specific entities and just see like what their actual coordinates are in the world. Maybe we could go back to that old save file where I lost the Eagle Lander and see if it was actually like buried in the planet somewhere, or if it bounced back into space. But I'd have to figure out how to decipher the save file format, which means I have to figure out how to read an Unreal 4 save, and then I have to figure out how the devs stored the saves in this game. And it's a lot of work, and it's not something I want to bother doing right now. It should be an interesting like project to do at some point. Okay, well, I don't remember where that wreck was anymore. Hold on. Great. Was it this thing? Let's go over to this thing. I think it was this one. Let's see if Usagi's working again. We do have an indicator now. I'm pretty sure Usagi is no longer broken. Alright, well, there's a bug for you. I don't know what caused that, but Usagi just stopped working for some reason and wasn't detecting that wreck anymore, and presumably wasn't detecting anything else actually. So let me do another pass over this thing. But I don't see the new icon anywhere, so yeah, I don't think it was here anyways. But yeah, Usagi broke for some reason. Why do I even bother feeding these snails? It's like pre-patch Usagi that just didn't do anything. I don't have a plan, by the way, chat. I am just moving in an almost straight line, hoping that I find it. Because I tried to be thorough and it didn't work. Yeah, we got some Shapes music now. Some soothing tunes to listen to while I aimlessly circle the desert. I don't have a song command. Well, the song command is me doing this. Someday I'll set that up, but I gotta set up a streamer bot for that. Because like, this is, I've said this before, this is not like a Spotify playlist. This is some garbage that I hacked together myself that uses YouTube videos and potentially local files, though I don't have any of those set up yet. And I don't have a bot of any sort hooked into it that can like respond in chat. When that time comes, I will probably make a song command for it, but that time has not come. How many subs? No, we're not doing this. Doesn't matter how many subs you give me, that's not going to change the fact that I have to get around to it. And my laziness and my procrastination know no bounds. It's something I want to do, but I allot time for myself to work on like programming projects and stuff, and there's just other things that have had a higher priority than that. I still gotta work on the tool-assisted speedrun stuff for Spelunky, because there's changes I need to make to that, and they've been taking way too long to finish. Because, I mean, it's gonna require some scripting. I'm gonna set up a streamer bot to do it, because I want it to be running, like, in-house. I don't want to have some, like, hacky external setup with somebody else hosting it. Like, it would just be something I would run on my own PC during the stream that would just send bot messages on my behalf that could just read from my local state. And that means I don't have to forward any ports or do anything else weird to make it work. And I'm lazy. I don't care what this is, I'm not checking this. Alright, we're gonna check this again. What are the rewards for this? Oh, we got large rover CP. I guess that's what the additional one was. Calidor Fissures. That is all the information we have to work with. It is in the Calidor Fissures biome. This is the only one I'm struggling to find for some reason. And that should be this biome right here. Which seems to be very finicky. Like, this is clearly the Fissures biome. You have to go like all the way down here for it. I would think that Usagi could spot it from above it. God, I don't know. I mean, I've been keeping an eye on the compass even when I'm not in the fissures biome, and it still hasn't popped up. What was that indicator? That might be a marble. Hold on, we're going down for a second. It's in the ceiling. How far down am I? I think I'm in second layer. I want whatever's in the ceiling there, chat. I want that marble. How do I get back up? Don't make me dig, game. Don't make me dig a hole. There we are. I really don't want to deform more terrain. I apologize. This is very hard to watch, and I'm aware of that. But I'm an idiot, and I'm stubborn, and I really want to get this. Okay, we're just going to dig under it. For some reason, that whole part of the cave is blocked off. Whatever, what's another few kilobytes of save data that make my game take longer to load? Yep, this is a good camera angle. I am glad that there is not a first-person camera in the game. That would definitely not make this any easier to do. I don't even need to tell Dev in chat to take notes about that one, though, because I think everybody wants a first-person camera in the game. And I'm just saying, whoever's philosophy indicates that there should not be a first-person camera in this game needs to reevaluate that, because that is not a good part of this game's identity. The camera in this game sucks. And I want there to be a first-person camera. Like, I would play the game in third person 90% of the time. But if I'm in a cave, I would absolutely switch to first person, and same thing if I was in a rover. It would make it so much easier to play. You could still have your, like, in-universe, like, backpack and stuff, because you can just move it in front of the first-person camera if the user is using that particular camera angle. Like, I feel like everything would work just as well. And then, of course, just don't render the player model. I badly want a first-person camera, but that is not unique feedback. Also, we did find a marble. That was why I was looking for that. I figured that's usually what it is if I find it in a cave, or it's a backpack. There's another one over here. We're getting very sidetracked, chat. I'm sorry. What? This right here. What am I even looking at right now? Please. Oh, let's go. The double. Usagi's paying out. Alright, can we get the triple? There's another one over here. How do I get over there? Why is this cave so shitty? Good lord, what is this generation? Where's the cave? I've like never seen one this thick. Oh, my save file. Oh god, it hurts. It stings. Oh shit. I didn't realize I was going up when I did that. My beautiful save file. Everything is terrible. Come on, Usagi, where are they? There's one behind me, so I think I overshot it. I'm making a horrendous mess. This upsets me greatly. Alright, it was all worth it though. It was all worth it in the end. The worst part is I see a fourth one, and you bet, chat, we're getting that fourth one. So we're going right back down here in a moment. And watch it be a backpack. Let's see if we get lucky. We're gambling again. Is the fourth one going to be a backpack? Will I be able to get down this cave with a rocket in my face? We shall see. Okay, I'm going down the wrong one. It's this like mole tunnel that I've dug here. And I think did I overshoot it or did I dig right up to it? Please give us a first person camera. I beg you. Just accidentally, look, can you just accidentally leave like a debug feature? Like specifically for that? Like it doesn't have to work correctly, just accidentally leave like F7 bound to first person camera, don't say anything about it, and then let somebody find it. And then just be like, oh, it's an unsupported feature. And then I don't even care if it doesn't work properly. I just want it in the game somehow. Oh my god, 4 of these things. No backpacks. Christmas has come early. Okay, I don't see any more. Alright, well, we didn't accomplish anything down there, but... I mean, we did accomplish something, just not what we were setting out to do. Oh, come on, game. There's nothing above this. You know that you want to do it. Alright, let's try a different spot. Right over here. Come on, game. Just don't find anything with the ray trace. The sky is clearly not obstructed. I can see it right there. It's that slab of, like, cliffside up there, I think. It's just far away enough that the game is actually detecting it. There's, like, a little hole in it or something. Let's try over here. I don't know why I don't just dig up at this point, but I kind of want to get back in the rocket anyways. I'm getting upset. Okay, a little over in that direction. Well, there's our tunnel, actually. I'm looking to see if I see anything cool. Not really. Why is this whole section of the cave just like so thoroughly blocked off? Whatever, we're just digging. I don't want to try to find my way back over. Don't you poor Volo me. At least I didn't get a backpack while I was doing this. My beautiful save file is just absolutely ruined now. Let's go back and get the rocket. That's what F7 is bound to. I'm sure you can come up with something for my unreasonable demands. Alright, so Usagi hasn't even like given us a hint of finding this damn thing. I don't know like how I'm getting so ridiculously unlucky with this. And then, like, I probably haven't checked every single one of these biomes. What is this? What's this here? You know what? I must have come through here and like you know what? Oh, I know what this is. I was only shredding like large objects. So I just like left this sitting on the ground, I think, because I was like, I didn't have a spot for it. Alright, we'll bring it home and shred it. No littering. I was probably only shredding like large objects, so I picked the rover out from under it. Yeah, that's what this was. There's a couple of these here. I must have come through here on a scrap hunt. Alright, we're going back to the base anyways. I need to like rethink my strategy here. Like, how else can I do this? There's not really a faster way that I can get around the planet than what I'm doing here. I've tried to check these. So Usagi is showing something now, but I think that's in my base. I guess it's not impossible that it's like somewhere in this biome, but then the other one's getting prioritized. There's no way the VTOL is faster than this, right? Like, VTOL sucks. It takes so long to get up to speed. And then I can't hold a rocket while I'm using it either. I can get in the VTOL and feel it out, I guess. I guess I'm kind of curious. We'll do a brief timing on those two to see if the VTOL is faster. I just ran out as I got home. Like, I just ran out of EVA fuel. Oh my god, my frame rate. This is why we don't have it this high. Oh god. Alright, let's change this back, because I don't think this is going to help us anyways. We're just kind of depending on Usagi at this point. So let's go ahead and change this back so we can get some frames back. Let this rotate. Yeah, that ain't doing it for us. I kind of want to know what the timing is on that, so I'm gonna go ahead and try it. Let me unload some of this garbage first, though. Do I have a spot I can put these? Not really. I'll just drop them there for now. I need to free up a few spaces on the rocket. Maybe 2 more of these. Imagine using the oxygenator slot for an oxygenator. I don't know if anyone's ever done that, because I sure haven't. I mean, other than to put it in and get like an achievement for it, and then, or challenge or mission or whatever, and then immediately take it out and put something else there instead. Well, we have assembled quite a bit of garbage while doing this, haven't we? Alright, so we're gonna do a little test, a little side-by-side here at the VTOL. Just I'm curious at this point. So the VTOL is this thing here, which, like, in concept is cool, and I think it's probably a lot more useful in the mid-game, but at my point in the game, this thing is kind of ass, because it only has 2 medium slots on it. I could only bring my rocket if I put a winch on one of those slots, or I could winch it on the rocket as well, but it just doesn't move very fast. It doesn't go very high. It's a bit clunky to deal with it. I don't particularly like it. If there's the big pile of trading cards is overloading the Usagi nav point priority, you might want to take that platform a ways away. You think maybe it's near my base then, and just getting too close to the base is prioritizing those on this planet or something? I don't know if I have to be close to it or not. I guess I don't know how the nav point priority works. I would have expected it to just pick the closest thing, but I don't actually know what Usagi does. I don't know if you had a hand in coding that, if you have any insight. But this is the VTOL. You've only seen me use this like a couple times on the stream because I rarely ever do. It accelerates very slowly, like it'll get a little bit faster. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fly over the base at what I believe to be the maximum speed, and I'm going to time that, and then I'm going to do the same thing with Eva, and we're going to see if that's any better. So let me go like all the way back here, which I think is going to be enough for this thing to get up to max speed. And I want to see if like this is an appreciable like speed increase, or even like comparable. I don't think it's going to be. So all the way back here, we should be able to get up to speed, and then I'm going to start my stopwatch like right as I'm flying over the base. All right, we'll just look down. Is it further away from the ground? Is that what makes it go faster? Okay, let's go all the way up to the maximum height, which I think is the flight ceiling for creative mode as well, I'm pretty sure. So we're still moving. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we just topped off. All right, so I'm going to look down, and I'm just going to kind of eyeball this and time it as I fly over the base. Yeah, it's pretty slow right now. All right, it's speeding up a bit. The camera is moving without my consent. I really wish the camera would not do this. And we're going to start the timer when I think I'm above the edge of the base. Okay, so I'm going to start it there. I have to pull my camera down again. And stop it there. That took about 15 seconds, so let's go ahead and see how this works with creative flight now. So let me center myself back over it. I don't know if it has to do with how high above the ground you are, or like how long you've been accelerating, or maybe both. And it's faster to just do this instead of actually landing the damn thing, so we're just gonna do that. Let's see. I think at this point we're probably gonna stop searching for this, so let me just consume one of these crappy seeds instead. I think I'm storing them over here, just so I can get like 5 more minutes of flight. So it took 15 seconds with that. Let's go see how that compares. That was max speed VTOL, not even considering the acceleration being like insanely slow. So let's go see how this one plays out now. So we're gonna do the same exact test. Start myself like about here. I was a little bit over here when I started the timer, I think. and go all the way up to the cloud deck. Yeah, it looks like it's the same flight ceiling, so I started at about here. And go. Camera, stop. Please. I do not want the camera to move unless I tell it to, ever. And we stopped about here. That's actually about the same. That was 14 seconds. So there's not really a compelling argument for using the VTOL for this, as opposed to just flying and holding a rocket or a platform in your hands. Like, the VTOL is just not good for the end game. Like, if for mid-game, again, it might be good, but even then, once you have hydrazine unlocked and you have the hoverboard, which you're probably going to have both of those things when you have the VTOL, it's more efficient to just fill your inventory with hydrazine, two jetpacks, and a hoverboard, and then just carry a rocket around. Like, the VTOL needs, like, a large slot, or it needs to move faster. It needs something else, I think, to make it viable. At least in my opinion. I don't know, like, what the experience is for other people. I don't know how much usage this thing gets. But this thing is just more trouble than it's worth, in my opinion. It doesn't have, like, the benefits of just moving around through some other means. Like, again, using the hoverboard and a rocket or a platform in your hands, which is how we've been doing almost all these quests, because this is ultimately going to be the best storage capacity that I could possibly carry with me, and 2 medium slots just ain't doing it. That's just not good enough. So there's my candid feedback on the VTOL. It's kind of cool conceptually, but I think the only thing I used it for was, like, carrying one of these solar arrays to this gateway or something, and it's because it was just, like, kind of easy to control, like, hovering mechanism to bring it over without it, like, slamming into terrain or, like, flinging it too far. But I actually don't know what this does in interstellar, or not, in interplanetary space. You know what, chat? We have something we could try in a little bit here. I want to see what this does in interplanetary space on the space elevator. We're going to check that out in a moment here. But let's finish off this quest. So, unfortunately, we didn't find the one for Calidor, except... Oh, wow, look, chat, it was right here all along. I can't believe I was so blind as to not find it. Wow, good job, everyone, we found it. So now we could finish the quest. Truly incredible. So we collected the data circuits. I don't think they get consumed by anything. Hold on, I never actually read this. Another new schematic is available. Hold on.
Here, have this.
There we go. Thank you, Soviet, for the resub. Always appreciate it. 35 months. It does not feel like I've been streaming that long, but it's probably because of how infrequently I do it. Again, I apologize about that, but I can't ever promise that that's going to change. Either way, I appreciate your sub. Another new schematic is available to Astroneer training program participants, data retrieval, yada yada, schematics. Relevant data circuits can be found alongside parkade pad structures. They are called parkades, okay. We have a name for those things now. Across the Silva system. Is that, what do you mean the Silva system? Is there not a name for the sun in this game? I mean, we don't call our solar system the Earth system. This is kind of weird. I guess there's no name for the sun in this game though, so I suppose Silva makes sense. And then they tell you to use Usagi again. Large rover seat, B, and then you get one and you get the schematic for it. And then the reward for the other one was an exo chip. Stop scrolling, game. I'm trying to scroll this. I can't scroll it down, so I think that's the last item on the list. This scroll bar will not cooperate for some reason. Exo chip, schematic, extra large resource. I don't know if we get one as a reward as well, so let's see. No, we just got the schematic for it and one of these. I think we'll go back to Glacio and grab the one that they have there. And then the other one is going to give us the rover seat that we're never going to use, but we can look at it first. Yep, well, there it is. And let me find a rover that's not convoluted to mess with, and we just put on this one. So, this is how you're not supposed to use it. And part of me wants to literally just use it like this instead, just to upset whoever like made the model for this and conceived of this idea. Like this is how you're supposed to put it on the rover, right? And then just do this and just never comprehend the intent of the rover seat and just drive it around like this all the time. However, what you're actually supposed to do with it is this. This is actually the intended way to use this rover seat, and nobody is going to convince me otherwise. So now we have the ability to ride our rovers upside down. This is the content that we've all been waiting for here. And once again, you're never going to convince me that there's another way to do this. In all reality, though, this is kind of cool looking. Like, even if I had actually not been a dumbass and put it on correctly. There we go, like this. So this is kind of a neat feature, but this is more like geared towards multiplayer more than anything else, because you're not going to use this in single player. There's just no practical reason to take up the full slot by doing that. But it's nice at least, because to be clear, the other rover seat that existed is in the research catalog. I never researched it because it's garbage. I think it's in this one. The other research, oh god, you can barely see that. Essentially, it's the same rover seat, except the attachment point is on the bottom, like right here. So the intent was to put it on this spot right there. That's where they put the other rover seat. It's in the research catalog. And then they've added this one now so that people can put it on the front. I don't know what the practicality of it is either way. It's kind of a neat sentiment, but again, it's not relevant to anything I'm doing because I'm never going to use this thing. I just use a single rover seat. And if you're taking notes about this, by the way, make it so that getting out of this rover seat doesn't automatically give control of the vehicle to somebody else that's in it, because it's super fucking irritating to have it work like that. Because I remember doing that in multiplayer, like back when I was actually doing that before I decided the crashing made it not worth it. Because usually you had like one dedicated player, usually the host, who was driving the vehicle so it wouldn't mess up all the other ones. And every time you got out to do something, it would just give control to another player. So everybody had to get out of the rover seat and reset the whole thing. And that was happening with individual rover seats as well. Everybody had to get out of the vehicle, and then the driver had to get back in to continue control of the vehicle. Like, there should be a button prompt that pops up that allows you to like relinquish or take control of the vehicle if nobody is using it. Like, it shouldn't just happen automatically, because it was super irritating to deal with that interaction when you had like a dedicated driver for the vehicle, and every fucking time somebody gets in the rover seat, the game has to save. Which you've heard me complain about that plenty, and I hate that. I despise that feature. But like, regardless of whether or not that ever gets fixed, like, it shouldn't work like that. Like, there should be a button that you can use to like give control of the rover to somebody else, or to just like only take it like if there's nobody driving it already. And then if somebody gets out who had control, you don't automatically take control from them. You could only take it like if nobody is already controlling the vehicle. That would be my opinion on how that should work, just to make the whole interaction a lot less clunky. But again, that's a multiplayer concern, and I don't really have much of a dog in this race, because I don't intend to play multiplayer until you fix like losing shuttles and stuff in space, because it's really just not worth the loss. Alright, well, Usagi, you know, Usagi, you did a good job. I don't even know if it's your fault that we couldn't find this thing. I don't know what's wrong. But well, whatever. Usagi, you did alright. You got fed today. You served your purpose. I think this is rotated wrong. Camera, please. Gotta get these back. And then Eva, you also did your job. Alright, perfect. So now we're back to normal. We might need Eva again for some VTOL experimentation, but I'm not going to jump into that right yet. Let's experiment a little bit more with the large resource canister. If you had full control and infinite resources, you'd make the seat with the wheel always the driver's seat. I mean, that'd be nice. But I guess, how does this, I don't have it out anymore. I mean, the thing is, you can't pick the seat, right? Or can you? I don't think you, whatever, I'll unpack it again. I got packages. I don't think you can pick which seat you get in, right? It always just picks the side. Okay, wait, hold on. I got the middle that time. Huh, you can. I actually just assumed since it doesn't highlight it, you can't control it. That would do it. Like, if you... No, never mind. No, I got in this side this time. How does this work? How does it decide which seat to get in? Or is it like the side of the collision model that you click on? If I hit, like, let's just say, like, the top over here. It's based on which seat is closest. Well, like, closest to the interaction point on the model. If I click here, that should be the middle seat. That's not the middle seat. I don't know. I'm not sure how exactly it's detecting that. It looks like you can get into the driver's seat if you try hard enough. I'll leave this out in case we experiment with it later. Given infinite resources, you make it based on mouse. Oh, closest to your player character. Okay, all right, I see. Yeah, it should be based on mouse location. Like I guess like you would have like sub entities that you can interact with in here, and each seat would be its own like selectable interaction point. That'd be the most elegant way to do it, though. I mean, even just based on mouse position would be better than nothing. Yeah, that would be nice. Though that wouldn't solve the problem of somebody in one of these rover seats like hijacking your vehicle. The same thing happens with the rockets as well. If you get in the rocket proper and then somebody gets in a rover seat and then you get out of the rocket, the person in the rover seat gets control of the rocket and then you can't get it back until they get out of the rover seat. So it ends up being like clunky and awkward to deal with that if you have a dedicated player that you want to be controlling these vehicles. So that's another thing that could use some reworking to make it like play a little bit better. Do I need to top this off? No, we're good on that. All right, there's some more feedback for you. I'm gonna put these back because I think we're done screwing around with the rocket for now. So the rocket should be back to normal. Maybe there's one extra beacon on it. I'm just gonna leave that there. All right, so we got our circuit card over here. I'll just put that back over here. I'll reorganize these later. And then we have the second set over there, and then we have 5 more of each except for that one over there because we could not find the Calidor version. And I may have accidentally find that, or we may find it at some point in a future stream, because this is not a limited time event. This is just a normal mission, so it's presumably going to be there forever. And I may just accidentally find it at some point, which would be kind of funny if that happens. I don't know yet if I'm going to look for it off stream or not. So let's finish off what we were doing here, which is I'm going to get back in the rocket now, and I'm going to try to get that large canister and bring it home from Glacio, and I think that's the only planet that had the large one on it. I don't know yet what we're going to be doing with that. Like, we're not going to redo this storage to have those giant canisters, because I simply can't. Like, there's no room for it. I don't want to rebuild all this. It's pointless. We might fill it up with, like, 2,000 of something. Like, in all honesty, like, it's really cool to have a larger canister, but what I wish they had done instead was give us a large, like, soil and fluid canister, and a large battery, and a large gas canister. That is, like, what I would prefer, because I think those have more practical applications than an insanely large resource canister. Yeah, take more notes, please. Like, my opinion as a player with an endgame base is that this is stupid and inelegant, and I want to have a large variant of basically every other storage like utility before I get an XL variant. So again, large battery, large fluid canister, and large gas canister would be like high priority for me. And then like go back and make XL variants of all those things just for shits and giggles. But that would be more useful to me, because as it stands here, I can very easily collect 2,000 of something by just hooking it up to an auto extractor that I have to place and pick up constantly, but it doesn't have as many like actual practical applications in like an endgame mega base. That said, let's go get it, because yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet. But I want to have it because it looks cool. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Let's go to Glacio. And I could complain all day about the auto extractors needing to be reset, but you've heard all that, right, Tristus? Like, you know the auto extractor gripes that I have already, and I don't know if I need to go back into that again. I don't know if you've been here when I, like, made my recommendation for how I would rework them, but I do not like how they work right now. They got problems. Alright, so I think... Actually, where was it? It wasn't near this base. Yeah, you've been thinking about the extractors. I mean, if you want, I could reiterate it. I am thrilled to have a conversation about the auto extractors, because I feel like this never gets talked about anywhere. I never see people giving the feedback for them. It was the North Pole, right? What direction is that? I always forget north and south when I'm orbiting. Okay, that direction. Let's keep an eye on that. Yeah, I think it was the North Pole. You know what? I'm going to talk about the auto extractors anyway, just for anybody else who's curious what my thoughts are on them. Let me just land first before I go into that. Let me see if there's a landing pad near the North Pole. And it doesn't look like it. Yeah, that's going to be the closest one we get, I think. Okay, so the auto extractors. As advertised, when they released them ages ago, they were supposed to be like 15 times more efficient or something. So if you go look at one of these like resource nodes or whatever, each of these nuggies here provides like a fraction of like a full resource nugget that you could put in like a slot. I don't remember what the exact numbers are for this. It's like, it's not much when you're digging it out with your terrain tool. And then it was either like, I think it's like 15 times as much is what they said for the auto extractor. So basically the auto extractor was supposed to deplete individual resource nodes and give you 15 times more per individual like object on the ground here. I don't know the terminology for this. I'd be interested in actually knowing like what these are called internally, because you've got like nuggets and nodes and resources and entities, and I don't know what to call these. But the gist of it was, I think the original developer intent was for these to actually be depleted by the auto extractor, and then you had to pick it up and move it somewhere else. However, auto extractors have never done that. I don't know why people keep posting about this on Reddit. Auto extractors have never depleted these. I have literally never seen an auto extractor actually remove these. What happens instead is the auto extractors will internally remember that they have depleted a particular resource node, but if you pick it up and place it again, it forgets what it has depleted, and it will just completely like refresh the resource bar, and it will pick up a brand new batch of resources until it depletes everything within range, at which point you have to come back and pick it up and place it down again, and repeat ad nauseum until you filled up your 2000 resource nugget XL canister. Did I just run out of... I ran out of hydrazine. So anyways, that's like what they're supposed to do according to what the developers have said publicly on like blogs, as far as I'm aware. I don't know that I've heard anything else about it, but they don't actually work. So they have the bug that I just mentioned there, despite what... I don't know why that didn't blow up. Despite what they were said that they were supposed to do, they actually last forever. There are other bugs associated with them. For instance, I had a situation on Calidor, I think I pointed it out a stream or two ago, where one of those things would not work properly until I had actually packaged it and then unpackaged it again, and it's because it like remembered a resource node that didn't exist anymore. Like I had it next to some laterite and some whatever the one is for copper. I don't remember the name for it. Actually, hold on, I want to go back over the platform. Let me finish that thought now. There were two resources next to it. Malachite was the other one. There was laterite and malachite next to it. I dug up the malachite so that the laterite was the only thing it could reach. Or maybe it was the other way around. I dug up the laterite so the malachite was the only thing it could reach. But what it would do is it would still mine like a little bit of malachite, and then it would just stop working. And I think internally it thought that the laterite still existed, and then it would try to extract it, and it would see that it actually didn't exist, and then the extractor would just jam. With like a bar that was like fully green, it would just jam and stop working. And I think that's because it was trying to deplete a resource that didn't exist anymore. And I had to actually repackage the entire entity to get it to stop doing that. So there are like other problems with those entities. They don't work correctly. Visually, I've seen them deplete resource nodes, but only on Silva, if I recall correctly. I've seen them actually deplete resources on Silva, but then if you reload your save file, the resources just come back afterward. Yeah, I don't think this one generated a tumor under it. And just, you know, just because I've already dug this out, I'm going to also see if it'll actually free fall, but I don't think it will if I dig under it. So auto extractors anyways have a lot of problems, and it doesn't make sense. The devs have never addressed this, and I'm glad that they haven't like quote-unquote fix them to actually work, because I think their intended implementation sucked. Because having to move the auto extractor to a new resource every now and then just kind of defeats the whole purpose. Like, it's automated, except it's not. Like, it's automated for a little while, and then you're supposed to go pick it up and move it somewhere else and put it back down. And I feel like, what's the point of doing that? Like, how is that any better than just people making soil factories and just trading for resources instead? Because it just becomes tedious. Eventually, your infrastructure is irrelevant. The rail post that you built to go somewhere just doesn't serve a purpose anymore. I would rather that auto extractors actually lasted forever and you didn't have to pick them up and place them again. But the thing is, that's overpowered. And the way that I would address that being overpowered is two things. First of all, just do a baseline nerf to the auto extractors. Like, they just don't extract like as quickly in general. Just nerf them so that if you want more like resource like speed, if you want like more resource throughput from your auto extractors, you make more auto extractors. Then the second thing that I would do with the auto extractors is that the speed at which they mine scales based on the richness of the deposit that they're placed on. So if the bar is green, that would happen if you had a really rich deposit with a lot of resources nearby. That would basically extract faster than an auto extractor that was on a weak, like thin deposit that only had a few resource nuggets on it. And then if you had multiple auto extractors that had access to the same nugget, it would distribute it between them, kind of like how tappers work. So like with a little bit of like finesse and balance, like that's something the devs would need to iterate on. The auto extractor would become fully automated, but it wouldn't have to be overpowered if they make it like reasonably slow, so that the player is encouraged to find more resource deposits or higher resource deposits and place more auto extractors on them. Like right now, I only have one auto extractor on anything pretty much, except I think, no, I don't even know if I did that on iron. I think I just overclocked them, which I wouldn't mind if overclocking got fixed. I don't care if that gets fixed. It's kind of broken anyways. But like, that's how I would envision auto extractors working. So again, those two things, like baseline nerf so that you have a reason to have more auto extractors, and then make them scale based on the quality of the deposit they're placed on, but they work forever. They never stop. You never have to go back and pick them up. Yeah, it doesn't look like I'm able to actually do anything with this. Yeah, just on the thought of what I'm trying to do here, chat, while I talk about the auto extractors. This is actually a different like physical interaction than the parkade structure, because my terrain tool will not interact with this platform. And that's what I was kind of like experimenting with. So they are two like different entities as far as like their behavior is coded. The parkade is definitely not movable. I feel like this object right here is literally one Boolean flag away from being manipulable, but they just didn't turn that feature on for it. I would really like to be able to build this in my base. Like, this is such a cool structure. Like, we should be able to print these at some point. Yeah, I can't think of anything else to do with this. I could try to like reload my save or something, but realistically, I don't think that's ever worked for packagers. So I'm not gonna bother with that. Am I gonna bother? I'm gonna bother with that because we're still chatting anyways. All right, one more save and quit. Let's see if anything interesting happens, but I highly doubt it. I'm pretty sure this thing is stuck in place unless I find a bug that allows you to like uproot these. But I think they're just hard-coded to never move. Like, nothing could move these. I don't even know if I could blow it up, though I'm definitely not going to try to do that. But I would love to be able to put those in my base, especially if the like individual platforms can like interact with each other. Like the storage, the platform slots, I mean, which I'm assuming that they can. So like if you build your base around this and you had that canister in the middle, I'm pretty sure that like printers along the edges would be able to pull items from the canister. Or to put it the other way, the canister would fill up all the slots on the platform, whether or not you wanted it to, which, well, I've got so many gripes I could complain about with that mechanic, but let's stay focused. I mean, that's the gist of my auto extractor like line of thought, though. So if you've got notes about it, add those in if they're of any value to you. But I just wish they would last forever and then be balanced around that mechanic, because the fact of the matter is having to move them around and keep finding new resource deposits really isn't fun. It just makes your save file size bigger, which is especially a problem for console plebs. And unfortunately, there are console peasants for various reasons that aren't necessarily their own faults. Oh, there we go. It actually let me launch this time. And if you're working around that, then it would actually be beneficial to everybody if the auto extractors lasted forever, so they don't have to keep digging tunnels looking for new ones every time. I don't think I had anything else to do on Glacier. I think we're heading back home at this point, right? I think I packaged it. It's on the shuttle now. I hope it's on the shuttle. I don't remember if I left it on the ground or not. Let's go back to Calidor. Is that my base? Yeah, it is. Just looking a little bit crusty. There we go. There we go. Loaded in. I do really wish the resolution for orbiting the planet was just like a little bit higher. Because even when I had the graphics set to max, I was having trouble seeing what I was looking at. Alright, so we have this bad boy. I'm going to unpackage it, but I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Like, this is an absolute unit. And while it would be cool to like fill up one of these things, I don't know what I would really do with it at this point. It's almost too much, which is a weird thing to hear from me given the nature of the base that I have, but at this point, like, this is just gratuitous. Like, look at how big this thing is. It would be so hard to make a main storage around these, and again, I would have to rework this entire storage if I was going to utilize these. So at some point we might like do some memeing and figure out something to put in this, but for now I think I'm going to drop it over here with like the novelty stuff. And then maybe if we have like another like event or whatever, another one of those like limited time events that needs an extremely large number of one resource, like an automation one, we might actually put this thing into use and fill it up if we need like 2,000 of something to finish the event. But for now, I'm not really setting a goal of doing anything with that. So we just have it available and we can always print out more if we need them. Considering that this update was called Road Trip, we did not do very much road tripping. So maybe the name of my stream didn't really like land home. I thought there would be more like rover related stuff that we're doing here, but I feel like the parkade is almost like unfinished content because it's just there. Like there wasn't really any road trip related theme around it. It just exists and I can't bring it home and I can't print a new one. So I don't know, I kind of missed the mark on that one. I'm not really like understanding what the theme was. Either way though, it was neat, and we have a couple new recipes. We have a giant canister. Just unfortunately, I don't think I ultimately got any value out of this update, other than getting more Pokemon cards to add to my collection. I would love to see those parkades be something that I could print, because what I would do is I'd put them right here. I would have 2 of them, and they would go right here where my rovers are, and that would look absolutely sick. Like, I hope someday we get the option to do that because they would fit in perfectly. It would look so good, even like in a true flat mega base like the one that I have here, to have a couple parkades over here just for the hell of it. So that would be my like recommendation for what to prioritize. If you're ever gonna like revisit any of this content, please give us a way to get those parkades. They're so cool looking, but they're just not anywhere useful to me. Like, it would only help if I was making a new base. There you go, snails. Alright, I don't think there was anything else to do with that. Alright, so what we're gonna do next is I want to experiment a little bit with the VTOL in the 0G area. It's hard to describe this and I don't know the numbers for it, but we're gonna go to the space elevator and check this out a bit. There's essentially an area of the game that is like just 0 gravity. So physics objects other than the player don't fall in that area. There's also like a flight ceiling, and then there's what I call interplanetary space, which is above the build limit. And there are a bunch of bizarre different like physical properties that the game engine has depending on which of those areas you're in. And I'm wondering how the VTOL behaves when you're in that area, because I've only ever screwed around with creative mode flight while doing that. So we're gonna bring this bad boy up there. I don't think I can like slot it onto this, so I'm gonna have to like drop it into free fall, and then I'm gonna have to bring it up with a winch because we love our winches around here. So we've got that. I'm gonna bring a second winch just in case I need it for some dumb shit that I end up doing up there. And then we're gonna get Eva and a few more of those like hybrid rose seeds because I might want to be able to fly up there myself. And let's do a little experimentation and see if there's anything interesting we could do up there. I think we got everything I need. Gonna only need a couple of these. I got a bunch of these off stream, so you don't have to worry about that agony. I will deal with collecting more of these myself, and I'm never gonna stream myself doing this again because I embarrassed myself last time I did it. So don't worry about any of that. That's a cosine problem for the future. So just stick that there. I want to bring a tall platform as well and a rail post. I just want to like theory craft whether this allows for any better like space elevator builds. We're not going to do a space elevator build. It'll take like 6 hours, but I just want to experiment a little bit because I hadn't thought about using the VTOL. I need a rail post bundle. Let's bring this one, I guess. Regular? Yeah, let's bring that. Stick that there. Okay, we can always come back. So we are going to explore the space elevator. However, I have to be a little bit careful here because of... Okay, I thought I slingshotted it away. You know what? No, I'm being a big dummy. Let's package it. Let's just package it like normal people. Stop spinning. I was thinking like, you know what? There's no reason not to just package this because I am probably gonna slingshot it away from myself while I'm doing this. So let's go ahead and package it for now. This is probably gonna delete the hydrazine that's already on it, but that's okay. We have more of that. Put a couple extras just depending on how long this takes. I'm running low on hydrazine and I'm using it all to make graphene, so this could actually become a problem at some point. But yeah, let's just do this the smart way for now. That should be enough hydrazine for this thing to hover indefinitely while I'm experimenting with it. Stick that there, and there, on there. And just in case, I'm going to bring my, like, one-size-fits-all silo with me as well. Alright, let's go. Just bust some moves. This is Risk of Rain Music, just kind of knocking it out right now. This is a pretty game. For all the griping I do, this is a really nice looking game. I just wish that it, like, just performed better. It didn't have so many quirks and problems. And some of the quirks are fine, the problems not so much. Alright, up we go. So here's the space elevator, folks. For anyone who hasn't seen this yet, which is probably like 2 of the lurkers at this point, because I show this every damn stream, but I like it. I'm proud of it, alright? This goes all the way up to Silva. So what we're going to do here is we're going to fly all the way to Silva, and then at the top of Silva's end of the space elevator, we're going to screw around with the VTOL a little bit and see if there's anything interesting that we could do with that. So just sit back and relax. Enjoy whatever is going on with the stars over there. I should probably turn that off at some point. A little bit of corruption. This isn't even like the fully shattered version either. So it could look even worse than this if I tried. So what we've done here is we've gone past the build limit. I kind of wasn't looking at it when it happened, but we are no longer on terrain. We are in what I call interplanetary space. And when we get halfway between Calidor and Silva, it's going to swap our camera perspective. It's based on, I don't know if it's based on whichever planet is closer, or if they actually hard-coded the coordinates for these regions, but either way, whichever planet is closer is generally going to be the one that you're looking at. So right here, it's going to swap over. And now we're going up the south pole of Silva. That's the space elevator. I spent 6 hours building this on stream. It was awful. but it was worth it at the end because we were able to prove once and for all that you can do this in adventure mode. Despite people constantly saying that it's not possible to do this, they were not thinking outside the box when they did it. Because you can build rail posts on tall platforms, and you can settle tall platforms in interplanetary space by reloading your save. So I reloaded my save like 60 times in order to make this happen. But the important part is I was able to make it happen. So now that we're here at Silva, I need to figure out what I'm doing. I probably should have fed the snail before I did this, because I'm going to have to make my way back up. I think I have these in my inventory, so what's going to happen here is when I get out, I'm not going to be able to fly. There's a flight ceiling at this game. Let's actually go down to the flight ceiling as our starting point. Devs, first-person camera, please. Let's go down to the flight ceiling, which is down near the clouds. Yeah, I don't want to talk about that clip either. It's just the agony of the way I store packages, because instead of storing packages like a normal person, I just put them on top of like silos instead of in slots, which is definitely more space efficient, but it comes at a price. And if you click on that clip, you can see the price that you have to pay. All right, so we're at the cloud layer. This is roughly where the flight ceiling is, so I should be able to use my jetpack when I get out now. Yeah, there we go. You know, I'll just show the clip real quick. Just a friendly memento of a time long past. Build it out to right here. Anything that doesn't go a little further. So, you know, I'll just go ahead and build it out to right here. Anything that doesn't clip will be fine. Oh my fucking god, I hate this game. Well, speaking of clips, I had to pick all these up now. I'm sorry, game, I didn't realize that putting a rail next to my packager mullet on my silo would just cause it to explode. How stupid of me to not like think of that ahead of time. You can't write this shit, chat. You can't make this shit up. Astroneer just does things to you that no other game would. I was so young, so innocent back then. This is before the space elevator even existed. Can't load. Wait, is something wrong? I mean, what I was showing here was just the fact that if the rail deformation that triggers when you place one of these, yeah, this is the past. This is a clip. This is the clip that was just posted in chat. I mean, this is a bug. If you want to fix this, put this on your list. If a rail is placed anywhere near a packager that is on a solid object, yeah, I'll show it again. I'll mute it this time. Actually, I'm not going to mute it because I like my delivery of exasperation when it happened. So, you know, I'll just go ahead and build it out to right here. Anything that doesn't clip will be fine. Oh my right there. Fucking god, I hate this game. So that happens because of the terrain deformation that the rail posts do, but it happens to entities that are not even on the fucking ground, and it results in like really shitty interactions like this. This also, I think, happens if you have like if you're not deforming terrain, if you are coloring terrain next to like a button repeater that's on the ground, that will also detach the button repeater from the ground, which is super irritating. This shouldn't happen. Like, packages that are attached to something that is not solid terrain should be exempt from like whatever mechanic is triggering them to check whether they're attached to terrain, because that, I think, is what's causing them to blow up off of the silo like this. So, I mean, that's a bug. That has been in the game for a long time. It's easy enough to avoid it, but it is irritating because I will occasionally deform terrain next to a bunch of packages that are attached to something, and they will just fall off of it and make a gigantic mess everywhere. And you could argue that it's punishment for me doing this and making a mullet out of this silo instead of just putting it in the slots, but like realistically, I don't think this should happen at all because it's just clunky and irritating. So there's another bug for the list if you feel like writing that one down. And we got a fun clip out of it at the very least. And then again, just to show the space elevator while I have this up, that's the space elevator. It's this south pole of Silva here, which is the north pole of Calidor. The labels aren't very good, but essentially up is north, down is south. Apparently that's the x-axis. I don't understand which axis is which. Like, this is X, green is Y, and blue is Z. I'm sorry if you're colorblind. I don't have a better way to really indicate any of this, but it's a messy collision. It's a messy, like, coordinate system that they use, and it's Unreal Engine. And Unreal Engine, I think, like, their rotation system is, like, left-handed, and the coordinates are right-handed. It's a dumpster fire. But in any case, that's the South Pole here. That's where our space elevator is, and that's what we're screwing around with. You're looking at the rail engine rotation. Okay, you did get that. Excellent. Yeah, I don't think I remember to follow up on that, but you did get that, so that's awesome. I'm glad that you have that info. But you were able to reproduce it, right? Like, you have all you need from me to figure out what's going on there, potentially. Because, like, it is pretty cursed. But my theory for what's going on there, again, as an external factor, as a programmer who does not know any of the problems underlying your code, my theory is that it has something to do with the directionality of the trains, like not syncing up correctly. It's something to do with the movement direction of the trains, and then internally, whichever direction you have defaulted as forward for rail engines and rail cars. And some combination of that is causing them to, like, not load incorrectly. I don't know if you have them all, like, parented to, like, a specific entity, and then it loads the rest of them onto the rail, like, as a secondary result when you, like, that's a weird way to say that. What I'm saying is, I assume you have a convoluted system in the game engine to, like, load, like, a parent entity and then all of, like, the trailing rail cars, and something in that is causing it to break. That's, like, the theory that I've been speculating with it. Why is this window not centered on my stream? What the heck? Hold on, OBS problems. Okay, I think we're good now. I don't know why the window was offset like that. That was weird. It's literally full screen on my, like, monitor, but in OBS it was shrunken down for some reason. But yeah, basically what I'm trying to say is I understand that it's probably broken because it looks like a very complicated system, even on the surface level, like as a player interacting with it. And it works really well except when it doesn't. But as long as you were able to reproduce the bug, then I'm glad I was able to give you the information, and I wish you the best in fixing that, because I too would like all the rail bugs to be fixed. And there are more rail bugs than just that one, but that was the one that you asked for, and I was able to put that together for you. Let's see. So back to what we're doing, chat. What we're trying to figure out here is whether anything interesting happens with the VTOL at the flight ceiling. So I believe the flight ceiling for the hoverboard and the, well, not the hoverboard, for the jetpacks is the same as the one for EVA. And that appears to be right here. You'll notice I'm not going up anymore. So it's right there at that rail post. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to swap over to this one instead. I'm going to take off the jetpack here, so just put it in my backpack so it can't activate anymore. I really wish double tap wasn't overloaded to do both of these things. Please give us a button that we could bind to this. Yeah, it's the same exact flight ceiling. So with creative mode flight, it is this here. I don't know how high up this is. I don't have like a number that I could put on it. It's not very high. Like I kind of wish you could fly higher because you could build pretty damn high. And I'm not sure why the flight ceiling in this game is so low. There's a couple ways that you could bypass this though. The first thing that you could do is if you're already higher up in the air, so if I'm already flying, and I go up here like this, and then stop, and then get out, and start flying again, I could start flying here, but I can't go up any higher. I can go down, but I cannot go up anymore. So that's one way you could bypass it. The other way that you could bypass it, which is super cursed, and I'm not going to be doing this for long, because it's very, very hard to set this up. See if I can get my camera angle. So I am currently flying forward into this pillar here. This is a perfectly straight pillar. It is going directly upward. It's hard to prove this, so let me do it from this angle instead. If I can get a perfect angle, I could show this, but no one's gonna actually do this. I think it's just kind of cool. Right, come on, stop moving. That's good enough. No, it's not good enough. Hold on, one more pixel. Okay, there we go. That's good enough. So, chat, you might be able to tell I'm actually moving upward ever so slightly. Let me change the angle to look like this instead. Actually, this will be better. I'll do it on this side here. I'm actually moving upward while I do this. And the reason that I'm moving upward here is because if you think about the direction of the gravitational field, you can actually see this thing slowly moving off screen. If you think about the way this works, this slope here is perfectly vertical on like a Cartesian coordinate system with gravity just pointing straight down everywhere. But in spherical coordinates, this surface is actually sloped ever so slightly away from me. So this is like an extremely steep cliff. Like an insanely steep cliff, but it is just barely sloped away from me on a spherical coordinate system. And what that means is that when I'm pushing against this, almost all of my horizontal velocity is getting cut out while I'm in flight mode, but a teeny tiny little bit of it is getting vectored upward, and that is allowing me to actually slide up this at a like ludicrously slow speed. So you can also push up against ramps like this, and if you have a ramp that is like at a 45-degree angle here, you can slide up it as far as you could build pretty much while in flight mode. Both of those things will work. I'm just saying that like vertically, if I spent like probably like hours pressing up against this, I could actually fly all the way up to interplanetary space by doing that. Is it practical? No. Did I need to point it out? No, but I wanted to anyways because I thought it was kind of cool when I noticed that that's how this works. And that's just a result of a spherical like gravitational pull instead of like just getting pulled straight down like in most video games. This pillar is actually a slope, is what it boils down to. Now, what we wanted to figure out here was whether anything interesting happens at the flight ceiling with the VTOL. So let me go back down and figure out where that is exactly. Okay, it's this one right here. So this is the pillar that is the flight ceiling. Let's take our VTOL out and see if anything interesting happens with it. I need to just unpack it. There we go. It's probably just going to float because I think the VTOL is internally behaves like a platform when you spawn it in and when you place it on the ground, which means it doesn't have gravity. And then let's see if anything interesting happens if we get in this. I don't actually know how the self-righting mechanism works on this either. So let's put some fuel in it, grab a little bit more. So how is this going to work if I try to launch it here? It rights itself immediately. It looks, Chad, it looks like it's the same exact mechanic as creative mode flight and as the hover pack. It can't go up. I can go down. Oh, I double tapped. I hate double tap inputs. Yeah, it can go up to the flight ceiling, but it cannot go back down. It appears that they use the same system internally for those like 3 mechanics. Jetpack, EVA, which is creative mode flight, and then VTOL, all have the same exact system. Now I need to get out of it and actually not have it fall into the abyss. Okay, good. And then I can just place it here. Alright, so that's interesting to know that that's how it's going to work. Now what I need to do here is I need to make my way upward a little bit. I think I'm going to just... Should I repackage it? I think I'm going to winch it. I think it'll probably be fine if I'm careful with it. We can always save scum if I lose it for some reason. So let's go ahead and we're going to very carefully winch it upward. So after the flight ceiling, the next... Oh god, that's going to be bad. We're going to lose it. I'm going to repackage it. I'm just going to take the L and lose the hydrazine. We're absolutely going to lose this thing if I don't stop it here. Stop. Stop. I'm trying to grab it, by the way. Please. The heck? How did I just grab a packager? It was this one, apparently. Peak content indeed. Yeah, look, I know what I'm asking. This is what I'm asking for when I mess around with winches. I'm not even upset, like, with the devs, because this is literally what I signed up for by using a winch to do this. Dude, I cannot grab this thing. Hold still. No! How did I hit the winch head? What do you mean? How did I click on the winch? That was like the tiniest object. Oh, God. Oh, God. Chad's gone. I gotta go get it now. How did I do that? God, this game. Alright. Let's go back up. Let's try this again. Oh, you hear that sound? Oh, you want to add something to your bug list? So I got in this before I slowed down, and the game did not disable the sound emitter for like the fast falling. So now it sounds like I'm going really fast right now, but I'm actually in the slowest vehicle in the game. Yeah, this is too slow. Like, I would love it if this got buffed. Like, look at how criminally slow this thing is. Like, I don't see any reason why this can't be faster. Like, you can't build while you're in it. You can't really do anything except travel around. So why not have a travel vehicle like this be way faster if that's the only thing that you could do with it? That's kind of my opinion on this. Like, this needs a buff. Alright, I think it's gonna stay there. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and package it because we've learned from our mistake that the winches are just not right for the job here. So let me go get my hydrazine back. We're gonna lose this bit, unfortunately, but it's okay. Right, put that here. So we're gonna go to the next threshold in this game, and that is what I've been calling like physics object 0G. But it has a bug associated with it as well. So have more notes ready to go if you want to write this one down too. But pretty much once you get to a certain height, there's this weird threshold where the player entity is able to like still be affected by gravity, but other physics objects are not. And I have it marked out. And the reason I have it marked out is because this is also where terrain analyzers don't work anymore for some reason. So that's the bug, by the way. So if you have a terrain analyzer in your backpack, which I don't, but just take my word for it, and your character origin is below physics object 0G, which is this threshold right here, your terrain analyzer works. But if you fly any higher, it becomes the default color. Like, no matter what you do, you cannot paint a terrain analyzer color under any circumstances if your character's origin is higher than this line, which I don't know what height this is. You could try to figure that out. I mean, these rail posts are about 30 units apart from each other. It's pretty close to the top. I'm guessing we're maybe like, I don't know, like 200 voxels away from the top of the build limit. I don't know if this threshold is a sphere or if it's a cube either, because I've only tested it at the like poles here. But essentially, terrain analyzers stop working at this height. But if I get it into here and I go just a little bit higher up like this, you'll notice I'm still falling until I enter creative mode flight. But if I place an object here, it doesn't fall anymore. And that's what physics object 0G is. That's what I've been calling that. It only works for like loose physics objects. So I can put my VTOL here and it'll float. If I put it down here, it'll fall. Just for some reason, this threshold exists. It's a hard cutoff. The game doesn't scale your gravity here. It scales your gravity in the core for some reason, but not here. Which is kind of weird, and I don't know why. It's just like a hard cutoff. They clearly didn't intend for people to build up here, and yet you can make ramps. So I don't know. This is a weird part of like the game's content where it just doesn't entirely make sense the way it works. Now the thing about this threshold here is, in my experience, rovers are extremely cursed. If you unpack a rover at this height, it will fly off into space and you will never see it again. The VTOL is not a rover, and it should mechanically behave differently, but we are going to save scum if it flies off into space if I unpack it up here. So let's see what happens. Yeah, the VTOL is behaving. If you unpack a rover, it's gone forever. It's the same thing with a tractor. For some reason, they get some ridiculous amount of like speed. The physics engine doesn't know what to do with them, and they just fly off. The space Kraken eats them. VTOL doesn't appear to be doing that, which is nice because we don't want it to do that. Does it behave any differently up here is my question in this 0G area. Because if you see, I can just let go of it here and it'll just float. So let's hop in and see what happens. Alright, so all I had to do was move it, and it immediately took off. I didn't even have to like prompt it to do anything. It doesn't look like anything different happens. I suspect that if I were to run out of hydrazine here, it would just kind of not fall at all. Because if I get out of it, you can see here, it's just fine. Like, it didn't land or anything. I don't think it believes it's on the ground right now. It just doesn't fall because it's above the 0G threshold. And I still cannot go up with it, however. I can only move, like, laterally. And when I say laterally, I believe my understanding of how the game mechanics work for, like, flight, above the flight ceiling, which is where the clouds are, is I think what the game does is it calculates your forward vector based on wherever gravity would be pulling you. It calculates a horizontal like vector and vertical if you're holding jump, and then it clamps it like based on where the gravitational pull is. So if you're above the flight ceiling, it calculates the upward component of that vector relative to the gravitational pull, and it zeroes it out. I believe that's how flight works, and what that essentially boils down to is if I'm above the flight ceiling, I can move laterally like you see me doing here. It's not like the game is forcing me downward or anything, but at no point am I ever allowed to move up beyond any higher than I already am relative to the gravitational pull, or in other words, the origin point of the planet, because that's where all the gravity is pulling you down to. Like internally, I don't know how to describe that vector calculation because I'm kind of rusty on the math behind it, but what it boils down to is it's eliminating that component of the vector. And this will allow me to orbit this entire planet and come back here at pretty much the same exact height, but not to ascend any further while I do this. And that results in you basically just not being allowed to go up at this point. So it doesn't appear that the VTOL behaves any differently when you're in this particular area. And again, this is what I would call like the 0G area, or the physics object 0G. We definitely do not want to attach a winch to the VTOL at this point, because it will also not be pulled downward at all, which means it's going to spin around even more violently. So once again, we're going to sacrifice a hydrazine canister and repackage it, and we're going to take it up to interplanetary space. Interplanetary space is where the build limit is. So we go up a bit more. It's not too far away. And again, I don't know what's going to happen here. This is completely new territory for me because I have not explored this. So something interesting could happen. Something terrible could happen. This is the cutoff for interplanetary space. This is the point at which the terrain engine does not allow you to build, and they don't even bother to like cap it off or anything. So you can literally see like where it cuts off. This is a cube. This is definitely a cube. It is not a sphere. There is a cubical like build range, and if you, the player, exist beyond that range for any reason, you just can't move anymore. It's very finicky and weird, and you can see here I'm just kind of stuck. Like I can no longer move. I'm pressing buttons. I can't fall. I can't move. If I activate creative mode flight, you can see there that like my player state changed, but I absolutely cannot go anywhere while I'm doing this. You were not supposed to be up here. Which is weird because again, you could build a ramp up here. There's nothing preventing you from building a ramp like a normal person, and if your player entity crosses this threshold, the build limit, you're just stuck. You can't go anywhere. This also doubles as physics object 0G, so if I drop an object here, nothing happens with it. Same with down there. However, I wonder if this is going to behave any differently if I unpack the VTOL in this particular area, because, again, it's a little bit different, because now the player can't move either. However, rovers and other objects can be like bumped and can like fly around in this region of the world. That's how we fly between planets with rovers. Like the physics is still active. If you unpackage a rover up here, it's gone forever, but if you drive it here from the surface of a planet, it works fine. Like as fine as you could reasonably say it does. So what does the VTOL do here? And it's worth noting that this is the area where you can place tall platforms and reload your save, and they become eligible targets for a rail post bundle. That is how we built the space elevator all those centuries ago, was by using tall platforms. So I brought the tall platform specifically to show that. I guess this Evo was hungry. It didn't even matter at this point because I'm not going to fall anymore. But the whole crux of this, like the whole premise for the space elevator, the thing that made it possible, was this tall platform here, because it has a very weird physics-like property that most objects do not. So you can see right now, if I hover over it with my terrain tool out, which I do have my terrain tool out, I can't interact with it. Like I could pick it up, but it doesn't have any other interesting properties for it. If I take out a rail post and try to place it on it, it wouldn't do anything. I could get a little closer to show that. So if I go up a bit and then get out, again, I'm stuck, so I don't even need to be flying at this point. Though flying helps the camera, like, be more cooperative. And then I try to place a rail on it. You can see here, it's trying to slot, like, into these little holders right here. And then if I were to use some of these packagers to fill up these slots so that those aren't eligible, It's gonna take me a moment here. I need to get 6 of them. There's a few on the top as well. I should have brought tethers. I guess I do have tethers for this, but they're... Do I? Actually, I don't have tethers for this. Yeah, I can't get to them from here. I think I left them in the base. So if I grab some of these packages... And I need to get the top slots as well. Right there, and right there. And then if I take out a rail post, you can see here the rail post isn't like attaching to the platform. It just kind of won't do anything. But if I take my game here and I save and quit to main menu, platforms are a little bit weird about this kind of situation because platforms don't seem to store all of the game state when you unload the game, and most notably they don't seem to store whether or not they were actually on the ground or thought that they were attached to something. And you do this once. I did it once. You can see it here. It's beautiful, but my god, this took forever, and I'm not going to do this ever again, I think, unless I can omit the save and load process. If we could find an entity that you don't have to save and load to do this with, I would consider doing this again, because it wasn't that bad. The problem was this right here. Now my save file was smaller while I was doing this. Now it would take like twice as long, just solely on account of me having to sit here and watch this. Every single time I need to save and load. But the reason we're saving and loading is because we need that tall platform to settle. Because now that I've settled that tall platform, it is now eligible for me to put rail posts on it. Specifically, like the side and the bottom of this tall platform can now accept rail posts. As you can see here, it's a little bit of a weird angle. I'm trying to see if I can get an angle that'll actually let me build it, but let me go down a little bit further. Let's get a little closer to it. Yeah, that should work. We're going to flight mode so the camera cooperates. I'm going to do that. This is the crux of the space elevator. It was the fact that I could do this, and then I could do... Let's see if I can get the angle. I could do this here. I need to put it a little further away to get the post to generate. Actually works on the bottom too. I'm surprised I'm not getting in. There we go. That's the proof of concept. That is the premise of the space elevator. What I was doing essentially was I would place this tall platform. I would put a rail post on it. I would move it up as far as I could reach, and then reload my save, and then place another rail post on the next tall platform. Because as you can see here, if I grab it and move it, I can no longer put things on it, but the rail posts stay there. That is how I built the space elevator. And you can see here, like, I cannot place anything on it anymore. And I cannot lock it because it doesn't think it's on the ground. So I don't have access to the ability to place rail posts on this until I save and load again. That's how you build a space elevator in adventure mode or creative mode. You have to basically do the same damn thing in creative mode, I'm pretty sure, because at the end of the day, there's no way to like put things up here in creative mode. It's harder in adventure mode because I can't just spawn things in at my convenience. I can't spawn in a ton of these like tall platforms or anything. Now I wonder then, what is the VTOL going to do in this situation? Would that have made it easier in some way to do this? So first question is, can I put things on the VTOL? I suspect the answer is no, but we need to fill up the slots on it first just to verify. So we're done screwing around with the rail post. Let me fill all the slots on the VTOL and see if that's eligible for rail posts. Because if it turns out I could have done that the whole time, I'm going to be a little upset with myself for not checking this, but this is such a forgettable vehicle that I'm not surprised that the idea never came to mind to do this. So let's go ahead and put that there. And then without touching it, well, it's still a fresh save. Oh, interesting. Those also count. Hold on, I need to get those as well. I forgot about the 2 active slots on the side. So I get that one there. That ain't it. Come on. What do you mean can I put a rail post on that but not a packager? Okay, there we go. I don't know why that was being so finicky. Camera is not cooperating here. Let's see if I can... There we go, got it. Okay, that should have filled every slot on that thing. Yeah, this doesn't look like an eligible candidate to actually place the rail post. And again, we would know that we had placed it because it would spawn like the start and end of the rail. Like basically it would spawn the little like rail segment on the top. So VTOL is not viable for this. And this is after a save and load. I haven't moved it. So unfortunately can't do that, but at the very least I didn't waste a bunch of my time. What is this thing going to do when I get in it, I wonder? Just in case I somehow brick my save doing this, I'm going to make a backup now. Because I don't know how much damage I'm doing. Most likely this is fine, but this is a game where there is no like publicly accessible like save format. So if I brick my save and I don't have a good like save to revert to, it would be really, really, really hard for me to figure out how to get it back. So we are going to make a backup of our save right now when we know that it's not bricked yet. All right, we're good to go on that. And now I could do whatever dumb shit I want and everything should be fine. So let's go ahead and play with the VTOL. So what happens when we get into this? Ah, it's stuck. I wonder how much of like the player's movement system they reused for this. That's a bit of a disappointing development. So I'm too far above the landing zone, which is obvious. I cannot fly, I cannot turn it. And I think this little like wavering it's doing is just baked into the animation. Okay, that's a little disappointing. I guess I don't know what I was expecting here. I apologize if anyone was on the edge of their seat, but again, I didn't know what was going to happen here. This appears to be functionally identical to a rover seat, except it just uses fuel when you do this. But it does appear that you just can't move it. It's got like the same constraints as the player, and I actually wonder like internally how much code overlap there is. You're on the edge of your seat, or you're looking to see if there was going to be a crash or something. Like I was curious too. Like I wanted to know what was going to happen here, but I'm disappointed but not surprised that the VTOL just doesn't like move at all in space. What I was hoping would happen was that it was able to move around like in creative flight mode. I was hoping that the player was the only thing that would be constrained by this weird interplanetary space mechanic that prevents you from moving around. But it looks like that same code applies to the VTOL as well. And that like kind of like makes me convinced that there's probably a lot of like code overlap between how these two things are able to fly around. Like I wonder if internally the VTOL is just like a glorified version of creative mode flight applied to a vehicle instead of the player entity itself. Because that would probably be the most efficient way to implement this, or perhaps copy paste it if it's not sharing the actual code. That's how I would have tried to do this, I think. Since mechanically it's like the same concept. So while we're here, chat, can you think of anything else interesting that we could test on the perimeter of or the periphery of interplanetary space? Because I can't think of anything. This is a whim and not an official communication. All right, I understand that. I don't take anything you say in my chat as official confirmation of anything. So just know that I'm not going to like ever post a video on YouTube saying, Dev in chat said this is definitely happening in upcoming Astroneer update. I'm never going to do that. Just to be clear, and I guess that's fair to clarify that for everybody else in chat too, but I fully understand that you are not the spokesperson for this game, and nothing you say is guaranteed to make it into it. So it would be fun to make VTOL into a spaceflight vehicle. I would love it if the VTOL worked in spaceflight, even just like accidentally, quote unquote, like it just happened to work up here. But the thing is, I don't know if that's going to work well because Astroneer is not like an aerospace engineering game, which is always weird to me. And I don't know if you've got like a PR person that you could talk to about that, like whoever's responsible for your store page on Steam. Astroneer is, I believe the flavor text still advertises it as an aerospace like exploration game. There is no aerospace in this game at all. Like there is absolutely no aerospace. Like the closest I can get to aerospace engineering is the winch rover. Like I don't know, like I'm not sure what the vision was, I guess, for this game like early in its development, because I wouldn't be surprised if that was like the flavor text for it like way back in alpha, when there may have been like different plans and aspirations for this game. But ultimately you don't do any aerospace engineering in this game. This is just kind of like a sandboxy like adventure-y building game, but with a focus on like these individual planets and these unique biomes There's actually very little flight in this game, as the rocket is just kind of like a glorified fast travel. Aerospace industry, there you go. It has interplanetary exploration, but there is no aerospace industry in this game. And I wonder if you should ever at some point, like not you, but just like your team in general, should like revisit that and change that text, because that does, I think, set some expectations that are not met by this game. And I'm assuming that that has been the description of this game for literally since the alpha, because that's one of those things that you just set it and forget it. Like that's something like the description for like a game or a mod or something. It's like you don't go back to that and think about like, does this actually still capture the vision of what I'm doing in this game like 4 years after it came out? And I don't think that really captures it. It hasn't been changed since early access, so I'm not expecting you to do anything, but if you have feedback that you could throw at like your PR person, it might actually help your game in the long run if that you reword that to take out aerospace industry and like upplay some other part of the game, because there are probably people who have bought this game thinking, oh, aerospace industry, I'm going to get to design like rockets and aircraft and stuff. But you don't actually do that in this game. That doesn't happen. That is just not a feature in this game. And then they're probably going to refund the game and just quietly disappear and never look at it again. And I don't think that really helps the cause for the game at all if you just disappoint somebody with like expectations and that are not met. There's probably something else that you could sell with the game instead, like something about like the base building mechanics instead, and maybe like a little automation, because like as much as I gripe about the automation in this game, and as much as this game is definitely not Factorio, because no game is ever going to be Factorio, this game has automation. Like you could upplay that, I think, a little bit in the description for the game and like bring in a slightly wider audience that doesn't know that you could do that in this game, because you're selling this game as interplanetary exploration and aerospace industry right now. So there you go. There's my like marketing like PR for your game. If you want to like have somebody internally take a look at that and reword it, I think that would probably help the game. And then I will gladly accept 10% of your sales revenue after you make that change. Or zero. I'm kidding about that. I'm just saying I think this would actually help the cause for the game if you made that change to it. Because it is weird. It's not aerospace. Now back to the comment that you made about the VTOL though. As much as I would like this to be like aerospace, like actual flight between planets, I don't know if that makes sense. Like again, I love this. I love this kind of like internal jank to a game engine, like really breaking things down and understanding how they work under the covers. But I don't know if you, like your team or you, like whoever's like the design lead for this game, I don't think they would like want to expose this as like intentional game design, because it doesn't feel right to do that. This is one of those things that you should accommodate like technical players by not messing with this. Like leave this in, let us keep flying between planets. But I don't know if it's necessarily a good idea from a game design standpoint to actually make this accessible to the average player, because what's going to happen is it's going to confuse the hell out of them. They're not going to understand like why things work the way they do, and they're just going to complain. They're going to get upset that they get lost in the void of space because they've tried to fly to DeSolo, and DeSolo wasn't actually where it appeared to be visually above Silva. It's actually over here, not moving at all, not rotating at all. So as much as I love this being in the game, and as much as I would love it if the VTOL could actually do something in interplanetary space, I don't necessarily know if that's a good idea, and I'm willing to admit that, because all the things I gripe about in this game, I do try to think about like the average player experience and whether or not that would be harmful to them. And I think encouraging players to mess with this is probably harmful in the long run, because what it's going to result in is it's going to result in a lot of people making like flying rovers and doing other dumb shit and flying off into the void of space and having their game crash or having their vehicles get deleted or otherwise things not behaving correctly. That said, I would like it if the player did not get frozen in this state. Like if the game would essentially just let me move around as I do like below the build limit, but do that for whatever planet I am currently like bound to according to the game engine, like whichever one is rendering, whichever one's gravity is affecting me. If I could just move around like infinitely in any direction by getting in and out of vehicles in this area, it would be a lot less of a gripe for these kinds of activities. Because as it is now, you're stuck, and the only way that I can move around is by auto-saving my game and then getting out of a vehicle. And if I need to move somewhere, Eva got hungry. If I need to move somewhere, I basically have to move the vehicle, get in, and get out, and I have to save my game every single time that I do that. So it's a hassle, but it's a weird hassle that is like only applicable to a tiny portion of the players that actually would consider doing something as ridiculous as what I'm doing right now. So I've been rambling a lot. Does anybody else have any ideas for things you'd like me to test while I'm up here, or is it time to head back to the surface? Because at this point I wanted to test the VTOL, and it looks like, unfortunately, we have a disappointing development, which is that it just doesn't do anything. I can't move around with it, so it doesn't unlock like any new avenues of corruption for this video game. Like, I can't weaponize it pretty much, which is unfortunate, but sometimes science is about being disappointed. At least we know the answer now. So I'll go ahead and unpack this under the assumption that we're probably done up here for now. I guess while I do this, another dev in chat complained, if you could do something about the auto-saving, like, is there something on the back burner? Like, do you have anything on the backlog for getting rid of the save when you get in a vehicle and add an auto-save instead? Because, like, it's 2024. And this is a video game that A, doesn't have an autosave, and B, forces you to save if you get in any vehicle except a crane for some reason. And it's super irritating. I would love to be able to turn this off, because I do not want to save here. And instead, I just want my game to autosave like every 15 minutes. So like, without like sounding like an asshole, I have to ask the question of like why that hasn't happened yet, unless there's like something internally going on that is making that way harder to do than it seems like. Because like the impression I get like as a player is that the reason why the game is like this is because vehicles were really crashy during development. So you put an autosave when you got in a vehicle as kind of like a workaround to reduce the odds of like losing progress when you get in a vehicle. And then nobody revisited it for 5 years. Like, that's kind of like the mental image I get from why the game works the way it does. Like, you added saving in vehicles, you said good enough, and then you never looked at it again. And that's just the state that the game is in right now. And it is very frustrating if you have a big save file or you have a computer that struggles to save quickly. And in my case, I kind of have both of those things. I'm on an SSD, but most of the save time is CPU usage anyways. So like, it essentially just boils down to how fast my game is able to like essentially compile and compress like the entire state of my game into that save file. And then it writes to the SSD in like a quarter of a second, but I still can't make this any faster pretty much. And yeah, if you're saying you can only say it as and you're not allowed to give me more info, then that's fine. I understand, but just know that I am very like frustrated by the way the save mechanics work in this game, especially for locally hosted multiplayer. Christus is dev in chat. I say dev in chat because it's a funny bit, but yeah, that's dev in chat. But that, I mean, that's just one developer on a team of many, who presumably they have a workflow, they have a backlog, they have a process for these things. But I just want to express my discontent with how the save system works because it is very frustrating. And if you have ever hosted a local multiplayer game, every single time somebody gets in a vehicle, your game saves on the host. Like, when I was playing multiplayer, I was the host on the server that we were playing, and it was just locally hosted. I don't think the dedicated servers existed back when I was doing that originally. And I had to tell the people I was playing the game with to not get into rovers as often as possible, because it's super frustrating, like to me as the host, to have my game hitch for like a full second every single time somebody gets in a vehicle anywhere on my save while I'm just trying to like build something. Because it'll like eat inputs, or what'll happen is I'll miss input because I'm clicking as I move my mouse, and then the game will register the input in the location my mouse was at after the save hitch was finished. So this would result in me accidentally dropping or picking stuff up like in the wrong spot, doing the wrong actions, and just generally being irritated by somebody trying to play my game, like the game that I'm hosting. I would really, really, really love it if that got revisited. Like, just give us an option like per client. And then if you're local hosting, like if you have a listen server and you're locally hosting, have it also apply to that, and then have a dedicated server option separately to do the same thing, because I know the dedicated server also hitches when you get in a vehicle. It's just harder to notice. But just have an option somewhere in here that essentially is an autosave timer and then save on entering a vehicle as a boolean that you can turn on or off. And then let me set the autosave to anywhere from 5 minutes to like never. Like that's what I would like about that. You're almost always speaking as fan of Astroneer, not working, eager to hear opinions. I have an infinite supply of opinions for you, so I'm thrilled to have you here in my chat. And I am legitimately glad that you keep showing up to my streams. I hope you're doing this because it's also entertaining and not just because they're paying you to listen to me for 6 hours. But you don't have to tell me what the answer is to that. I understand either way, but I do hope this is interesting. But I complain a lot, and I have a lot of very strong opinions. Have you actually announced anything about that other than it's on your minds? Because like I haven't picked up anything else about the autosave besides that, or the lack of autosave, I should say. But I would say personally that would matter a lot to me. That's a big change that I would very much prefer, is if the save mechanics in this game didn't suck. Because let's be real, they suck right now. They're bad. Like it's just very clunky and unpleasant to deal with. And it's really bad if you're hosting a listen server for some friends and your game is just hitching every minute because somebody is getting in and out of a rover constantly. It shouldn't be like that. Like that should just not be a problem. It should just be periodic autosaves with like a brief warning before the save kicks in, and that would be like a much smoother experience for everybody. And give me a button that I could click right here to save my game without going back to the main menu. Because right now the only options that you get are these: save and quit to main menu, save and quit. Give me a save button right here. And while you're at it, give me a revert to last save button as well. Because like, yeah, save scumming. Here's another one where I'm gonna point this one at like the game designer, like whoever has the vision for how this game plays more so than you specifically, or really anybody else. But like you might be thinking like save scumming could be abused. People are gonna accidentally blow up their base and then save scum. But the thing is, you could save scum anyways. It's just a pain in the ass. So what that really comes down to is I don't make a mistake and think to myself, oh, well, I guess I gotta live with the consequences of my actions. I make a mistake and then I sit there and ask myself, is this enough trouble for me to be worth save scumming it? Like that's what it comes down to. And then when I'm doing intentionally dumb shit, like trying to use the VTOL in interplanetary space, worrying that my game is gonna crash or it's gonna fly off into the distance or the space kraken is gonna take it or something, I'm just irritated. Like it's just it's designing like difficulty by frustration essentially to have the game work like that. And like using frustration as a difficulty mechanic is never going to be something that I approve of in any video game ever. Like games should not be frustrating if you want to like make something easier for yourself. So like if this were up to me, I would just have the ability to have like a few rollback saves, and if you don't want to use that, you don't use it. It's optional. It's there for the people who want it. Otherwise not. Because like the best you could do here is this: you could create a duplicate save deliberately right here, and then you could ruin your save, and then you could reload your duplicate save instead. And that's essentially the save scumming mechanic. And if you didn't create a duplicate save, you're screwed. Unless you know how the save mechanic works, which for anybody lurking who's wondering how it works, I'm not going to show you my file system. I don't want to dox myself, but the gist of it is there is a file on your computer that is called, in my case, it's called stream. It's a $sign and then it's the date, a date timestamp. It is in your Astroneer, I think it's in your like app data roaming directory or something. You're going to have to look that one up. It's going to vary. It's probably an app data roaming for Windows. I don't know if this game is supported off of Windows because it's an Unreal Engine game, and on consoles, well, on consoles you're screwed pretty much. I have no idea where it is. Good luck. I think you have to like root your console to even figure out where the save file is in that case. But the point is, you have an individual save file, and every time you see the saving game message, like getting in a rocket, that right there updates the save file. It updates the timestamp, it writes the new file. I hope it deletes the old file after the new one gets written so that you don't have any potential data loss if you crash in the middle of the write. But I trust the devs at least were able to figure that part out. So you probably briefly have two save files, and it deletes the old one after the new one is finished being written. And then after that, what you could do is, if you accidentally blow up your base, like you ruined everything, but you haven't saved your game yet, after whatever catastrophic mistake you made, you can go, what you could do is you can go into the file system, which again, I can't show, but you go into your file system, which again is like somewhere in your app data, you find that file, you make a copy of it. Once you have made a copy of that file, you roll it back. And the way you roll it back is you save and quit to main menu, which will overwrite the file that's there, but you have a copy now. That's your scum copy of the file. And this would be more compelling if I could show it, so I'm just briefly glossing over it. If somebody needs to actually know how to do this in detail, I could probably figure out a way to stream it without doxing my like file explorer window. But what it boils down to is that you would save and quit to main menu, you would delete the current copy of the save file, and then you would take your backup copy that you just made, you would put that in the same spot, and then what you need to do is you need to either restart your game to get it to rescan the date on the save file, or you need to update the name of the save file to match the date that the game thinks you have on it. Because as far as I'm aware, the only way to get the game to scan for saved games is to actually restart it, or to create a new one, in which case I think the new one gets like added to this table, but I don't know if it ever scans your file system again. If anybody knows a way to get Astroneer to rescan your file system, I would love to know about it, because right now, as far as I'm aware, you have to restart to get it to scan your saved games again, because just opening and closing this menu doesn't cause it to do it. So like I could add or remove save files here, and I don't believe they will appear until I restart my game. Maybe there's something else I could do to provoke that into happening, but I don't know what it is. So that's the gist of save scumming though. And the reason why I explained all that wasn't so much to teach how to do it, but just to indicate that it's a pain in the ass to do it, and you have to mess with your file system, which means you can't do it on console unless you have rooted your console or otherwise have access to the files, which I think is a pain in the ass, if not impossible to do on console. I think it might depend on which console you're on. I wouldn't be surprised if you can't do it at all on the Switch. And I forget what other consoles this game is on. It's on a PlayStation or Xbox or both. I don't remember. I know it's on Switch. But either way, it's a hassle. Nobody wants to have to do that. Save us trouble and just have like a revert to previous save button here in this menu alongside the save button. And I would be very happy to see that. The save system is on your minds. You haven't announced anything yet. Well, do what you gotta do. You have my feedback. You know my opinion on the matter. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk. I'm going to stop complaining about the save system right now. I will just leave it off with, it's 2024. You gotta revisit that. It is very clunky and it's a very bad user experience to deal with the current save system. And it just gets worse the longer you play the game. So, what are we gonna do here now, chat? I actually don't know what I'm going to do here, so I'm going to organize some of these items off stream because nobody really wants to watch me like slot these into where they go. Off stream, we're also going to probably clean up this mess down here. By we, I mean I, because you can all infer what I'm probably going to do. I'm just going to pack these away, store them off to the side, and wait for the next limited time event. However, let me send these rockets up a few more times and just see like what other rewards I get from it. Okay, which one is this? Oh, we actually got a 3. That one's pretty rare. But I'm going to send the rest of these rewards up into space real quick here and like deplete this. And we'll do like a couple other like terrestrial activities here on Calidor and then end stream. So I'm thinking about what I want to do in the meantime. We are very close to our like kind of like side objective for the stream, which is to fill up a large canister of every like functionally useful resource in the game. We actually have almost met that goal at this point. So we're very close to that, and that was one of the things I wanted to do in this like playthrough of Astroneer here on stream. So I'll show that in a moment. Let me go ahead and launch these real quick. Yeah, I think the problem I was having with the enter key was because I had a phantom alt input that the game was registering, so that's what was causing me to go into windowed mode. So that was a false alarm. There was nothing functionally wrong with the game that was causing that. That was user error, as they call it. Problem exists between keyboard and chair. Pebcac, as they say it. It was a pebcac error. So here's the canisters, and as you can see here, these are all the basic resources. We've got a couple here that are just a tiny bit low, titanium and zinc. I get those from another planet, so I can top those off very easily. Then these are the composite resources, so we've got rubber all the way through up to these. Nanocarbon alloy is actually almost full, and if I turn that on like right now, we could probably fill it up. And then we have scrap, and I want to talk about scrap because I think I'm going to violate a policy that I set for myself at the beginning, because I don't think that policy is relevant anymore. You know, on-demand production, well, we have both. We have on-demand production, which is not very fast, and we also have canisters, because canisters look cool, all right? And I wanted my base to look sick, and I wanted to have a big storage rack because it looks cool. Like, I don't need this many resources. I could have made do with a much smaller buffer for anything that I was doing here. Oh, hey, we're in the fissures biome. Remember earlier when I was talking about that? This was a fissures biome before I dug the whole thing up. And I have to wonder if that platform is buried here somewhere. I have not checked out your moon base. I think I want to do that at the end of the stream. Like, tentatively, we're going to do that at the end of the stream. But what I'm going to do here first is I'm going to turn the nanocarbon alloy back on, and let's see if we can get that one topped off. So that's the manual override. And we should have our full 400 canister of nanocarbon alloy, like, within maybe half an hour or something. I don't know exactly how long it's going to take. And meanwhile, I can process, like, all the remaining rewards I got from these things. So I think we're about done here. We've run out of Hana, whatever. I still don't know how to pronounce this stuff. So I'm just trying to consolidate it. I don't know why I'm trying to consolidate it, honestly, because these things don't even use any bytes anymore to send them. 0 bytes gained, which is weird, honestly. I didn't mind the fact that it costed bytes to do this, because this game desperately needs a byte sync, but I guess it may have caused problems with, like, the new player experience. So I can kind of see why that was removed, but it's definitely not... Oh, God damn it, I hate this. It's definitely not, like, relevant at any point in the late game, so I don't know if there could have been some better way to balance that. This is happening because that rocket that I just sent up wants to bring rewards to me. Like, that's the thing that was causing that to happen. If I send them all up at once, it takes a few seconds before the game decides that it has rewards for me. But if I wait too long and then send the rocket, the next one that I try to send is going to try to bring rewards back. So it just fucking drops all the items off of it to free up space so that it can bring back more clay. I don't need more clay. Devs, why is clay like such a common reward for this event? Good lord, I did not need this much clay. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing with this. Let's move all these over here. We have another column of number 2s. We got more ratatas. Stupid Pokemon cards. Alright, let me get this out of the way. I think we're down to just like one more rocket's worth of these. Yeah, clay is a massive troll. I had issues the first time I played this game. I had issues finding clay, and I thought it was only in the core. I could not find the damn stuff anywhere on the surface initially, like on Silva. It is definitely a troll would be the thing I would describe it as. But in this case, let's just say I do not need clay under any circumstances, so I'm going to be annoyed by this. Alright, so let's see, we have the one filter there. I already have 8 of these for, like, the museum that I may or may not ever build. I don't believe there's anything else left. Yeah, okay, I think what I'm going to do here then is turn these off. And I'm going to make a couple more of these, like, trade items just to deplete these resources so I don't have to bring them back to the base later. Go ahead and turn this one on. Like that, there we go. Alright, so I'll go ahead and turn all this back on. We'll make a few more of these, and then that'll wrap up this event. And then the change I think I'm going to make. So here's the rule I had originally set for myself, that it was that I was not going to automate scrap except to get organic. But what I'm realizing is the original vision I had was to use a scrap rover every now and then and collect scrap that way, because it felt like just an interesting activity to do. But the reality is that activity is not really very interesting anymore. We've done that multiple times over the course of multiple streams. Eventually I stopped using this rover here, and I instead started carrying around a giant platform with shredders on it instead. And I think I'm at the point in the playthrough where I could just automate the scrap, because, like, really there's nothing more to see. There's no reason to do that. There's no reason to add more manual operation to a base that's focused on automation. So I am changing that rule. I will automatically harvest scrap. However, I will not automatically trade scrap for other resources. That's the policy I'm going to enact. So we will have scrap available for like limited time events or any new content that they add. This will get auto-filled, but I will not set up scrap trading to automate the acquisition of any of these resources, because what I'm holding out for is if the devs ever add like automated like rocket trips between planets so that you can finally get resources from other planets without needing to go there yourself, then we could have a fully automated base if they do that in tandem with auto extractors being reworked, like in the way I had theoretically proposed, where auto extractors last forever but are nerfed in some other way. If we had interplanetary like automated rockets and auto extractors lasted forever, then you could literally automate the acquisition and crafting of anything in this game that isn't exclusive to the backpack printer. And that would be absolutely awesome if the game ever reached that point. And it's not that far off because they only need to add 2 features to do it. Yeah, well, gas is the problem, but resources are also the problem if you don't want to set up automated scrap trading. Again, I wanted the logistic challenge of setting up auto extractors on other planets because I could have gotten everything except the gases by just turning Astroneer into solid rocket boosters and then changing that into scrap and then trading the scrap for any of these resources and then building them up into these chemistry lab items. So at this point, I thought there was didn't they add something to this that allows you to get chemistry lab items? Let me go check the trade platform real quick. I forget what they did with this. You can you trade fault finders for these now? Rubber, plastic, alloy. Yeah, so it's fault finders. So you still have to get gases if you want to automate it, because otherwise you have to play the fault finder minigame. Yeah, that's the thing. I didn't really mention that, but technically I could set up a space elevator to every planet and set up some kind of rail infrastructure that will allow me to automate trains going to and from Silva, since I have a space elevator to Silva. I don't want to do that. That's awful. And that doesn't solve the auto extractor problem, because the auto extractors are not unlimited, so they will run out anyways. So like, even if I were to do that, that would like subsidize the like rockets that we would like to have, like the ability to automatically send rockets between 2 planets, but it still would not solve the gas, or the not the gases, the auto extractor problem. And the auto extractors are the last piece of the puzzle for my particular use case in this base. Because otherwise, yes, technically I could fully automate everything already if I was willing to make space elevators between every single planet. But my god, I don't want to do that. I don't want to build 5 more of those. Or I think it's 4 more. I think I have to build 4 more to get to all the gases and resources that I need. So, not going to be doing that anytime soon, if ever. I would consider building a second space elevator if I found a way to do it without having to save and load my game. But as of yet, I have not found any entity in the game that allows you to build rails on it without saving and loading your game. So that's like kind of the holy grail of building space elevators, of making like proper interplanetary rail systems, is if you could find another entity in the game that you can actually attach one of these to. So not drop it, actually physically attach it to the object and have the rails deploy. But so far, I do not know of anything in the game that could do that you can move around, except for tall platforms, which is these things here, which are buried in the ground. This one has open slots, so it's not actually showcasing it properly. But these are the only entity I'm aware of in the game that has that property, and it's the only thing you'd be able to use to build a space elevator with my current technique. What about the backpack slot? What about the backpack slot? What do you mean, like, can I place it on the backpack? I could try. Okay, I filled all my slots. No, it just wants to like auto slot it into like one of the existing slots. And I could try to slot in something else. I mean, we're not entirely done with this idea, but I could try to put something else in here. I don't have very high hopes for this, but I'm not going to discredit an idea until I've actually attempted it, because you never know if something that doesn't seem like it's going to work would actually work. That's... The heck? How did I even grab that? Nah, you can see here it's the same thing. The game just wants to drop it. It doesn't want to put it in the backpack. It doesn't want to put it, like, attach it to my player character. I didn't think this would work. That would have been a long shot. It would have been awesome if it worked, but it would have been very much a long shot for that to actually be possible to do. Worth trying, though. I mean, honestly, I could just take a roll around the base real quick and see if I spot anything that this is willing to settle onto. Like, it's probably not going to be any kind of platforms. We already have a platform solution. We know that rovers are finicky up there, so I'm not going to be able to do it with that. Objects like this, like, won't work. It's not even trying to shred it when it's not on that. Not even using the active button. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? Like, this, I'm pressing the button to activate my shoulder slot, but that just puts it in my hand. If I press the active button while I'm holding something, it just doesn't do anything. It's not like tethers. There's a dedicated button to drop tethers. I didn't know glow sticks even dropped, but like, yeah, it just goes into my hand, and if my hands are full, it just won't do anything at all. Like, I am using the active shoulder button to do that. There's another entity that can't do that either. Like, it's a weird physical property that very few things in this game seem to have. And the tall platforms are weird because, again, normal platforms don't have that property. The property that we're looking for appears to also correlate with whether or not your terrain tool will, like, latch onto the entity. So you can see what's going on here. My terrain tool doesn't want to latch onto this. It wants to pick it up. But if I go over to this tall platform here, it's actually going to... Actually, how do I get this to work? Maybe I have to fill all the slots? Actually, how did I get this interaction to work? There we go. Okay, you can see it here. If I'm not hovering over the actual model itself, you see how the terrain tool is actually sticking to this tall platform? That appears to be the same physical, like, collision property that allows rail posts to stick to objects. Is that right there? If your terrain tool is willing to do this on whatever you're hovering over, that means you can put a rail post on it. I'm trying to see if I can snipe that same angle. It's being a little bit finicky with it here. I'm not sure why it's a slightly different collision. But as you saw when I was messing around in space, if I fill all the slots on this thing, it will allow me to stick a rail post on it. We actually have some that have filled slots down here I could show this with real quick. Yeah, this one right here. That is what I'm talking about. And it will actually generate these little protrusions from it. What about landing pads? So you can only move landing pads when they're not expanded. And they're, I think, a little finicky about when they allow you to do that. So I don't think that's going to work either. Let's see here. There we go. I knew I had one. Our landing pads are worth a shot. Also unlikely to work, but we'll see. And then the funny thing about those again, is those tall platforms are platforms. I don't know why they have a separate collision mechanic from regular platforms. But platforms in general are not terribly useful to us. So an undeployed landing pad does not allow me to do this at all. I can't put a rail post on it, and my terrain tool doesn't stick to it. Like, it doesn't have that property. And if we expand it, it also doesn't seem to have that property. The terrain tool does not stick to it, and a rail post just drops loosely onto it. And again, this could conceivably work if I save and load my game, but that's not what I want. I specifically do not want to have to save and load my game to do this, or that defeats the whole point. Because we're trying to find a more efficient way to do this, because I could probably build a space elevator in under 4 hours if it weren't for... Hell? What did I just attach this to? Whatever. If it weren't for the fact that I have to save and load my game, I could probably do it in like 4 hours or less, which is way better than the 6 hours I spent on it. It might even be faster than that, honestly, because I know what I'm doing. But I don't want to do it until we find technology like that. And then other possible candidates would be like a rocket, for instance, which I could try to fill a slot on the small shuttle, but I don't think that works either. The small shuttle is not on this planet. Let me just grab some of these batteries. So if we fill all the medium shuttle slots, again, the same thing doesn't work here. It doesn't stick, it just drops. So we can't use a rocket for that. Which would be pretty sick if we could, because it's a very easy object to move around, and it doubles as like a rover seat. Things like trains are probably not going to work. I'm looking for, let me find a train that I know is full. I feel like I should check everything at this point, but I'm going to probably forget something, and I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't work for trains either. You can see here it won't slot onto it. What else could there be? Any other last thoughts? We don't have to hit like every single possibility right now, because the reality is I don't think we're going to find something super easy. Yeah, I don't think I can do this with packages either. Honestly, if packages were the solution to this, I would be thrilled, but no, we can't do it with packages either. Yeah, what other weird entity types are there in this game that you can carry around? Nothing's really coming to mind. Like, gateways are another candidate, but you can't move them around, but they have the necessary property for this, and you can see here the terrain tool will stick to a gateway as well. So I'm pretty sure those two things go hand in hand. The game is probably checking the same exact flag for whether or not a rail post can go on something to determine if the terrain tool can operate on a collision surface. Yeah, not this thing either. Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, if you think of anything, let me know. I might have to like kind of scrub my mind here, like check an item list on the wiki or something to see if I could think of anything to do this with, but it's not looking good right now. So as it stands, in the absence of a space elevator, there's no way to fully automate a base. Even if you're willing to use trade platforms to get resources, because you can't get the gases. And I believe you need access to at least 4 planets to get all the gases, if I recall correctly. So I would need to build like 3 more space elevators to do that. Because I think Silva, Calidor, Atrox, and I want to say Glacio are the only ones you need. Glacio or maybe Novus. In my case, actually, I might have a duplicate in there, so I might also need Novus and Glacio. I'm not sure. I'm not going to check. I know that you can look in this thing to do it, but I'm not going to check through all the planets because I don't care that much right now. If I was going to do it, I would definitely do my homework. The Solo, for sure, you do not need to go to because there are no gases there. That place sucks. I don't know why people like the Solo. Literally no gases. I can't even automate hydrazine if I'm on the Solo. It's a wretched place. Alright, we got one more of these to print out, and then we can send the rocket away. I'm just gonna go ahead and turn this off. Good enough. And we'll take that one. And then turn off all the auto arms for the grab pigs I don't want them to. Alright, let's see what we get for this. We're not gonna get anything, actually. It's a complete waste. Whatever. We got all our trading cards, including a slight bias of one of them. Just a few more of Data Circuit Model B than all the other ones. Just a little bit. Probably just RNG. And definitely not the devs trolling me by making one of them really rare. But you know what? It could be worse, because I'm pretty sure there are people on the bell curve that, like, are getting the, like, 1 in 1,000, like, bell curve RNG results where they literally cannot get 5 out of 5, like, at all. So at least it's nice that there's a mission now that allows you to get these, so you can have them for a museum or whatever. That said, I'm probably still going to get these every time they show up in an LTE because I am paranoid and I have no idea if the devs are going to be consistent about this or not, and because it allows me to have them first before everyone else, so I can impress all the kids at school with my Pokemon cards by getting unreleased, like, booster packs. And that's how you get some cred at elementary school, or supposedly it is. I don't know if that's how that works anymore now. I don't know what you do for cred now in school. Maybe you just make like a really popular TikTok video or something. Times have changed, and I have not aged well, I suspect. I mean, I think I've aged well, but I'm sure the kids think I'm a complete dork. And you know what? I'm willing to embrace that. It'll keep them out of my chat at the very least. Are Yu-Gi-Oh cards still relevant? It was Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh cards when I was in school. And sometimes Digimon, but Digimon was just a Pokemon ripoff anyway, so I don't think anybody took that seriously. Actually, I don't need to move this. We can leave this down here. Alright, so we have officially finished this LTE. Limited time event. That's what LTE stands for. So as usual, I will clean this mess up off stream. However, what we're going to do now, before I think I go show off like Zarek's save and then probably end stream, is I'm going to readjust my organic farm. We don't need an organic farm anymore because now you could do this, which is fantastic, and I'm thrilled that this feature got added. This is a really good feature. I'm going to repurpose the scrap farm by just taking out this intermediate trade step to get organic, and we're just going to put the scrap directly onto this instead. And then we will have fully automated scrap, and I don't have to go out on like scrap hunting journeys anymore. So let's see. Let's think about how we're going to do this. I could probably like just kind of hop them over using auto arms. So I think we'll start with that, and then I'll see if I could simplify it a little bit afterward. So I'm going to, well, before I rip this thing out, let me think about how this is going to work. I think this auto arm just needs to go directly onto the train or a buffer. I think we're going to make a buffer for it because that's usually how I've been designing these other ones. Yeah, we're going to want to have an output buffer, I think. Actually, that's what this is. This is the output buffer. Yeah, so this is going to be the auto arm that loads it onto the train. So I'm going to rip this part out. Put this over here somewhere. We're not going to need that anymore. And then we have our buffer here. So let's see, what was this connected to? Okay, this was part of the circuit logic for the output. I'm trying to think how I want to set this up. We turn Astroneer into solid fuel jump jets. And then this turns on when this is empty, essentially. We get a batch of jump jets when this platform... Actually, what is this attached to? No, we get a batch of jump jets when this medium storage is empty. And then meanwhile, we have an auto arm here that grabs the jump jets and puts them in the shredder. It is activated when this platform is empty. So if I take this last one off, it will activate and grab jump jets until something appears on this platform, at which point it'll turn back off. So each of these I think is worth 3 scrap, and it'll drop them on this. So what I'm thinking is that doesn't exactly create a buffer, and I'm wondering if I should use a full and empty trigger instead on this. So if I set this to full or empty, what this means is this would be turned on, and it would fill this thing up, and then it would turn off, and then meanwhile this arm would be sitting here waiting for a train to show up. And we would put scrap on the train if we needed scrap in our storage, which we can detect from the ceiling. It would be right there. So if we needed scrap and there was any scrap in this buffer, which I could detect with a second storage sensor, those would be the conditions to turn this arm on. It's a little bit different from how I designed the other ones, but I think I should design it like that due to the batch-based nature of what I have here. Yeah, so this is just going to sit here. And then it'll turn off when this fills up. So it will be active for a little while when it can't output, which means if I walk under it, it'll drop an item on my backpack. But eventually this will fill up, which I could simulate here. Just wait for this one to generate. And then this should turn off. There it goes. It just turned off, and it is not going to turn back on until I run out of scrap, at which point it'll activate immediately and start pulling more solid fuel jump jets. I don't know if I like that, but let's go with that for now. Whoops, didn't mean to pull it out. Let's go with that for now. So this logic gate here was checking if we needed organic. And we don't need that anymore because we are now automating organic over in this side of the base. And it's hard to tell what's going on here, but that segment pin runs up through the ceiling, and you can see there's 2 things running off of it, old organic and the new one. So we're going to go ahead and delete the old one entirely now. So we only have the new organic farm hooked up to it. Okay, that looks like it's good. And then I need to pull down scrap now. I just got something put in my backpack that I didn't want. I'm sure you have a note about that one too, Tristis, but I don't want things in my backpack, ever. Please, let me turn it off, I beg you. I never want an auto arm to place something in my backpack, under any circumstances. This is not a good feature. Thank fuck they can't take things out of your backpack, because it would be even worse. Alright, so for the scrap, what we need to detect is whether or not this canister is full, which I actually detect by checking whether or not this has anything in it. If this canister has anything in it, that means this is full, and this one is the overflow canister. And that is... let's see, did I ever hook it up down here? Yes, looks like I have... yeah, I think all of these... yeah, that's right, I built all of these off stream. Because I was getting tired of these arms being active when I didn't want them to be. So that should be connected to that sensor. And what we do is we take this here and we pull it through the floor. And it's going to be right between these two, right in this empty spot. This is one that we haven't needed to detect yet, so I haven't had a reason to build it. That is going to be our scrap detector, so we'll just put it here. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I want it to be perfect because I have OCD, so we'll do that. And then this will be what we use to detect whether or not we need scrap. So stick it on the ceiling, and then we're going to have a sensor or one of these switches for it. So I'm trying to think which one I want to do. Yeah, this is a little bit different from how I would normally design this, but I think I'm just going to roll with it because it should work fine. So we are going to stick it on, I think, this one. Actually, yeah, I'll put it on this one. Alright, so do we need scrap? Yes. Is the train in the station? I'm going to move that to this sensor here. And then the last one is going to be a manual override. So basically I toggle this one if I want it to be running. So the train is not in the station. I do want it to be running. This is just an AND gate. All three of these conditions have to be true. We need scrap, train is not in the station, but I do want the scrap factory turned on. And when all those conditions are met, we are going to activate an auto arm. And we're going to repurpose this one for it. Now, the problem that we have here is this auto arm is no longer pointing at the organic. So as you can see here, although it turned on and it's ready to like try to unload onto the train, it's not powered actually, so that's why it's not moving. That one. So it's waiting for scrap to show up. The scrap is unfortunately all the way over here. And I think I'm just going to have both of these arms active because this is just going to be the easiest way to do this. So I don't know why I have it set up like this instead of collapsing it. I don't see any reason to not do that. So we're going to collapse that to bring them closer together. That arm could reach all of them. And there's a little sliver of overlap between the two of them right there. And we're going to put an intermediate platform there. So I should be able to just scrounge one of these. I like to point the arrow in the direction of flow for items like this. So it can place in both of those slots. This one could grab from both of those slots. So we'll go ahead and lock it down. And that might be it. This one is looking in that direction normally. So I just got to hook this up properly. And we're going to activate both of those arms when we need scrap. But game, that is not what I told you to do. Fine, I'll do it this way. I like to put a segment pin on top like this when I have multiple branches. It's just easier to keep track of it. So we got that one, and then does this make it? I think it does. We got that one. And then I think for the steel, I had both of these slots open. No, I actually put a filler tether on it. I like to fill in any slots that don't like specifically need to have anything in them. Now, let me go grab a tether real quick to fill in that second spot. Take one off of this. Actually, not that one. Those are all full. I'll use one of these. This would be one applicable use of glow sticks, but like it is against my religion to use glow sticks at this point, so we're using tethers for it, even though they're slightly less efficient because they don't stack as high. But they make excellent filler items. There you go. And it's as simple as that. And then these should both be off until the train comes by. And that should be it. I believe we have automated our scrap production. There may be a little bit of like a hiccup in the production when this is almost empty. Oh, snails are hungry. Uh-oh. They're gonna start hissing at me. There we go. How are we doing on hydrazine? Oh, let's go. It's actually starting to fill up. I think I'm filled on graphene now. Yeah, we have... That's not graphene. No, we're not filled on graphene. Did I turn off my graphene? I think I might have turned off graphene. Oh, but we did get all the nanocarbon. This is usually the thing that people are like, oh, I'm done playing the game now. I filled up a large resource canister of nanocarbon alloy, but we're not done. No, we're getting all of these before I consider this project complete. So we're very close. I need to turn the graphene on. I need to let the scrap run for a while. And I want to fill up the hydrazine as well. And then I'm going to say that I have my base like fully built up as much as I can within the constraints of what the game can do right now. So let me go, before I forget, let me quickly turn the graphene back on, or figure out why it's not producing anything. Where is my graphene? That's taking it in. That's steel. I think it's over here. I think it's this one right here. Okay, what's the problem? Cool, yeah, just put crap in my backpack. The problem is... it's turned on, but the hydrazine is not getting pulled down for some reason. What did I do? Did I break something? Why is the hydrazine not getting pulled down? Can the auto arm not reach that side slot? I'm going to set this to output. Okay, I don't know. I'm going to leave one of these set to input so I could grab it off of this really quickly, and it'll always be full. I think I needed to have one of these set to output for this to work. I must have toggled that at some point and forgotten about it. Oh, all good. Alright, so back down there. Let me finish my thought for what I was doing with this. So I had just set this up to be like the steel. So all this stuff over here on the right is just extra garbage that we don't need anymore. I will clean that up off stream. Same with these. I'll get rid of these plants. I'll package this stuff up. Good job. Good job, trade platform. You served your purpose for a very long time, but you are now obsolete because the devs put this in the game. And I gotta say, this is a much more elegant solution than having to like force trading for a specific resource. I would love it if soil was also something that we could get with an automated process. Like even if it's ridiculously slow, I think soil is now the only thing you can't get in this game without obliterating terrain. And I keep hearing about like a gateway bug with infinite soil or something. I've never been able to get that to work. So I have no idea how to get like soil duping or infinite soil out of gateways or anything. It never seems to work for me. It just results in me either getting nothing or losing soil that I invest into the project. So don't know what's going on with that. Doesn't seem to work correctly. I'll clean up all that junk. I think this is pretty much set to go. I suppose I could buy this one to something else. I might revisit the logic that I have set up for this at some point to be a little less unusual. But I think what will happen here essentially is the train is going to come in. These are both going to turn on. As this one deposits scrap on the train, this arm is going to deposit scrap in this slot here. So there's always going to be scrap available for this arm, so it's not a throughput bottleneck of any sort. As long as there is enough scrap on this thing, it should be completely fine. And we don't have the ability to detect like 50% scrap or anything because they never released that for some reason, so this is probably the best I could do without redoing the logic entirely. So I'm satisfied with that. We have officially automated scrap production by just hijacking our old organic factory. And at some point, possibly next stream, this is going to be filled up. It depends how much time I spend on the save doing cleanup. But this is going to be one of the last things I think we fill up, along with the graphene, which should be running now. Let me double check that that's actually running. This one here. Yeah, I mean, there it is. It's doing its thing. Just the slow throughput rate of these trains is unfortunately a bit of a limiting factor. Like, if I could go back and, like, reevaluate the way I started off this playthrough, I would maybe try to brainstorm something a little bit better than what I did with these rail cars, because it's not working nearly as well as I had hoped it would. The problem is, like, I have to use auto arms for everything, and while I would love to use train stations to do all this stuff, train stations are kind of terrible. Like, they're huge. They take up an enormous amount of space just to get access to this little thing on the right here. Like you can see in the hologram, that little output slot. They take an enormous amount of space to be able to output into that, which would allow me to set up a good buffer, which I could then like move into my convenient storage there, but I just don't have room for this because I would need to do this like for every single one of those canisters or every 3 of them. And then on top of that, if you ever move a rail station around, the rails will carve gigantic holes in the ground on either end of the train station, which is also super frustrating to deal with because I have this very like carefully built true flat base. And you could see that if I were to use these instead, I would essentially have these train stations like just crammed in here side by side, possibly so close together that I'm not even sure if the rail posts would be able to connect to each other. They're just too bulky for like what they accomplish for me to have like an auto sorter like this. So unfortunately, I was just kind of stuck with what I did here. And the result is that it is very slow to move items around because I have to set up this very bizarre like train system. And there are currently 3 of these trains, each of which has 24 slots accessible by these 3 auto arms. And that's the only way that I can really set up the auto sorter. Because I would have had to rotate these arms to be able to access the outer slots, so that's why I put tethers there. Essentially, I just have a column of 12 slots in the middle available, and that is like the rate limiting on my base. So if I had realized it would have been this bad, I think I would have tried to brainstorm something better, like earlier on in the playthrough, but at this point I'm kind of stuck with what I've got because it's too much of a hassle to change it. So I gotta wait and see if they ever add some like quality of life stuff and I see a new opportunity open up to make this less terrible. I'm absolutely gonna think about doing it. But for now, this is what we're stuck with. So we have a base that eventually works. Eventual consistency. Eventually everything will fill up and work correctly because it seems like it only breaks when I mess with it. Like in the case of the hydrazine, for instance, that was the reason that broke. So we're working within the game mechanics that we can use. And I'm still reasonably proud of how this turned out. Are there better ways to do this? Yeah, probably, but oh well. So I think, let's see, was there anything else I wanted to do? I think I might show off Zarek's base now, because we've mentioned this base a few times, and I don't have a proper understanding of what it actually looks like. So this will be an interesting curiosity here. So I think that's it for our playthrough on this particular like stream here. We're actually very close to running out of things to do. I know I say that every single damn time I stream, and then I do another 8-hour stream of something in this base, but I think I'm actually legitimately close to being done with this, at which point we'll probably start the oxygen not included playthrough. Because I have considered like whether or not I'm going to bring all of these like probes and modules and stuff to this planet. I might do that eventually piecemeal, like 1 per stream, but I don't think I should just make a point of doing that. Yeah, oxygen's not getting a surge. Do you know if that ice planet Like, when is that coming out? You told me what the name of that is. When is that coming out? I suppose I should try to think about whether or not I do that before or after the surge. Because the surge is a hit or miss, because there's two things that happen. Like, there are a lot more people watching the game, but there are also a lot more big streamers playing the game. Which means my discoverability is tanked, but also there are a lot more people that might randomly stumble across it. You liked the cartoon? Oh, they released one of their cute little videos of it? Or is that just like a minor change? I should actually look into this. Hold on, let me make a note about this. Honestly, I could just look at it right now. Hold on, let me go to the Clay YouTube channel. Either way, though, I'm getting pretty close to wanting to do that because I'm genuinely running out of interesting things to do in Astroneer. And I don't want to just keep dragging this out forever. Okay, I'm not going to show this on stream right now, I just want to find it. The Frosty Planet. This is unrelated, so I'm not going to show it. Here's a link to it for anyone who's wondering what it is, though. I'm not going to watch it right now. Mysterious New Planet. Okay, so it's a new Oxygen Not Included DLC. You can wishlist it. Do they have an ETA? I think it's going to be a spaced out expansion. That's the impression I get from it, just looking at this. So what does it say? What are the requirements? Brand new starting planet. I'm not sure, actually. It's not. I don't know if they clarify this anywhere. Here, I'll bust some sick moves while I'm looking at this. There you go. Just look at. I'm just gonna keep pressing buttons over and over while I read this real quick. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to look into this later and try to figure out what this is. Either way, I don't know if I'm going to let this interfere with like my plans to tentatively stream this game once I'm done with Astroneer. And again, I'm not going to be done with Astroneer. I'll come back to it periodically for updates. But I probably won't have as much to do in Astroneer anymore because, let's face it, there's only so much you could do of what's available to me here. And I'm not going to do like any like mega builds. I'm not going to make any statues or sculptures or anything because I'm just not very good at that and it's not very interesting to me to do it. I'd much rather do the science. There's a paid DLC coming and announced for later this year. Yeah, I am aware of that, and I will definitely buy that and play it. Like, unless like something terrible happens and like you completely like just throw that DLC under the bus and ruin it, I will buy it. Like, I want the content. I've gotten so much value out of this game. Like, I will absolutely buy that DLC and stream it. And I think it'll be really neat to see that. I'll have to decide whether or not I want to do a new playthrough for it or not, but at this point, maybe a new playthrough would freshen things up a little bit. I will also be doing an Astroneer playthrough at some point of hardcore mode, like to get the the color palette and the skin or whatever for that, but we're not going to do that right now. You hope it's not awful? Yeah, well, me too. I would certainly hope that as a dev, you hope it's not awful. Whatever say you have in that. Needless to say, I'm going to immediately try to break it, so just brace yourself for that. When the time comes and when I play that DLC, I am going to immediately look for every possible way that I can ruin it. So just, like, set your expectations for that. Yeah, you gotta hop. Don't worry, we're just gonna be looking at Zarek's base, and then I'm gonna take off too. So thank you for stopping by, as always, taking notes about whatever feedback I've got. And I'll just hope for the best as far as my feedback is concerned. I don't expect anything, but I would be very stoked if I had some of the nice things that I asked for. And I do genuinely think that my feedback would improve the game as a whole. It's not just stuff that's like centered on me specifically. Like, people will definitely appreciate like a first-person camera or a better save system or like actually functional auto extractors. Alright, so the moon base. Our save files are the exact same size. That's so cute. That's adorable. Look at that. They're the same size, just by some chance. So, we've been talking about this moon base. This is apparently a self-contained automated base that has everything except gases automated. So, I have not looked at this at all. I'm going in completely blind. I don't know what this is going to be. And I have a backup of this that's clean. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hop in here and switch to creative mode and just kind of fly around and have a look at it. assuming it loads, which it's probably going to take about the same time as my save does. And then I'll probably end stream after this, because I don't really have anything else I wanted to do today. A little bit shorter than usual. I keep saying I want to do shorter streams and do them more often, but at this point I, again, cannot promise anything. I appreciate all the support, all the subs, people who keep lurking on my streams. I apologize. Oh my god. I apologize that I stream so infrequently, but I can't ever promise that I'm going to change that. It's just kind of like the way it works for me. It's the way that I prevent myself from getting burned out on streaming, is by doing it like this. Let's see, where's the option to change this? Do you remember offhand? There it is. Okay, creative mode. It cannot be undone. Joke's on you. I have a backup of the save. I can undo this all I want. Alright, so let's take these off. Actually, let me critique your backpack layout real quick here first. Let's see what we got. So, no snails, huh? You're just not a fan? Like, the reason I could understand not wanting to deal with the snails is because you gotta fucking feed them all the time. Which I could definitely see being irritating, because like it happened to me like 2 or 3 times during the stream. It's kind of a trade-off that you make. Well, I guess I don't know if this is always your loadout. Like, yeah, I see that they're right here. I don't know if this is always your loadout. In my case, I think it's worth just always having them for the convenience, but it does come at the cost of having to feed them all the time. I am going to feed the Silva snail right now, so that we can have light and so that chat can actually see what the heck I'm doing here. Because otherwise I suspect this is going to be quite dark and I want to make it a more watchable experience. Yeah, you're free to like pipe in and say, oh my god, you're free to pipe in and explain like what it is that you're doing here. So let's see. You started in the right spot. I mean, this is where you put me in the save file, so I'm glad that this is the right spot. So that train line is the manual call trail line. The other line will give you a walk through the base. Alright, so this one here I assume you're talking about. Is this just like you can call the train to wherever you are in the base? And it'll just eventually get there? I assume that's what this is. What does it hook up to? No, actually, wait, what do you mean? Where's the second one? Or do you mean this over here? Is this the one you're talking about here? How do I even get a train on this? Or should I just follow it myself? There's a lot going on here. I could just hop onto this one. God, I'm so slow right now. Alright, I'm just gonna wait for the next one. Hold on. Light speed. Let's set that to like 5 or something. Time of day, that's fine. That's all fine. What? Why do you have a train with a rail station on the loop? Alright, we're getting in this one. I want to see what's going on here. In retrospect, maybe I shouldn't have gotten in the one with the train station on it. I'll just keep the camera out of the way. It also builds itself. Wait, what do you mean by that? There's no way to like auto build this thing, right? Like you can't. I guess you could auto unpack it, but you can't get it off the train automatically. So you got to do something here, right? Also, why does this spiral down? This looks awesome, but this doesn't have a functional purpose, right? Like this is just to look cool. Because there's no way this is more efficient than just going straight down. Oh man, all the way down to the core. All right, where are we going now? I would not have been able to make a base like this without true flat. Like, it would have just killed me. You store rail materials on it. Well, I mean, you're not storing rail materials on it with the train station, like, in the train right now, is what I'm saying. I'm just wondering why this one is on the track, as opposed to the Astroneer ones. I guess technically it could unload onto that if there was a spot open for it. Okay, let me get off for a second and appreciate what's going on here. Okay, so it gets here. I have a question. Does this ever break, or does this actually work, even if you're outside of relevance? I guess maybe you have the rail posts far apart enough, because these are unreliable in my experience. If the rail posts are tight together... I'm wondering if this is consistent on your end, because I wasn't able to do this, specifically because these are not reliable when they're very close together. They don't interfere as long as you... Okay, I actually blocked it. Hold on, let me unblock your system. There we go. Reliable because whenever a rail car comes in, it immediately sends them off. Well, what I'm saying is I had a circumstance where this delay repeater would not have triggered. And it had something to do with having rail posts really tight together. The train would have like stopped here, but then it wouldn't have triggered this like delay repeater is the problem that I was having. And I think it has something to do with like trains iterating, like they basically like interpolate at an extremely low rate when you're far away from them. And if they interpolate across a rail station, it'll break everything. It has to be on the front side. I don't even know what the back side one does, honestly. I didn't try it with rail stations, because again, I didn't end up using rail stations. Doesn't have it. Oh, interesting. It doesn't have that problem, or is it just because it's far away enough that it doesn't have that? It could be that the rail stations are better at interrupting the trains when they're outside of relevance, and that would explain why this works properly. All right, so you're unloading it here. I will look at everything you built down here in a moment, but I just want to appreciate the rest of the build at the top first. Wait, this is the one loading. Oh, are you taking it up? Oh, so we are backwards. Okay. What the heck is all this then? Wait, I'm confused. What is like the starting point and the end point of your base, or is it just kind of both? I guess I don't know what's at the surface. I want to go back up. Okay, here, just hear me out. I'm going to go back up. Call the passenger train. It's a loop. Where's the passenger train? Which one is it? Is it... What is it? This one? It's the one at the mall. Is this the mall? Okay, I'm calling the train. If I break this, I can always just revert it. The heck is this? While I wait for the train, what is this? One with coal. Okay, yep, that's the one. Man, that was fast. I guess that one just goes straight down. Alright, before I go though, what the heck is this thing? What is this, like, battle arena? That's the sentry block. Or do you, like, sample off of this? It looks like you only use true flat for, like, the actual spot, like, right here. And then the rest of this, you just kind of wing it. Well, alright then. You know what? Use true flat for the absolute center. Yeah, but then not the rest of it. If I had built this, I would have probably just bit the bullet and done true flat at the expense of the gravity being weird. Because I really wish that stuff like this could be smoother. It still looks pretty good, but it's definitely lumpy, and there's just not much you can do about that with the tools that they have available right now. So it's just inevitably going to be stuck like that. All right, so I want to go back up to the top of the base here and start there. Well, I don't even know where this is going. Dude, you have so much going on here. I think the game's like tick rate is getting slowed down. There we go. Okay, that's gonna go back up. Like, the game's like, I think tick rate is going down. Well, will self-correct, and it's way more sophisticated than my train networks. Alright, we're back at the base. I'm gonna go ahead and stop it here if it doesn't on its own. Okay, it didn't stop on its own. I'll just stop it right here. All right, so let me try to understand like the flow here. So you have this resource hole here. Oh God, oh my goodness gracious. I didn't even look at this. What in the world is going on here? Is this another personal use train right here? Good lord. Yeah, so this train just circles around. Landing pad. So the small one goes in the center and loads materials onto coal. There's auto arms and printers. So I assume these auto arms are able to grab resources off of this. So I guess you set like a filter. I mean, you can't really instruct it on which of these to go to. I assume you have to like manually control this, right? Like you drive it around and have it stop in front of the thing you want it to pick up. So the small one goes in the center and loads materials onto coal, which is over here. I guess from like this angle, or you could have both of them. I guess you must have both of them like running in parallel along here, right? Well, you probably call them both forward. So you do something like this is what you're telling me. Ooh, I like, oh, look at that, that's clean. This is thinking outside the box here. Yeah, they're all lined up, nice. Okay, so you have coal like load all these up, but you still have to do some like manual control for it, but you don't have to like manually juggle resin or anything. Yeah, I'm trying to understand it from the top. Good lord. So this is all bringing materials up from the core to the surface. And then you've got something like this, which, let's see, you're unloading onto that. So these don't autofill then, do they? Do you have to manually toggle these to get these to draw resources? Because this is the problem that I've been griping about during my streams. Like, this is what caused a lot of my, like, infrastructure headaches. Was the fact that these large resource canisters are either on or off, and I can't put anything on them unless I have that weird, like, stepped mechanic that I had with, like, 2 canisters and a bunch of auto arms to fill them up. Yeah, so you would have to toggle it, pull resources in for a while, and then when you need something, you'd have to set it back to output, or else there'd be nothing here. That is something I would love it if the devs revisited as well, is have like a better functionality for this instead of this all or nothing mechanic that results in it being really hard to fill one of these up while simultaneously having resources available from it. Like, that's what I would like, is if you could have an output nugget mode that would put this zinc right here, but then it wouldn't try to fill up the platform that it's on. So that you could have, like, input on that same platform, and have the resource canister pull the resource in, but leave one right here for another auto arm to pull it off later. Either way, though, I can see how this works, and you just have to toggle these real quick if you need to pull more into them. In my case, though, I wanted mine to be full. I wanted that green ring around the top. So what have you got here? I assume you have, like, every functional resource. It looks like you didn't put in, like, intermediate products either. Yeah, no clay either, even though technically there is something you can make out of clay. Yeah, do you not have compound? Or am I just blind? Oh, there it is. Okay, they're not in any particular order, I guess. Yeah, you have compound here. Oh, you know, yeah, I think I see what you did here. You did this so that you could manufacture, like, the chemistry lab stuff on the spot instead of down at the bottom. Dude, this looks sick. Do they actually land on these, or do you just have to, like, finagle them into these hoop platforms? Huh. I didn't know that that would work. That's actually really cool. So I'm assuming what you do then is you bring gas in via rocket, because cringe, you have to do that still. And then you like take the VTOL up and go load up on gas and then bring it back down. This is really neat. Like, this is way more heavily automated than mine is. And mine is fairly compact as far as things are concerned, because I have it all like set up in one area. Like, you went like all out with moving stuff around with auto arms. And all of that is sourced from the Astronium at the bottom, huh? And eventually it winds up here. Load gas at the North Pole. I see. So you would put gas on what I assume there's a train for that. Oh, okay, I see coal can get to it, and then you can move the canisters around. They're all behaved too. Yeah, that's always good. As long as they only turn on when there's something for them to like put their resource in, they presumably won't interact with the backpack. I had problems with that on my end. I wonder if I could have done anything. There are a few edge cases where I still have misbehaved auto arms that are turned on when they probably shouldn't be. And it was mostly to do with the chemistry labs, where I can't tell like if the chemistry lab has a resource in it. And it looks like in your case, you carefully manipulated the overlap here. Yeah, to make sure that it doesn't do that. So then that's going to output like rubber, for instance. Or this one's, no, that one's plastic. And you also pull the compound through from there. Yeah, so you have a lot of like overlapping mechanics here where you just kind of found a convenient order for this, didn't you? Because you're also using the same like chemistry lab platforms to just pull through into the canister if you need it at the top. That's smelters. I would imagine you built this before they put the portable smelters in, or you just don't care because it doesn't really matter in the long term. So you got gas platforms. I'm not going to try to internalize like every single one of these. It's just really neat. This is also surprisingly smooth. How did you get this smooth? Like, how did you get this hole to have a surface that was actually like smoothed out this well? Because this looks really hard to do. Did you just like stand in the middle? Okay, I was wondering if you stood in the middle and just like, this was like max like digging length range or something when you made this. Now, well done, because it looks really cool. Risk of Rain music is very fitting for this right now. And then you got like some shredders here. You just like cram these in like however they fit, didn't you? I don't even know what's going on with this one. You've got, I guess, 3 of these set up right now, each of which is producing scrap for like a different lane of sorts. Oh, there's a 4th one up here. Okay, yeah, so it looks like you have 4 shredders feeding this whole thing. That's definitely going to have more throughput than mine could ever hope to. Some ridiculous trade platforms. Yeah, the middles just have to meet. Yeah, like I could tell that whatever you had going on here was definitely just put it in however it fits. Alright, yeah, so you call up the Astronium, you feed it to whatever needs it. Including this one. Oh, you're cheating with the hydrazine too. Okay, yeah, that kind of makes sense. You don't need to get hydrogen, you're just trading for hydrazine. There's a part of me that wants to do that in my base as well, but I mean, I have all the resources I need to do it with an auto extractor and an atmospheric condenser. I forgot this was a thing that you could do, actually. But that's probably the smarter way to do this, because hydrazine is a bottleneck I'm running into a whole bunch. Where do you get your hydrazine from for like the VTOLs, actually? Do you have like a hydrazine output anywhere up here? How have you been handling that? Or do you have to like manually move hydrazine around? Gives me some good ideas. This is mostly just making me think like, if I could have gone back, maybe I would have done it differently, but at this point I don't think I'm going to do anything. with this. It's just really cool to see all this, and maybe for the future, if I ever do come back to it, I could think about things a little bit differently. Okay, so you do have to like manually go to the mall for the hydrazine. I really wish we had a large like liquid canister. That would be so useful just for hydrazine. That's like the only thing I'd use it for. Maybe soil as well, I guess. Hopefully at some point we get that. Yes, there's so many trade platforms, but it looks like this really does only get fed by Astroneer. The corkscrew is sick. Even if this is stupid and pointless, it's really cool looking. So, I mean, is it really stupid and pointless? This is another thing where, like, if I had a way to do that, like, within the constraints of True Flat, I would do it. But otherwise, I would be way too irritated by how, like, it's not quite perfect. It's like, a little bit too lumpy. And my brain just, like, doesn't work that way. I can't, like, embrace the mild chaos for something like this. I can admire it if somebody else builds it, but if I was making this myself, I would have just been like, nah, I can't deal with this. Alright, so now we're heading back down here. So what in the world do you have going on down here, then? So the Astronium is coming in from... You've also got Astronium going up to the mall, so I'm gonna run down it backwards then. I want to see your auto extractor set up. So it runs through there. Still got that one doing its thing. Whoa, now. Alright, you got another drop off here, or no, this is an intake. 3 auto extractors. This is it. This is it, huh? This is all the auto extractors, and this is enough to fuel the whole base. Well, I mean, when they're working. I wish this was not how this works. I mean, they're finicky. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, okay, that would theoretically work. Oh, there is a second one. Okay. I mean, it's definitely gonna be hella fast. Because you also have them all overclocked. Oh, I never thought to use a tall platform for something like this. You don't really need to. I assume that due to the overclocking, the power is like sufficient for them to run. I don't know why you wouldn't just power this off of your main base unless you had some like specific reason to do it this way. Maybe this was isolated at some point. I don't know what the history of all this was. Alright, so where's the second one? Presumably down the same rail. No? Wait, did I miss something? Where's the second one? Oh yeah, oh right, you said you were using cold power, not RTGs. I am not sure what second one I'm missing here. Oh, here we are. Okay, I see it. It's over here. Okay, this one you didn't use RTGs though. It looks like you just plugged this one directly into the base. You got like 3 more of them here. Which you okay, so you throw these into a canister. These don't go to the train. That's what I was looking for. And you have another automated system with even more scrap. And then it goes to that abomination. We'll go look at that in a moment. What else have we got going on here? And it goes to the power plant with organic. This is the only thing I was doing scrap trading for. Beautiful, beautiful polluting coal power. You know, maybe the Solo doesn't have an atmosphere, but I'm sure that you're helping it have one after all this. Give DeSolo the finest atmosphere it could ever desire. Batteries. Some super smelters, my goodness. What are these? What do you even... Wait, what are the smelters for? I guess in case you trade for something that you want to smelt real fast. Is this just like an on-demand system or something? What is this actually? The Factorio music is here just in time for the pollution. Oh wait, no, this is specifically trading for smelting furnaces. What in the world are you doing with this many smelting furnaces? Like, I saw regular smelters up there. What in the world are you doing with all these? One is hydrazine. Oh, not right now. I assume you were in the middle of something when you were setting this up, because they're not even powered either. Oh, there we go. That's a misbehaving auto arm right there, if I ever seen one. You said all of these were on their best behavior. So what's this one doing? I just had something put in my backpack. You're losing points on your base for that. I can't believe this. I found one misbehaving auto arm. Literally unplayable. That is a lot of power. Yeah, because they buffed these, didn't they? So these are all 9 each. My goodness, you got like 300 units or something for power. That's probably grandfathered in. Now you gotta pass. My base is also just a mess of grandfathered features that I never did anything with. Alright, so what in the world have we got going on here? See, this is a situation where you've got like a trade-off to make. You can either have a million auto arms to like shuttle things around, or you could set up like a train loop to distribute your like scrap. I just wish the trains were like not so clunky, because I would absolutely want to set up a train loop, kind of the equivalent of just like running a belt of resources around. But that just doesn't work as well as I wanted it to. And it looks like you did something similar up in like your giant tube or whatever, wherever it is, where you kind of use train belts, but then you start moving stuff around shorter distances with auto arms. It's kind of like it's sort of a trade-off that you're making here. And if I had made this, I would have probably had like an independent scrap like train line that I would have like run in circles around this thing, and then had to go back down here to a central hub that was responsible for like doing the large shredders. Because I really want the trains to work. I just wish they weren't so clunky in this game. It's the scrap item, the blue bordered area. I see over here. Oh, look at that. That's cute looking. I should probably put some colors in my damn base, because it's really just like 2 different colors. It's like 2 shades of gray. Not even 50 shades, just 2 of them. And I assume that the rest of this is the danger zone, where maybe you could potentially have an auto arm shove something in your backpack if it's feeling aggressive. All cool down there? Yeah, sure, why not? Alright, I don't know how long that's going to take. Meanwhile, let's look around a bit. Yeah, you really like auto arms. I wish I could set up a proper bus using rails, but it just doesn't work as well as I had envisioned it. So you really just kind of made like 2 sets of these things, like just for specific resources here. It looks like you don't have like all the chemistry labs necessarily, but all the basic supplies are just kind of down here. Mostly behaved. That's probably better than mine. Yeah, you have like, okay, I see what you mean. So this is a mall. It's not so much for the raw resources, but for stuff that you use way too much. Yeah, I had considered doing this and just wasn't sure if I wanted to bother. Maybe I will someday. I feel like if I'm ever going to do this, you think you made them all manually? Well, what I did was I would get a canister of each of the resources that I needed to make like auto arms, and then I would just make like 33 auto arms like automatically, and then manually put the auto arms on a storage. This is probably the better way to do it, though it does suffer from the problem of if you have a bunch of extra auto arms, you can't really put them back, but you can just shred them at that point, especially if resources are just free like that. Why do you have a... Ew, drill strength 1, what are you doing? Gross. What is this technology? Why do you have a 1? Guess you didn't need another one for De Solo, so it just never mattered. Can't make another tall platform and 4 floodlights. Yeah, we're not getting, I don't think we're getting the proper appreciation for what this looks like without Sylvie. Well, never mind. It's just dark as hell. And here's one. You got a few of these around. I guess the areas that you would normally visit. This probably looks better if you have higher graphics as well. I've got my lighting set to be pretty low, so this most likely looks worse on my client than it does for you. Yeah, no point in lighting up the industrial areas. I don't know what that's for. Alright, let me go get Sylvie back. Just for the sake of the viewers and myself, let's go ahead and put this back on. There we go. Yeah, the Solo doesn't have hard terrain. I don't remember like how the speeds work on these drills. Drill strength 1 might be enough to get through this rock quickly. Yeah, whatever, I can grief it. Yeah, that's max speed. So I guess it doesn't matter for the drills. Alright, so anyways, what did you automate? You had medium storages. Count repeaters. Oh yeah, I know why you have that. Do you have delay repeaters anywhere? Or just counts? Huh. What did you need this many delay or this many count repeaters for? Delay repeaters are the one that I've been using a million of. Storage sensors, auto arms, all platforms, batteries, floodlights, lithium, just for some reason. And I guess you just got like, you just have like a soil set up here. Fill up coal and then go to the resource hole exactly how I do. What do you mean, do what exactly? Counts for each trade platform. I guess I don't know how you're using those in the trade platforms. I don't know if I was supposed to go backwards on this, but you know, whatever. It's not a long trip. I'm sure it'll be fine. Oh, manually making it. Okay, so you don't have a mall for literally everything, just things that are very common. That's what I had considered doing, but just hadn't really bothered. It just seemed like too much trouble to be worth it. And then you've got like, I guess just another storage up here. Okay, coal does work both ways. This is very cool. Like, yeah, this is way bigger than the base I set up. I kept mine compact, for better or worse. So, like, I don't have the room to do these things. Though, I mean, I could always just add another, like, floor to it if I really wanted to. I just don't know if I want to. Like, the way I feel about this is I don't regret... The hell is this? I don't regret any of the things that I did when I was making my base. Really, like, in retrospect, yeah, I could have made some better decisions. But I'm at the point where I think I should probably not like invest in another huge project until they add some like quality of life stuff to the game to make it like easier to do this sort of thing. Because I just quite frankly don't want to keep building the base the way that I've been doing it, because it's just very clunky. It takes up a lot of space. It's laggy. I would love to see like if they actually like take any of my feedback or any community feedback and make like better ways to move things around, because right now you need like this kind of setup. You need a huge amount of surface to work with to be able to make something like this, and I was just not ready to build something of this caliber. Would have been interesting, but as it stands, it's just not something I want to do at my point in the playthrough. But this is definitely giving me ideas, like things I could potentially do in the future. Are there any other key points you wanted me to see in here? I think I probably saw most of it. Yeah, you rolled with the jank. For me, I would have never anticipated needing it to be this big. Which, I mean, to be fair, it definitely didn't need to be this big, but this does look really cool. My base was never really built for like looks and aesthetics, though. It was just built to work and be smooth and clean and flat and not have floating blocks of terrain for no reason. Let's see what I want to look around a little bit more. Is there anything else in this area? Because I was going to go look around like other parts of your save just to see like how you did things. I am kind of disappointed that this doesn't actually go all the way through the core, though. Oh, maybe this does. Oh, hold on. Oh, there we go. There's the core. Not even a ramp going down to it. It just doesn't even matter. Yo, and you dropped your beach ball into the core just like I did. Let's go. You just have random garbage down here you've never noticed. Oh, look at that. There's a story to be told by this. It's scary down there. It's just random crap everywhere. Every now and then I clean some stuff out of mine, but I have like a random breakdown event item and like I think I have a beach ball and like one other thing down here that I just don't even want to remove it. I see you've been a little bit less diligent about keeping yours clean. Alright, well, I'm not gonna disturb your mess. What the heck are these? Is this the debris you get from blowing up those like exo chip caches? I think that's what this is. And apparently some of it got away. Dude, this is a mess down here. You gotta clean this up. You gotta like, you need to check under your couch cushions. Oh, you just dropped trash. Okay, never mind. You know what you did then. Oh, that's good. That's awesome. Yes, that's thank you, game. That's perfect. Wait. The heck? Wait, have you not activated this? I'm not dumb, right? This is supposed to have an orb on it? What do you mean you haven't activated this yet? Why would you need to activate it? I don't know, because you could complete the mission to activate the cores of all the planets. I can't access them anymore because I'm cheating now. Oh, you really like you knew what you were doing, like just immediately. You started the save and you had a goal. Like I would have just activated this just because it's there. Like, yeah, why not? Might as well activate it. How the heck do I get out of here? Oh no. This place is scary. How do I get out of here? Whatever, I'm digging. Oh wait, no, there's a hole here. No, that's a natural hole. Yeah, whatever. I could just commit vandal. Actually, this is not a natural hole. This looks like something you made. Your base is like half the size of the planet. It can't be that hard to find it, right? I'm trying desperately to get this screen to show up. There we go. North Pole. Alright, well that saved me some trouble. And you don't have a gate. There it is. Alright, you don't have a gateway in the way either, conveniently enough. Yeah, it's fair to do it like that. And if you're using solar power, you can abuse that as well. Where's this go? Whatever. Wait, how are you getting soil anyways? Do you just have enough soil that it doesn't matter anymore, or do you just like randomly carve out a side tunnel to get some? Because I mean, I'm assuming you didn't store all the soil you got when you dug this out. Unless I have like missed your soil storage somewhere, so I assume you have to get it occasionally. I mean, in my case, I just have a giant like chasm under my base that I've been digging out for soil. Battery's not doing so good. It'll be like that forever, and they never run out. I think I broke the base at some point. Whoops. Alright, what's going on here? What did I do? I actually don't know why that one stopped. Okay, so you're just managing a small amount of soil. I would have just like made a big, like giant buffer of soil. Just kept that around. But in your case, you're digging, so it's much easier to keep a lot of soil around. I have built up in some areas. I've done mostly digging, but I've had to build up a few times, and that just resulted in me running out of soil, like the space elevator. So that's a problem that I've been encountering occasionally. This looks like the only thing that you built up was this thing here. Train needs to go forward. I don't know why that train stopped. I don't think I broke that, but knowing me, I probably did. So I assume you went to the other planets to like unlock their respective resources of the trade platform, right? Don't you have to like pick up the resource or something to unlock it at the trade platform? I don't remember what the exact check is before you're allowed to do that. Alright, well, there's one more thing left to do. I need to see your starter base. Trade platform starts with it all. Really? Has it always been like that? I could have sworn when I first played this game years ago that you couldn't access it. Oh, we're going to Silva. You gave me the save file. You knew this could happen. I could have sworn, though, that you couldn't access them until you actually went to another planet. And then that resource would become available there. Oh my. Oh, it looks like you were doing something here. You really had this, like, cylinder thing, like, figured out from the start, didn't you? Oh, look at that. Floating platform. So cute. It's just like a miniature version of the behemoth you made on the Solo. Oh, it's adorable. This is way better than mine looks like. I mean, mine is just like actual newbie. Oh, never mind. Nope. No, never mind. I thought it looked better until I looked under it. Yep, this is just where everything could go. You make factories on the wall. That is something I've never really considered doing, is building like up onto walls like this. And I see where you got some soil to start things off. Still very cool. And I assume this just goes down to the core or something for Astroneer. I'm not too interested in like the exact details of this. This is a very different play style though from the way that I went about things, so it's refreshing to look at this. Yeah, you were using soil centrifuges for that. I know about that. I was doing that at the start of mine as well. But before I had a full like auto extractor setup, I didn't want to have to deal with that. Do you have anything else interesting on any other planets, or is it just kind of these two? Like, I assume have you even gone to the other planets, actually? Just these two and gas outposts. Did you even, like, go to the other planets to do, like, this quest line, for instance? I mean, you have coal, so yeah, you must have gone to, like, Glacio and Calidor just to do that, right? Because isn't coal the reward for doing this? Yeah, so you got gas outposts. Yeah, you must have gone to Calidor to do this quest. Did what was necessary. Anything to not have to leave your beloved De Solo, huh? At least you didn't go to Novus. I respect it. I respect De Solo more than Novus. Novus is a wretched place, and nobody should ever go there. Well, very cool. I think is there anything else that I haven't really seen that's like worth noting here? Anything else you want me to see? Anything you don't want me to see so I can go there and look at it anyways? Let's see, you're on Silva. Astroneer, North Pole, probably Calidor. I'm cooking here, give me a second. Mega stuffed Oreo bases and cotton candy. It kind of did look like that, didn't it? I like the colors. I really should add some colors to my base. So the reason why we're here, see if we can find it. This one should be visible. I always have trouble spotting these initially. Where is it? I think it's... Is it this close? Maybe it is. Where is your base? That should be rendering right now is what I'm trying to do. Huh. Why does that render on my save but not yours? I'll explain. You know what? I'm not gonna explain what I'm doing. I'm gonna do it and let you see like what I'm talking about. I'm not landing on Calidor. That's not the reason why I went there. I assume that's high up enough that I can see it. There we go. No, I'm just gonna show you what I'm trying to do in a moment, because even you might not have seen yourself, like your own base, doing this. Let's see, where are these? I need a button repeater to do that as well, or another delay repeater. I'm making a super beacon. Yeah, I'll leave that one. I'll leave these shorter. Oh, I need a button repeater anyways. Alright. I use delay repeaters because I needed to time my sorting loop, is the reason why I have so many delay repeaters. Yours works differently than mine because you were able to use rail stations, but I had to unfortunately have a running timer like passing through mine due to the fact that rail posts that are too close together are not reliable like detectors when a train passes them. So I had to do this differently from how you did. Well, I mean, if that bug wasn't a thing, I wouldn't have had that problem, but I didn't know that bug was in the game until I designed it. Don't make this my fault. Oh, was it down the whole time? This is interesting. Oh, no. Is this an old save? Is this a vertical planet layout? That explains it. It ain't this anymore. This is the old format. Yours are all strung together north to south, aren't they? How old is this save? Because this is the new format. This is how they fix the sticky terrain, by putting them in this shape here that I'm showing. But there is an old format where all of them are stacked top to bottom. So like, it would be Silva, Visania, Calidor, I think DeSolo. I think it was like Silva, DeSolo, Calidor, Visania, and then like Aatrox was at the bottom with Glacio and Novus or something. The satellite was actually already here off to the side, and I assume the sunroom is in the same spot in the old and the new versions. Yeah, in the old format, DeSolo is here where Visania is right now. The satellite is also there, and then the planets were strung up and down in a straight line. And the devs did that because nobody on the team understood floating point precision problems, and then they eventually like realized that that was what was causing the sticky terrain. Was the further you were from the origin, the more finicky the physics engine got. So they brought all the planets closer to the origin, which fixed that problem mostly, but not entirely. And you have an old save file, which means I was trying to do the sick third person camera, like just space view of the planet with nothing rendering. And I actually don't have a good way to do that. I could try to do it from the satellite or the sunroom, so I'm gonna give it a shot anyways. So let's see if we can do that. Alright, you did unlock the sunroom at the very least, because you had Eva. And then the satellite is the other one that you could do it with, but you didn't unlock the satellite because apparently you haven't unlocked a single core, like some kind of heathen. You really just only made this save to make the base. My goodness. There we go. We can see it now over in the distance. So I don't know if we're gonna be able to make anything out of it from here. I don't like exploring. I see that. All right, can we get the angle that we need? Oh, almost. It's too close. That's interesting, though. That gives me some insight into where they put the sunroom in the old format. It might actually be in a different spot. Because this wad right here, that is your base. My goodness. I don't know why a bunch of stuff just stopped rendering suddenly there. But yeah, that wad, like that's the spiral going down into your base. It looks pretty neat. Yeah, I'm trying to get you a better angle of this. I want to see this now. Let's see if we can get it from the long view. I need to find the satellite, so I'm gonna have to actually go to the core of a planet. So we're gonna go back to the Solo. It's like a protein. I don't know what a GFP is, but I know what a protein is. It's got all them swirls and spirals in it. But yeah, you must have made this before they made that change. So you made this before the snail update, because I believe that was the update where they also like restructured the world. Do you have a landing pad down here? I guess I clicked on the wrong one. Alright, so I'm gonna head back down real quick and activate it. I'm sorry, forgive me. We're just going right in. Okay, the beach ball is actually directly below that. Alright, so I don't think we could spawn those in specifically. Yep, this is good. This is excellent game design right here. We good? Can we stop now? Okay, so we got to, I think this one's zinc. Spare landing pad. Okay, yeah, that's fair, I guess, if you have another rocket on it. I mean, you can, like, you can use leveling blocks, too. Unless you, like, seeded this base before they put leveling blocks in survival mode, which... I know how that agony works. Can I not go here? I guess I have to fly to it first, and then I'm allowed to teleport to it. I have to activate it. Where's the... there's the beach ball. I didn't mean to press that button. Stop dancing! My goodness. Alright, up we go. I don't think we need recall failed anymore, so I'm gonna turn that off now. Because I know what I'm looking for. You know what, now I'm gonna leave it on just for aesthetics. I don't know why that would be aesthetics, but I'm leaving it on anyways. It'll make sure that if the satellite's in a weird spot, I should be able to find it. I think we're probably about done here. I just wanted to see if I could get this camera angle. If I can't get it from here, there's probably nothing I can do. because of this old format. Yeah, just drop a recall fail in one of your bases. What an honor. Yeah, I can't get any closer. The sunroom is on the other side. That's interesting that they stuck them both like that. I wonder why they did it that way. Yeah, this is as close as I think I can get the camera. Like right here against the dark background. You can still see the base. But then the other options would be directly above it or directly below it. I need one diagonal to it to get like a proper view of your base. This would have looked really cool. I wish there was a way I could have done this. But I can't think of any other way to do it because there aren't going to be any celestial objects diagonal from De Solo. You can do it for Silva, but not for De Solo. In fact, Silva should be... Let's see if I can find Silva. You didn't build up as much there, so it might be harder to find it. I thought I had it for a second, I lost it, so I'm trying to fish around for it again. Oh, hold on. One more zoom level out. What was there? There we go. There we go. We got something now. It's not ideal, and it's getting occluded like really weirdly. And not the most glamorous angle of your Silva base, but that's what your arrangement looks like here. There we go. There's your Silva base. You know what that is? Well, I mean, the thing that... There was all the mushrooms in the core, I think, was the first thing that blitzed across my camera there. Because I ran it through Silva's core. Yeah, so you got this, like, weird-looking, almost like flowery thing at the top. The camera's very touchy here, so it's hard to get it to move precisely. Then there's all those, like, weird mushroom things that they generated way too many of. And then it looks like you just kind of stopped the rail at the core. Didn't really do anything else here. Oh, here we go. We got it to zoom in a little bit more that time. And then here's just the underside of your Silva base. I don't think I have a good way to get a better angle of it, like maybe from the sunroom, but I'm not going to bother at this point. But yeah, I like looking at my own base like this, but unfortunately you don't have a good way to do this for your De Solo base, just by the nature of like where it's set up. It's unfortunately not diagonal to any planets. At least you don't have to worry about sticky terrain because you didn't like build anywhere else at all. I mean, other than like a gas base at Aatrox or something. Let's just go look at that real quick, just for the hell of it. Did you say it was at the North Pole? Or am I missing something here? This is the only place you can get the helium, so you must have put a base here. Or is it on the, or is the other side of the North Pole? I honestly never remember which is which. But I don't see a landing pad on either side. Where is your Aatrox, like, gas providing base? Am I just missing something here? That's a landing pad. Well, that ain't the North Pole. You lied to me. You said it was always the North Pole. I can't believe this. I've never felt more betrayed in my life. That ain't the North Pole at all. That ain't any pole. What do we got here? Where does your power come in from, or do you provide it? So you have scrap. Organic, which you smelt. Where does the scrap come from? Do you bring the scrap in? Is that how you do this? Or is there Astroneer somewhere in here? I don't see a shredder. I'm just trying to understand how you're powering all this. I mean, you're not, because it ran out of power, but I'm wondering, like, when you do come here, how do you power all this? Recall failed. Off in the distance. Isn't it beautiful? Just give it a salute. Or dance. I don't have a salute. This one's not finished. You just got it. You had enough helium, I guess. I mean, you're not making RTGs. There's no point in making nanocarbon anyways, so I can see why you wouldn't run out. Alright then. Well, I think we're about done here. That was very interesting though, so thank you for sharing this. It's nice to have another perspective on a mega base. Because like all I ever get to see with people that like make bases in this game is just like kind of shitty Silva bases that didn't have any like overarching thought to how they were put together and any like interesting plan or design behind it. And then you have this ridiculous DeSolo base that is just a make everything base and a giant like sick looking spiral in the middle of it. This was very cool to look at. Yeah, I didn't know like what to envision from this. This is more than just like a bunch of trade platforms. Like you more than made up for the lack of like interesting logistics problems by getting rid of the trade platforms by just doing the entire base like this instead. And having these giant like chasms, these giant sarlacc pits like leading into the abyss here. This is very cool. I don't know if I would ever do something like this myself in Astroneer, but thank you for sharing this. I think I'm going to go ahead and end our stream now. It's been about 6 hours. So as usual, don't know what I'm going to be doing next. I mean, I'm probably going to stream Spelunky next, but Oxygen Not Included I think is pretty close to happening. I'm running out of stuff to do in Astroneer. We'll do a stream for sure, at least one more. I'm going to fill up like all the canisters. We'll show that off, then we'll go like through the satellite. We'll quote unquote win the game finally. After all this hard work that we've gone through, we can actually beat Astroneer. It's a very challenging video game, but I think I could pull it off at some point here. And then in the future, we'll check out like the DLC. We'll check out any like content releases they do. And we'll probably do a hardcore run at some point to get the palette. See if I could first try that, or if I fail it and check and just follow me every time I fail the hardcore run. I don't know how that stream's gonna go because I'm so used to like my crutches that having to start a new Astroneer playthrough with absolutely nothing and feel compelled to not die is going to be an interesting experience, to say the least. Go toggle the factory on and see how... Oh wait, oh, do I have to turn this on? Okay, hold on. Where do I do that? Where's the start button? I didn't know that you had to turn it on. I thought it was just stagnant because it didn't need any resources. Where's the start button? We'll do that as we end things off here. At the canisters. Yep, I'm at the canisters. Where's the start button? What is it, this? No, it's not. It's just a powered thing. Okay, I see. It's gonna turn on. I understand now. That's how you turn it on. Okay, so that's the demand system. It'll be to just toggle these. You should have put like a single button on all these canisters so you yourself could admire it all being turned on at once. Alright, I believe that's all of them. Alright, the Sarlacc awakens. You only turn on like 5. Why not all of them? You got all these cool things you can watch. Might as well just turn it all on at once. Besides, you said that it won't like back up or anything. So I'm sure this will be fine. It's definitely not going to jam or anything. And you know what? I'm not going to be here long enough to find out, so I will just take your word for it. Or take your word for it. My goodness. This is so cool looking though. I should, if there's nothing else I'm going to take away from this, it's the fact that maybe I should make like wall-based factories and do stuff like this, even if it's not a cylinder. I really wish there was an easier way to make cylinders in this game. But maybe I should try that. Oh yeah, the trade rockets. I wasn't even paying attention to that. Yep, just dude, there they go, just through the wall. They don't even try to go up. Little train. And then that's just the Astroneer mine, which is not terribly interesting. I think this is probably the highlight of the base, is just watching all this turn on. My goodness. Very cool. Alright, well, I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream now. We're gonna go ahead and shill my stuff. So as usual, we got a Discord. I have a YouTube with only Spelunky content on it, so feel free to be disappointed by my YouTube channel and not subscribe to it, but if you want to watch tool-assisted speedruns of Spelunky and that's all you care about, that's the channel for you. Otherwise, I will not be sad if you don't do that, or if you don't join the Discord, but that's where I post stream announcements. You can always, like, suggest stuff on those as well. Like, to be clear, I have a pretty good idea of what I want to already do with my streams, so, like, I will consider suggestions, but, like, I'm not just gonna stream, like, Elden Ring because somebody wants to see me play Elden Ring. Like, that's not necessarily something that's up for grabs. It's more like if there's something I do in the games that I already stream that you don't like, or you have some, like, feedback on that, like, that's a good place to post that. If there's something about, like, the style of the stream that you just think could be improved with minor effort to make things better, that's the kind of suggestions I'm definitely open for. But I mean, you're free to post whatever you want in there. Just no guarantees I'm going to actually do any of it. And then, of course, stream announcements, and you could talk to my goblins or whatever. Whatever you want to call my community. I can't use goblins. I think like 2 other big streamers already use that term. But whatever, they're my lovely chat members, my lovely little community of, like, hardcore spelunkers and apparently Astroneer people as well. I'm really happy with how much traction I've gotten with Astroneer, because this is kind of a niche game. Not that many people play it, it's not a huge, it's a bit weird and indie. And I'm happy that people have, like, found what I do here to be legitimately interesting, and they keep coming back to my streams despite the fact that I only stream the game like once a month. I'll try to make Oxygen Not Included interesting, like, even outside of Astroneer. Hopefully Oxygen will have kind of like a similar, like, scientifically oriented approach to the game, and won't just consist of me, like, desperately trying to keep my duplicates alive. Though there will probably be some of that, and at the very least it might be funny to watch it happen when it does. But anyways, yeah, that's gonna be about it. I don't think there's gonna be anyone to raid here. I'll just check real quick, but we're probably just gonna go ahead and end stream. Yeah, there'll be a learning curve, I think. I had played Oxygen Not Included before. I wasn't that good at it. I suspect we're gonna be starting over on a lot of those things. So it'll be interesting. It'll be me streaming a game. What the heck? What the hell did that rocket just do? It just turned around. Whatever. It'll be interesting because it'll be a game I'm not particularly good at, as opposed to, like, what I usually stream. So we'll see how much of that ends up being, like, chat trying to backseat me versus me coming up with, like, interesting solutions to the problems that I'm faced with. And yeah, it doesn't look like anybody is on the raid, so we're just gonna go ahead and end stream. So as always, thank you all for watching. Thank you for your subs, your support. I'm always happy to do this if people are enjoying it, but I'll just be streaming again infrequently whenever I feel like it. What the hell what are these rockets doing, dude? Yeah, just infrequently whenever I feel like it. No promises on the consistency of the schedule, but as you've probably noticed, I do tend to stream on weekends around the same time of day. So, like, in US time, basically like afternoon, like all the way up through midnight is usually like when I do my streams. It varies a little bit. I will occasionally do weekday streams, but it tends to be weekends, and I think that's when most people are available for it anyways. And who knows what I'm going to do in the future. There might be a few one-offs where I just stream on a Tuesday for no reason. But anyways, I guess I'll just end it here while you can admire Zarek's mega base and wonder if I could have done something similar. Maybe in another timeline, maybe another playthrough or another game, I'll do something ridiculous like this. But as always, thank you all for watching. I hope to see you again. Bye-bye.